This is Audible.
Time Warner Audiobooks presents The Camel Club by David Baldacci. Read by Jonathan Davis. This novel is dedicated to the men and women of the United States Secret Service, and to Larry Kirschbaum, a first-rate editor, a great publisher, and a wonderful friend.
Prologue. The Chevy Suburban sped down the road, enveloped by the hushed darkness of the Virginia countryside. 41-year-old Adnan Al-Remi was hunched over the wheel as he concentrated on the windy road coming up. Deer were plentiful here, and Adnan had no desire to see the bloodied antlers of one slashing through the windshield. Indeed, the man was tired of things attacking him. He lifted a gloved hand from the steering wheel and felt for the gun in the holster under his jacket. A weapon was not just a comfort for Adnan. It was a necessity. He suddenly glanced out the window as he heard the sound overhead. There were two passengers in the back seat. The man talking animatedly in Farsi on a cell phone was Mohammed al-Zawahiri, an Iranian who had entered the country shortly before the terrorist attacks on 9/11. The man next to him was an Afghan named Gul Khan, who'd been in the States only a few months. Khan was large and muscular with a shaved head. He wore a hunter's camouflage jacket and was checking his machine gun with nimble fingers. He clicked the mag back in place and put the firing switch on 2-shot bursts. A few drops of rain fell against the window, and Khan idly watched them trickle down. "This is nice countryside," Khan said in Pashto, a dialect Muhammad spoke but one Adnan had little familiarity with. "My country is filled with the metal carcasses of Soviet tanks. The farmers just plow around them." He paused and added, with a deeply satisfied look, "And some American carcasses too we have." Adnan kept glancing in the rearview mirror. He didn't like a man with a machine gun sitting behind him, fellow Muslim or not. And neither was he overly trusting of the Iranian. Adnan had been born in Saudi Arabia, but migrated to Iraq as a young boy. He fought for Iraq in the horrific war between the two countries, and his enmity toward Iran still ran very deep. Ethnically, Mohammed al-Zawahiri was Persian, not Arab, like Al-Remi. It was another difference between the two men that caused Al-Remi not to trust him. Mohammed finished his phone call, wiped a smudge of dirt off one of his American-made cowboy boots, checked the time on his very expensive watch, and lay back against the seat and smiled as he lit a cigarette. He said something in Farsi and Khan laughed. The big Afghan's breath smelled strongly of onions. Adnan gripped the steering wheel tighter. He had never been a careless man, and Adnan did not like the Iranian's flippancy about serious matters. Seconds later, Adnan looked out the window again. Mohammed had clearly heard it too. He rolled down his window and poked his head out, looking up at the cloudy sky. When he saw the wink of red lights overhead, he barked to Adnan, who nodded and hit the gas. Both men in the back strapped on their seatbelts. The Chevy flew along the snaking country road, banking so hard around some curves that the men in the rear held onto the hand straps with all 10 fingers. Yet even the fastest car in the world couldn't outrun a helicopter on a serpentine track. Speaking again in Farsi, Mohammed ordered Adnan to pull off under some trees and wait, to see if the chopper kept going. Continuing in Farsi, he said, "Car accident, Adnan? Medical evacuation helicopter, perhaps?" Adnan shrugged. He didn't speak Farsi very well, and oftentimes nuances in that language escaped him. One didn't need to be a linguist, however, to sense the urgency in his colleague's voice. He drove under a cluster of trees, and all 3 men got out and crouched down by the vehicle. Khan pointed his machine gun at the sky, and Adnan slid his pistol out as well. Mohammed just gripped his cell phone and looked nervously overhead. For a moment, it appeared that the chopper had left, but then a searchlight beam cut through the tree canopies directly over them. The next word Muhammad spoke was in English. "Shit!" He nodded at Adnan, instructing him to go for a better look. The Iraqi ran in a crouch until he reached the edge of the tree line and cautiously gazed up. The chopper was hovering 60 feet overhead. Adnan returned to his companions, reporting what he'd seen. "They may be looking for a place to land," he added. "Do we have an RPG in the truck?" Muhammad asked, his voice slightly trembling. He was used to being the brains behind these sorts of operations, rather than one of the foot soldiers who actually did the killing and often died in the process. Adnan shook his head. "We didn't think we'd have need of a rocket-propelled grenade tonight." "Shit," Muhammad said again. "Listen," he hissed. "I think they're landing." The tree canopies were starting to shake from the chopper's rotor wash. Adnan nodded at his companions. "It is only a 2-person helicopter. There are 3 of us," he added firmly. He stared at his leader. "Take out your gun, Muhammad, and be ready to use it. We will not go quietly. We will take some Americans with us." "You fool!" Muhammad snapped. "Do you think they haven't already called for others? They will simply keep us pinned down until help arrives." "Our cover papers are in order," Adnan countered. "The best money can buy." The Iranian looked at him as though he were insane. "We are armed Arabs in the middle of pig farmers in Virginia. They will fingerprint me and know in seconds who I really am. We are trapped," he added in another hiss. "How could this be? How?" Adnan pointed at the man's hand. "Perhaps that cell phone you're always on. They can track these things. I've warned you before about that." "Allah's will be done," Gul Khan said, as he put his gun's firing selector on full auto, apparently in accordance with God's wishes. Muhammad stared at him incredulously. "If we are stopped now, our plans will not succeed. Do you think God wants that, do you?" He paused and took a deep, steadying breath. "Here is what I want you two to do. What you must do." He pointed a shaky finger at the vibrating tree canopies and said in a firm voice, "I want you to hold them off while I make a run for it. There is another road a half-mile through these trees to the west. I can call Marwan to come and pick me up in the other truck at that location. But you must hold them off. You must do this." Adnan stared sullenly at his leader. By his expression, if there were a literal translation for chicken shit in his native tongue, Adnan would have certainly used it. "Go now, draw them off. It is your sacrifice for the cause," Muhammad cried as he started backing away. "If we are to die while you escape, then give me your gun," Adnan said bitterly. "You will have no need of it." The Iranian pulled out his pistol and tossed it to Adnan. The burly Khan turned toward the chopper and smiled. "How about this plan, Adnan?" he said over his shoulder. "Firing into their tail prop before they can land worked very well against the Americans in my country. Their spines snap like twigs when they hit the ground." The bullet hit him in the back of the neck, ironically snapping Khan's own spine like a twig, and the big Afghani fell dead. Adnan swiveled his pistol away from his first victim and pointed it at Muhammad, who, seeing this traitorous attack, had started to run. He was not fleet of foot, however, and the cowboy boots he favored were not built for running. Adnan caught up to him when Muhammad fell over a rotting tree trunk. Muhammad looked up at his colleague as Adnan pointed Muhammad's own pistol at him. The stream of invectives in Farsi from Muhammad was followed by pleas in halting Arabic, and then finally in English. "Adnan, please. Why? Why?" In Arabic, Adnan answered, "You deal drugs, you say, to make money to support the effort. Yet you spend more time shopping for your precious cowboy boots and your fancy jewelry than you do on the work of Islam, Muhammad. You have lost the way. You are American now. But that is not why I do this. Tell me why, then, the Iranian shouted. It is your sacrifice for a greater end. Adnan didn't smile, but the triumph was very clear in his eyes. He fired a contact shot into the man's left temple, and no more pleas in any language flowed from the Iranian. Adnan pressed Muhammad's hand around the gun, then set it down and made his way quickly back to the clearing, where the chopper had landed and one of the passenger doors was now opening. Adnan had lied. It was actually a 4-person chopper. 2 men got out. They were Westerners wearing grim features and carrying something between them. Adnan led them back to Muhammad's body after stopping to retrieve a shotgun from the Suburban. The object the men toted was a body bag. They unzipped it. Inside was a man who looked remarkably like Adnan and was dressed identically to him. The man was unconscious but still breathing. They set him up against a tree, near where the dead Iranian lay. Adnan handed his wallet to one of the men, and he placed it in the unconscious man's jacket pocket. Then the other man took the shotgun from Adnan, pressed Muhammad's dead hands around it, pointed it at the unconscious man, and fired a blast into his head, instantly wiping away part of his face. A living human to a corpse in seconds. Adnan was an expert in such things, and not by his choosing. Who would select that vocation except a madman? A minute later, Adnan and the 2 men were racing to the helicopter, and they climbed in. It immediately lifted into the air. There were no insignias on the chopper's sides or tail, and none of the men in the front seats wore uniforms. Indeed, they barely looked at Adnan as he settled himself in one of the back seats and pulled on his safety harness. It was as though they were trying to forget he was even there. Adnan was no longer thinking about his dead companions. His thoughts had pushed on to a far greater glory that awaited him. If they succeeded, humanity would speak of it for generations to come in awed tones. Adnan al-Remi was now officially a dead man. Yet he would never be more valuable. The chopper took a northerly route on its way to western Pennsylvania, to a town called Brennan. A minute later, the rural Virginia sky was quiet once more, except for the fall of a gentle rain that took its time, washing away all the blood. Chapter 1. He was running hard, bullets embedding in things all around him. He couldn't see who was shooting, and he had no weapon to return fire. The woman next to him was his wife. The young girl next to her was their daughter. A bullet sliced through his wife's wrist, and he heard her scream. Then a second bullet found its target, and his wife's eyes widened slightly. It was the split-second bulge of the pupils that signaled death before one's brain could even register it. As his wife fell, he raced to his little girl's side to shield her. His fingers reached for hers, but missed. They always missed. He awoke and sat straight up, the sweat trickling down his cheeks before finally creeping onto his long, bushy beard. He poured a bit of water from a bottle over his face, letting the cool drops push away the heat-filled pain of his recurrent nightmare. As he got up from the bed, his leg brushed against the old box he kept there. He hesitated and then lifted the top off. Inside was a ragged photo album. One by one, he looked at the few pictures of the woman who'd been his wife. Then he turned to the photos of his daughter, of the baby and toddler she'd been. He had no more pictures of her after that. He would have given his life to have seen her, even for a moment as a young woman. Never a day went by that he didn't wonder what might have been. He looked around the cottage's sparsely furnished interior. Looking back at him were dusty shelves, crammed with books covering an array of subjects. Next to the large window that overlooked the darkened grounds was an old desk, stacked with journals filled with his precise handwriting. A blackened stone fireplace provided much of his heat, and there was a small kitchen where he prepared his simple meals. A minuscule bathroom completed his modest living arrangements. He checked his watch, took a pair of binoculars from the rickety wooden table next to his bed, and grabbed a frayed cloth knapsack off his desk. He stuffed the binoculars and a few journals in the knapsack and headed outside. The old grave markers loomed before him, the moonlight glancing off the weathered mossy stone. As he stepped from the front porch to the grass, the brisk air helped carry away the burning sensation in his head from his nightmare, but not the one in his heart. Thankfully, he had somewhere to go tonight, yet with some time to spare, and when he had extra time, he invariably headed to one place. He walked through the large wrought iron gates, where the scrollwork announced that this was Mount Zion Cemetery, located in northwest Washington, D.C., and owned by the nearby Mount Zion United Methodist Church. The church was the oldest black congregation in the city, having been organized in 1816 by folks who didn't enjoy practicing their faith at a segregated house of worship that had somehow missed the concept of equality in the scriptures. The 3-acre parcel had also been an important stop along the Underground Railroad, shepherding slaves from the South to freedom in the North during the Civil War. The graveyard was bracketed on one side by the massive Dumbarton House, headquarters of the National Society of the Colonial Dames of America, and on the other side by a low-rise brick residential building. For decades, the historic cemetery had suffered from neglect, with toppled tombstones and waist-high weeds. Then the church had enclosed the graveyard with the fence and built the small caretaker's cottage. Nearby was the far larger and far better known Oak Hill Cemetery, the final resting place of many notable people. However, he preferred Mount Zion and its place in history as a gateway to freedom. He'd been engaged as the cemetery's caretaker some years ago, and he took his work very seriously, making sure the grounds and grave sites were kept in good order. The cottage that came with the job was his first real home in a long time. The church paid him in cash with no bothersome paperwork. He didn't make nearly enough to pay income taxes anyway. In fact, he made barely enough money to live. Yet it was still the best job he'd ever had. He walked south on 27th Street, caught a metro bus, and was soon dropped a block or so from his second home of sorts. As he passed the small tent that at least technically belonged to him, he pulled the binoculars out of his knapsack and from the shadow of a tree used them to eye the building across the street. He had taken the government-issued binoculars with him after serving his country proudly before completely losing faith in its leaders. His real name he had not used in decades. He had been known for a long time now as Oliver Stone, a name he'd adopted in what could only be termed an act of cheeky defiance. He related well to the irreverent film director's legendary work, which challenged the official perception of history, a history that often turned out to be more fiction than fact. Taking the man's name as his own seemed appropriate, since this Oliver Stone was also very interested in the real truth. Through the binoculars, he continued to study the comings and goings at the mansion that never ceased to fascinate him. Then Stone entered his small tent, and, using an old flashlight, he carefully noted down his observations in one of the journals he'd brought in his knapsack. He kept some of these at the caretaker's cottage and many more at hiding places he maintained elsewhere. He stored nothing at the tent because he knew it was regularly searched. In his wallet, he always kept his official permit allowing him to have his tent here, and the right to protest in front of the building across the street. He took that right very seriously. Returning outside, he watched the guards who holstered semi-automatic pistols and held machine guns or occasionally spoke into walkie-talkies. They all knew him and were warily polite, as folks were with those who could suddenly turn on you. Stone always took great pains to show them respect. You were always deferential with people who carried machine guns. Oliver Stone, while not exactly in the mainstream, was hardly crazy. He made eye contact with one of the guards, who called out, "Hey, Stone! I hear Humpty Dumpty was pushed. Pass it on." Some of the other men laughed at this remark, and even Stone's lips curled into a smile. "Duly noted," he answered back. He had watched this very same sentry gun down someone a few feet from where he was standing. To be fair, the other fellow had been shooting at him. He hitched his frayed pants up tighter around his slender waist, smoothed back his long grayish-white hair, and stopped for a moment to retie the string that was trying and failing to hold his right shoe together. He was a tall and very lean man, and his shirt was too big and his trousers too short, and the shoes, well, the shoes were always problematic. "It is new clothes that you need," a female voice said in the darkness. He looked up to see the speaker leaning against the statue of Major General Comte de Rochambeau, an American Revolutionary War hero. Rochambeau's stiff finger was pointing at something. Stone had never known what. Then there was a Prussian, Baron Steuben, to the northwest, and the Pole, General Kosciuszko, guarding the northeast flank of the 7-acre park that Stone was standing in. These statues always brought a smile to his face. Oliver Stone so loved being around revolutionaries. "It really is the new clothes that you need, Oliver," the woman said again, as she scratched her deeply tanned face. "And the haircut, too, yes. Oliver, it is a new everything that is needed." "I'm sure that I do," he replied quietly. "Yet it's all in one's priorities, I suppose, and fortunately, vanity has never been one of mine." This woman called herself Adelphia. She had an accent that he'd never been able to exactly place, although it was definitely European, probably Slavic. She was particularly unsympathetic to her verbs, wedging them into very awkward places in her speech. She was tall and spare, with black hair shot through with gray that she wore long. Adelphia also had deeply set brooding eyes, and a mouth that was usually cast into a snarl, though Stone had sometimes found her to be kind-hearted in a grudging sort of way. It was difficult to gauge her age, but she was certainly younger than he. The 6-foot-long, freestanding banner outside her tent proclaimed, "A fetus is a life. If you don't believe it, you're going straight to hell." There was very little that was subtle about Adelphia. In life, she only saw the rigid lines of black and white. To her, shades of gray were non-existent, whereas this was a city that had seemingly invented the color. The small sign outside of Oliver Stone's tent read simply, "I want the truth." He had yet to find it, after all these years. Indeed, was there ever a city created where the truth was more difficult to discover than the one he was standing in right now? "I go to get the café, Oliver. You would like some? I have money." "No, thank you, Adelphia. I have to go somewhere." She scowled. "Another meeting is where you go. What good does it give you? It is not young you are no more, and you should know be walking in the dark. This is dangerous place." He glanced at the armed men. "Actually, I think it's fairly secure here." "Many men with guns you say is safe? I say you crazy." She responded testily. "Perhaps you're right, and thank you for your concern," he said politely. Adelphia would much rather argue and looked for any opening to pounce on. He'd long since learned never to allow the woman such an opportunity. Adelphia stared at him angrily for another moment and then stalked off. Meanwhile, Stone glanced at a sign next to his that read, "Have a nice doomsday." Stone had not seen the gentleman who erected that sign for a long time. "Yes, we will, won't we?" he muttered. and then his attention was caught by the sudden activity across the street. Policemen in marked cruisers were assembling in groups. Stone could also see lawmen taking up positions at the various intersections. Across the street, the imposing black steel gates that could withstand the push of an M1 tank opened, and a black Suburban shot out, its red and blue grille lights blazing. Knowing instantly what was happening, Stone hurried down the street toward the nearest intersection. As he watched through his binoculars, the world's most elaborate motorcade streamed out onto 17th Street. In the middle of this imposing column was the most unique limousine ever built. It was a Cadillac DTS model, loaded with the latest in navigation and communication technology, and it could carry 6 passengers very comfortably in rich blue leather with wood trim accents. The limo boasted automatic sensor reclining seats and a fold-away storable desktop, and was fully airtight with its own internal air supply in case the outside oxygen wasn't up to par. The presidential seal was embroidered on the center of the rear seat, and presidential seals were also affixed on the inside and outside of the rear doors. On the right front fender rode the U.S. flag. The presidential standard flew from a post on the left front fender, signaling that America's chief executive was indeed inside. The exterior of the vehicle was constructed of anti-ballistic steel panels, and the windows were phone book thick polycarbonate glass that no bullet could penetrate. It ran on 4 self-healing tires and sported 00 license plates. The car's gas mileage was lousy, but its price tag of $10 million did include a 10-disc CD changer with surround sound. Unfortunately, for those looking for a bargain, there was no dealer discount. It was known affectionately as the Beast. The limo had only 2 known weaknesses. It could neither fly nor float. A light came on inside the Beast, and Stone saw the man perusing some papers of enormous importance, no doubt. Another gentleman sat beside him. Stone had to smile. The agents must be furious over the light. Even with thick armor and bulletproof glass, you didn't make yourself such an easy target. The limo slowed as it passed through the intersection, and Stone tensed a bit as he saw the man glance his way. For a brief moment, the President of the United States, James H. Brennan, and conspiracy-minded citizen Oliver Stone made direct eye contact. The President grimaced and said something. The man next to him immediately turned the light out. Stone smiled again. "Yes, I will always be here. Longer than both of you." The man seated beside President Brennan was also well known to Stone. He was Carter Gray, the so-called intelligence czar, a recently created cabinet-level position that gave him iron-fisted control of a $50 billion budget and 120,000 highly trained personnel in all 15 American intelligence agencies. His empire included the spy satellite platform, the NSA's cryptologic expertise, the Pentagon's Defense Intelligence Agency, or DIA, and even the venerable CIA, an agency Gray had once headed. Apparently, the folks at Langley thought that Gray would show them preference and deference. He had done neither. Because Gray was also a former Secretary of Defense, it was assumed that he would show the Pentagon, which consumed 80 cents out of every intelligence dollar, loyalty. That assumption had also turned out to be completely erroneous. Gray obviously knew where all the bodies were buried and had used that to bend both agencies to his considerable will. Stone did not believe that one man, one fallible human being, should have that much power, and certainly not someone like Carter Gray. Stone had known the man very well decades ago, though Gray certainly would not have recognized his old mate now. Years ago it would have been a different story, right, Mr. Gray? The binoculars were suddenly ripped out of his hands, and Stone was staring at a uniformed guard toting a machine gun. You pull these out again to look at the man, Stone, they're gone. You got it? And if we didn't know you were okay, they'd be gone right now." The man thrust the vintage field glasses back into Stone's hands and marched off. "Simply exercising my constitutional rights, officer," Stone replied in a low voice that he knew the guard couldn't hear. He quickly put his binoculars away and stepped back into the shadows. Again, one should not argue with humorless men carrying automatic weapons. Stone let out a long breath. His life was a precarious balance every day. He went back inside his tent, opened his knapsack, and using his flashlight, read over a series of stories he'd clipped from newspapers and magazines and pasted into his journals. They documented the doings of Carter Gray and President Brennan. "Intelligence Czar strikes again," claimed one headline. "Brennan and Gray make dynamic duo," said another. It had all come about very quickly. After several fits and starts, Congress had dramatically reorganized the U.S. intelligence community and essentially put its complete faith in Carter Gray. As Secretary of Intelligence, Gray headed the National Intelligence Center, or NIC. The center's statutory mandate was to keep the country safe from attacks within or without its borders. Safe by any means necessary was perhaps the chief unwritten part of this mandate. However, the beginning of Gray's tenure had hardly matched his impressive resume. A series of suicide bombers in metropolitan areas with enormous casualties, 2 assassinations of visiting foreign dignitaries, and then a direct but fortunately unsuccessful attack on the White House. Despite many in Congress calling for his resignation and the dismantling of the Secretary's authority, Gray had kept the support of his president. And if power slots in Washington were compared to natural disasters, the president was a hurricane and an earthquake all rolled into one. Then slowly the tide had begun to turn. A dozen planned terrorist attacks on American soil had been thwarted, and terrorists were being killed and captured at an increasingly high rate. Long unable to crack the inner rings of these organizations, the American intelligence community was finally starting to attack the enemy from within its own circles and damaging its ability to hit the United States and its allies. Gray had understandably received the lion's share of the credit for these outcomes. Stone checked his watch. The meeting would be starting soon. However, it was a long walk, and his legs, his usual mode of getting around, were tired today. He left the tent and checked his wallet. There was no money in it. That's when he spotted the pedestrian. Stone immediately headed after this gentleman as he raised his hand and a taxi pulled up to the curb. Stone increased his pace, reaching the man as he climbed into the cab. His eyes downcast, his hand out, Stone said, "Can you spare some change, sir? Just a few dollars." This was said in a practiced, deferential tone, allowing the other man to adopt a magnanimous posture if he so chose. "Adopt one," Stone thought, "for it's a long walk." The man hesitated and then took the bait. He smiled and reached for his wallet. Stone's eyes widened as a crisp $20 bill was placed in his palm. "God bless you," Stone said, as he clutched the money tightly. Stone walked as quickly as he could to a nearby hotel's taxi stand. Normally, he'd have taken a bus, but with $20, he'd ride by himself for a change. After smoothing down his long, disheveled hair and prodding his equally stubborn beard into place, Stone walked up to the first cab in line. On seeing him, the cabbie hit the door lock and yelled, "Get the hell out of here!" Stone held up the $20 bill and said through the half-opened window, "The regulations under which you operate do not allow you to discriminate on any basis." It was clear from the cabbie's expression that he would discriminate on any basis he wanted to, and yet he eyed the cash greedily. "You speak pretty good for some homeless bum," he added suspiciously. I thought all you people was nuts." "I am hardly a nut, and I'm not homeless," Stone replied. "But I am just a bit down on my luck. Ain't we all?" He unlocked the doors, and Stone quickly climbed in and told the man where he wanted to go. "I saw the president on the move tonight," the cabbie said. "Pretty cool." "Yes, pretty cool," Stone agreed, without much enthusiasm. He glanced out the rear window of the cab in the direction of the White House, and then sat back against the seat and closed his eyes. What an interesting neighborhood to call home. Chapter 2. The black sedan crept down the one-lane road that was bracketed by thick walls of trees, finally easing onto a gravel path branching from the road. 100 feet later, the car came to a stop. Tyler Rinke, tall, blond, athletically built, and in his late 20s, climbed out of the driver's side, while Warren Peters, early 30s, and barely 5'7", with a barreled chest and thinning dark hair, extricated himself from the passenger seat. Rinke unlocked the car's trunk. Inside, lying in a fetal position, was a fellow in his mid-30s, his arms and legs bound tightly with rubber straps. He was dressed in blue jeans and a Washington Redskins jacket. A heavy cloth covered his mouth, and a plastic tarp had been placed under him. Yet unlike most people bound and stuffed in car trunks, he was still alive, although he appeared deeply sedated. Using the tarp, the men lifted him out of the trunk and set him down on the ground. "I scouted this out before, Tyler," Peter said. "It's the best location, but a bit of a hike. We'll carry him using the tarp. That way nothing from us gets on him." "Right," Rinke replied as he stared warily down the steep, uneven terrain. "Let's just take it nice and slow." They made their way carefully down, leaning heavily into tree trunks along the way. Luckily, it had not rained lately, and the ground provided firm footing. Still, carrying the man between them on the plastic was awkward, and they had to take several breaks along the way, with the stout Peters puffing hard. Their path finally leveled out, and Rinke said, "Okay, almost there. Let's set him down and take a recon." The two men drew out night vision binoculars from a duffel bag that Rinke had strapped to his back and took a long look around. Satisfied, they took up their trek once more. 15 minutes later, they reached the end of the dirt and rock. The water was not deep here, and flat boulders could be seen in several locations, poking through the surface of the slow-moving river. "All right," Peter said. "This is the place." Rinke opened the duffel bag, pulled out two objects, and set them down on the ground. Squatting next to the larger object, he felt along its contours. Seconds later, his fingers found what they were searching for. A minute later, the dinghy was fully inflated. The other item he'd pulled from the duffel was a small engine prop that he attached to the boat's stern. Peter said, "We'll keep to the Virginia side. This engine's pretty quiet, but sound really carries over the water." He handed his colleague a small device. "Not that we'll need it, but here's the GPS." "We have to dunk 'em," Rinke pointed out. "Right. Figured we'd do it by the shore here." They took off their shoes and socks and rolled up their pant legs. Carrying the captive, they stepped along the soft dirt and rocks lining the water's edge, and then waded in up to their knees and lowered him into the warm water until his body, but not his face, was submerged, and then quickly pulled him up again. They did this maneuver twice more. "That should do it," Peter said as he looked down at the soaked man, who moaned a bit in his sleep. They hadn't dunked his face because they thought that might rouse him and make it more difficult to transport him. They waded back to shore and then placed him in the inflatable dinghy. The men made one more careful sweep of the area and then carried the small boat out to the water and climbed in. Peter started the engine, and the dinghy sped out into the river at a decent clip. The tall Rinky squatted next to the prisoner and eyed the GPS screen as they made their way downriver, hugging the forested side. As he navigated the craft, Peter said, "I would have preferred doing this somewhere more private, but that wasn't my call. At least there's a fog rolling in. I checked the weather forecast, and for once it was right. We'll put into a deserted little cove a couple 100 yards down from here. Wait until everything is cleared out and then head on." "Good plan," Rinky replied. The two men fell silent as the tiny craft headed into the gathering fog bank. Chapter 3. Alex Ford stifled a yawn and rubbed his tired eyes. A clear voice shot through his ear fob. "Stay alert, Ford." He gave a barely noticeable nod of his head and refocused. The room was hot, but at least he wasn't wearing the Kevlar body armor that was akin to strapping a microwave to your body. As usual, the wires leading from his surveillance kit to his ear fob and wrist mic were irritating his skin. The ear fob itself was even more aggravating, making his ear so sore it was painful to even touch. He touched the pistol in his shoulder holster. Like all Secret Service agents, his suits were designed a little big in the chest to disguise the bulge of the weapon. The service had recently converted to the .357 SIG from the 9mm version. The SIG was a good gun, with enough stopping power to do the job. However, some of his colleagues had complained about the switch, clearly preferring the old hardware. Alex, who wasn't a big gun buff, didn't care. In all his years with the service, he'd infrequently pulled his gun, and even more rarely fired it. This thought made Alex reflect on his career for a moment. How many doorways had he stood post at? The answer was clearly etched in the wrinkles on his face and the weariness in his eyes. Even after leaving protection detail and being reassigned to the Secret Service's Washington Field Office, or WFO, to do more investigative work at the tail end of his career, here he was again, taking up space between the door jambs, watching people, looking for the needle in a haystack that intended bodily harm to someone under his watch. Tonight was foreign dignitary protection at the low end of the threat assessment level. He'd been unlucky enough to draw the overtime assignment to protect a visiting head of government, finding out about it an hour before he was about to go off duty. So instead of having a drink in his favorite pub, he was making sure nobody took a shot at the Prime Minister of Latvia. Or was it Estonia? The event was a reception at the swanky Four Seasons Hotel in Georgetown, but the crowd was definitely B-list, many here only because they'd been ordered to attend. The few marginally important guests were a handful of junior levels from the White House, some local D.C. politicos, hoping for decent newsprint, and a portly congressman who was a member of some international relations committee. He looked even more bored than Alex felt. The veteran Secret Service agent had already done 3 of these extra-duty soirees in the past week. The months leading up to a presidential election were a manic swirl of parties, fundraisers, and meet and greets. Members of Congress and their staffers would hit a half-dozen of these events every evening, as much for the free food and drink as to shake constituents' hands, collect checks, and sometimes even discuss the issues. Whenever one of these parties had in attendance anyone under Secret Service protection, guys like Alex would trudge out after a long day's work and keep them safe. Alex glanced at his partner for the night, a tall, beefy kid out of WFO with a Marine Corps buzz cut who'd been called in at the last minute, too. Alex had a few more years until he could retire on his federal pension, but this kid was looking at more than 2 decades of riding the Secret Service's career roller coaster. "Simpson got out of this again," the kid muttered. "Second time in a row. Tell me this. Whose ass is getting kissed upstairs?" Alex shrugged noncommittally. The thing about duty like this, it gave you time to think. In fact, Way too much time. Secret Service agents were like jailhouse lawyers in that respect. A lot of clock on their hands to mull things over, creating complicated bitch lists as they silently guarded their charges. Alex just didn't care about that side of the profession anymore. He glanced at the button on his wrist mic and had to smile. The mic button had been problematic for years. Agents would cross their arms and accidentally turn it on, or else the mic would get stuck on somehow. And then, coming over the airwaves, would be a graphic description of some hot chick wandering the area. If Alex had $100 for every time he'd heard the phrase, "Did you see the rack on that one?" he could have retired already. And then you'd have everyone yelling into his mic, "Open mic!" It was pretty funny to watch all the agents scrambling to make sure it wasn't them inadvertently broadcasting their lust. Alex repositioned his ear fob and rubbed at his neck. That part of his anatomy remained one large train wreck of cartilage and fused discs. He had been pulling motorcade duty on a presidential protection detail when the truck he'd been riding in rolled after the driver swerved to avoid a deer on a back road. That little tumble fractured Alex's neck. After a number of operations and the insertion of some very fine stainless steel, his 6'3" frame had been reduced by nearly a full inch, though his posture was much improved, since steel didn't bend. Being a little shorter didn't bother him nearly as much as the constant burn in his neck. He could have taken disability and left the service, but that wasn't the way he wanted to go out. Single and childless, he didn't have any place to go to. So he'd sweated and pushed himself back into shape and gotten the blessing of the Secret Service medicos to return to the field after months on desk duty. Right now, though, at age 43, after spending most of his adult life on constant high alert amid numbing tedium, a typical Secret Service agent's daily existence, he seriously wondered just how demented he'd been to keep going. Hell, he could have found a hobby, or at least a wife. Alex bit his lip to mitigate the smoldering heat in his neck and stoically watched the Prime Minister's wife cramming foie gras into her mouth. What a gig. Chapter 4. Oliver Stone got out of the taxi. Before driving off, the cabbie said with a snort, "In my book, you're still a bum no matter how fancy you talk." Stone gazed after the departing car. He'd long since stopped responding to such comments. People would think what they wanted to. Besides, he did look like a bum. He walked toward a small park next to the Georgetown waterfront complex and glanced down at the brownish waters of the Potomac River as they licked up against the seawall. Some very enterprising graffiti artists, who obviously didn't mind working with water right under their butts, had elaborately painted the concrete barrier. A little earlier, there would have been traffic racing along the elevated Whitehurst freeway that ran behind Stone, and a jet-fueled nightlife would have blared away near the intersection of M Street and Wisconsin Avenue. Georgetown had many Tony places that promised good times for those with lots of ready cash, or at least passable credit, neither of which Stone possessed. However, at this late hour, most revelers had called it a night. Washington was, above all, an early-to-bed and early-to-rise sort of town. The Potomac River was also quiet tonight. The police boat that regularly patrolled the waters must have headed south toward the Woodrow Wilson Bridge. That was very good, Stone thought. Thankfully, he didn't pass any police officers on land either. This was a free country, but somewhat less free for a man who lived in a cemetery, wore clothes only a couple of levels above rags, and was out after dark in an affluent area. Stone walked along the waterfront, skirted the Francis Scott Key Park, trudged under the Francis Scott Key Bridge, and finally passed a memorial to the famous composer. A bit of overkill, Stone thought, for a fellow who had written song lyrics no one could remember. The sky was an inky black with splashes of clouds and dots of stars, and with the recently reinstated curfew at nearby Reagan National Airport, there were no aircraft exhaust streams to mar its beauty. However, Stone could feel the thick ground fog rolling in. Soon, he would be lucky to see a foot in front of him. He was drawing near to a gaudily painted building, owned by one of the local rowing clubs, when a familiar voice called to him from the darkness. "Oliver? Is that you?" "Yes, Caleb. Are the others here?" A medium-sized fellow with a bit of a paunch came into Stone's line of sight. Caleb Shaw was dressed in a suit of clothes from the 19th century, complete with a bowler hat that covered his short graying hair. An old-fashioned watch graced the front of his wool vest. He wore his sideburns long, and a small, well-groomed mustache hovered over his lip. "Reuben's here, but he's, relieving himself." "I haven't seen Milton yet," Caleb added. Stone sighed. "Not a surprise. Milton is brilliant, but absent-minded as always." When Reuben joined them, he didn't look well. Reuben Rhodes stood over 6'4" and was a very powerfully built man of about 60, with a longish mass of curly dark hair dappled with gray and a matching short thick beard. He was dressed in dirty jeans and a flannel shirt, with frayed moccasins on his feet. He was pressing one of his hands into his side. Reuben was prone to kidney stones. "You should go to the clinic, Reuben," Stone implored. The big man scowled. "I don't like people poking around inside me. Had enough of that in the Army. So I'll suffer in silence and in privacy, if you don't mind." As they were speaking, Milton Farb joined them. He stopped, pecked the dirt with his right foot 3 times, then with his left 2 times, and finished this off with a series of whistles and grunts. Then he recited a string of numbers that obviously had great significance for him. The other 3 waited patiently until he finished. They all knew if they interrupted their companion in the midst of his obsessive-compulsive ritual, he would have to start again, and it was getting rather late. "Hello, Milton," Stone said, after the grunts and whistles had ceased. Milton Farb looked up from the dirt and smiled. He had a leather backpack over his shoulder and was dressed in a colorful sweater and crisp-pressed khaki pants. He was 5'11" and thin with wire-rimmed glasses. He wore his graying, sandy blonde hair on the long side, which made him resemble an aging hippie. However, there was an impish look in his twinkling eyes that made him appear younger than he was. Milton patted his backpack. "I have some good stuff, Oliver." "Well, let's get going," said Reuben, who was still holding his side. "I've got the early shift at the loading dock tomorrow." As the 4 headed off, Reuben drew next to Stone and slipped some money into his friend's shirt pocket. "You don't have to do that, Reuben," Stone protested. "I have the stipend from the church." "Right. I know they don't pay much to pull weeds and polish tombstones, especially when they throw in a roof over your head." "Yes, but it's not like you have much to spare yourself." "You did the same for me for many a year when I couldn't pay anyone to hire me." He then added gruffly, "Look at us. What a ragtag regiment we are. When the hell did we get so old and pathetic?" Caleb laughed, although Milton looked stunned for a moment, until he realized Reuben was joking. "Old age always sneaks up on one, but once it's fully present, the effects are hardly subtle," Stone commented dryly. As they walked along, Stone studied each of his companions, men he'd known for years, and who'd been with him through both good and bad times. Reuben had graduated from West Point and served 3 distinguished tours in Vietnam, earning virtually every medal and commendation the military could confer. After that, he'd been assigned to the Defense Intelligence Agency, essentially the military counterpart of the CIA, However, he eventually quit the DIA and became a vocal protester of war in general, and the Vietnam War in particular. When the country quit caring about that little skirmish in Southeast Asia, Reuben found himself a man without a cause. He lived in England for a time before returning to the States. After that, heavy doses of drugs and burned bridges left him with few options in life. He'd been fortunate to run into Oliver Stone, who helped turn his life around. Reuben was currently on the payroll of a warehouse company where he unloaded trucks, exercising his muscles instead of his mind. Caleb Shaw held twin doctorates in political science and 18th century literature, though his bohemian nature found comfort in the fashions of the 19th century. Like Reuben, he'd been an active protester during Vietnam, where he lost his brother. Caleb had also been a strident voice against the administration during Watergate, when the nation lost the last vestiges of its political innocence. Despite his academic prowess, his eccentricities had long since banished him from the mainstream of scholarship. He currently worked in the Rare Books and Special Collections Division at the Library of Congress. His membership in the organization he was meeting with tonight had not been included on his resume when he sought the position. Federal authorities frowned on people who affiliated with conspiracy theory groups that held their meetings in the middle of the night. Milton Farb probably possessed more sheer brilliance than the other members put together. Even if he often forgot to eat, thought that Paris Hilton was a place to stay in France, and believed that so long as he possessed an ATM card, that he also had money. A child prodigy, he had the innate capacity to add enormous numbers in his head, and a pure photographic memory. He could read or see something once and never forget it. His parents had worked in a traveling carnival, and Milton became a very popular sideshow, adding numbers in his head faster than someone else could on a calculator, and reciting back, without faltering, the exact text of any book shown him. Years later, after completing graduate school in record time, he was employed at the National Institutes of Health, or NIH. The only things that had prevented him from having a successful life were his worsening obsessive-compulsive disorder, or OCD, and a strong paranoia complex, both problems probably caused by his unorthodox childhood on the carnival circuit. Unfortunately, these twin demons tended to erupt at inappropriate times. After sending a threatening letter to the President of the United States decades ago and being investigated by the Secret Service, his NIH career quickly came to an end. Stone first met Milton in a mental health facility, where Stone worked as an orderly and Milton was a patient. While he was hospitalized, Milton's parents died and left their son penniless. Stone, who'd come to know of Milton's extraordinary intellectual ability, persuaded his destitute friend to try out for, of all things, Jeopardy! Milton qualified for the show, and his OCD and other issues temporarily kept in check with medication. He went on to defeat all comers and earn a small fortune. He now had a thriving business designing corporate websites. They headed down closer to the water, where there was an old abandoned junkyard. At a spot nearby, there was a great clump of ragged bushes half in the water. From this hiding place, the four managed to pull out a long, crusted rowboat that hardly looked seaworthy. Undaunted by this, they tugged off their socks and shoes and stuffed them in their bags, carried the boat down to the water and climbed in. They took turns at the oars, with Big Reuben pulling the longest and hardest. There was a cooling breeze on the water, and the lights of Georgetown and farther south Washington were inviting, though fading with the encroaching fog. There was much to like about the place, Stone thought, as he sat in the bow of the little vessel. Yes, much to like, but more to loathe. "The police boat's up near the 14th Street Bridge," Caleb reported. "They're on a new schedule, and they've got Homeland Security chopper patrols circling the mall monuments every 2 hours again. It was on the alert email at the library today." "The threat level was elevated this morning," Rubin informed them. "Friends of mine in the know say it's all bullshit campaign posturing. President Brennan waving the flag." Stone turned around and stared at Milton, who sat impassively in the stern. "You're unusually quiet tonight, Milton. Everything all right?" Milton looked at him shyly. "I made a friend." They all stared at him curiously. "A female friend," he added. Rubin slapped Milton on the shoulder. "You old dog, you." "That's wonderful," Stone said. "Where did you meet her?" "At the anxiety clinic. She's a patient, too." "I see," Stone said, turning back around. "That's very nice, I'm sure," Caleb added diplomatically. They moved slowly under the Key Bridge, keeping to the middle of the channel, and then followed the curve of the river south. Stone took comfort that the thickening fog made them practically invisible from shore. Federal authorities didn't tolerate trespassers very well. Stone watched as land came into view. "A little to the right, Rubin." "Next time, let's just meet in front of the Lincoln Memorial. It requires much less sweat on my part," the big man complained as he huffed and puffed on the oars. The boat made its way around the western side of the island and into a small strip of water known appropriately as Little Channel. It was so isolated here that it seemed impossible that they'd glimpsed the U.S. Capitol dome just minutes ago. Reaching shore, they climbed out and hauled the boat up into the bushes. As the men trudged single file through the woods toward the main trail, Oliver Stone carried an extra spring in his step. He had a lot he wanted to accomplish tonight. Chapter 5. The Latvian entourage finally retired, and Alex immediately hitched a ride to a federal cop hangout, not far from the Secret Service's WFO. The establishment was called the Leap Bar. The acronym LEAP probably meant nothing to the layperson, but was very well known to federal law enforcement types. LEAP stood for Law Enforcement Availability Pay. In exchange for being available at least 10 hours a day for work that required a badge, a gun, and more than a modicum of guts, federal officers received from their respective agencies a 25% bump in their base pay. Naming the bar Leap was a brilliant marketing move by the saloon owners, because the place had been packed from day one with pistol-toting men and women. Alex passed through the front door and edged up to the bar. On the wall facing him were dozens of arm patches with the insignias of law enforcement agencies. Adorning the other walls were framed newspaper articles of heroic deeds by the FBI, DEA, ATF, FAM, and other such agencies. When Alex saw her, he grinned, in spite of wanting to remain cool and unaffected by her presence. Beef eater martini on the rocks with not 2 or 4, but 3 plump olives, she said, eyeing him with an accompanying smile. Good memory. Yeah, it's really tough considering you never order anything else. How's DOJ treating you? Kate Adams was the only bartender of his acquaintance who was also a Department of Justice lawyer. She handed him his drink. Hunky-dory. How's the service treating you? The paychecks keep coming and I keep breathing. That's all I ask. You really should raise your standards. Kate mopped up the bar as Alex kept shooting discreet glances her way. She was 5'7", with slender curves and shoulder-length blonde hair curling around a long neck. She had high cheekbones with a slim, straight nose between, leading down to a shapely chin. In fact, everything about her was cool and classical, until you got to the eyes. They were large and green, and to Alex evidenced a fiery, passionate soul lurking within. Single, a GS-15, and in her mid-30s, he checked on the government database. Kate looked 5 years younger than that. It was a pity, Alex thought, since he looked every bit his age, though his black hair had not yet started to thin or gray. Why? He didn't know. "You're getting skinny," she remarked, breaking into his thoughts. "Being out of protection, I'm not standing around shoveling in hotel food, and I actually get to work out instead of sitting my butt on a plane for 10 hours at a crack." He'd been coming here for over a month and chit-chatting with the woman. He wanted to do more than that, though, and now tried to think of something that would hold her attention. He suddenly glanced at her hands. "So, how long have you played the piano?" "What?" Kate said in a surprised tone. "Your fingers are calloused," he observed. "A sure sign of a piano player." She looked at her hands. "Or from a computer keyboard?" "No. Computer keys callous the tips only. Piano keys hit the full upper part of the finger. And that's not all. You chew your nails down to the nubs. You have a dent in your left thumbnail, a scar on your right index finger, and your left pinky is a little crooked, probably from a break when you were a kid." Kate stared at her fingers. "What are you, some sort of hand expert?" "All Secret Service agents are. I've spent a good chunk of my adult life looking at hands in all 50 states and a bunch of countries overseas." "Why?" "Because people kill with their hands, Kate." "Oh." He was about to say something else when a group of FBI agents who'd just gotten off the last shift burst in, strode en masse to the bar, and started ordering in loud voices. Alex, pushed away by their sheer number, took his drink and sat alone at a small table in a corner. However, his gaze remained fixed on Kate. The bureau boys were giving the lovely bartender their fawning attention, which irritated the hell out of the Secret Service agent. Alex finally turned his attention to the TV bolted to the wall. It was tuned to CNN, and a number of bar patrons were listening intently to the person speaking on the screen. Alex carried his drink over near the set so he could hear better, and watched a repeat of an earlier press conference held by Carter Gray, the nation's intelligence chief. Gray's physical appearance instantly gave one assurance. Though short in stature, he had the weighty presence of granite, with his burly shoulders, stout neck, and wide face. He wore glasses that gave him a professional air, which wasn't simply a facade. He was the product of some of the finest schools in the country, and everything the schools hadn't taught him, he had learned through almost 4 decades in the field. He did not seem capable of being either intimidated or caught off guard. In rural southwest Virginia, 3 alleged terrorists were found dead by a farmer looking for a lost cow. The Secretary of Intelligence announced with a completely straight face. The mental image this conjured made Alex want to laugh, but Carter Gray's grave demeanor extinguished any desire to chuckle. Forensic evidence suggests these men had been dead for at least a week and perhaps longer. Using the information database at the National Intelligence Center, we have confirmed that one of them was Mohammed al-Zawahiri, who we believe was connected to the Grand Central suicide bombing and is suspected of running an East Coast drug ring as well. Also killed were Adnan al-Remi, believed to be one of al-Zawahiri's foot soldiers, and a third man whose identity is still unknown. Using intelligence developed by NIC, the FBI has arrested 5 other men with connections to al-Zawahiri and confiscated a large quantity of illegal drugs, cash, and weapons. Gray knew how to play the Washington game perfectly, Alex thought. He'd made sure the public knew that NIC was the one who'd done the heavy lifting, but he'd also credited the FBI. Success in D.C. was measured in budget dollars and extra scraps of turf. Any bureaucrat who forgot this did so at his extreme peril. Yet every agency occasionally needed favors from its sister organizations. Gray had clearly covered his bases there. Gray continued. One of the most interesting facets of this incident is that, based on the investigation so far, it seems that al-Zawahiri killed his two companions and then committed suicide, although it may turn out that his death was somehow related to his drug trafficking. Regardless, we believe that this latest development will send another shockwave through terrorist communities at a time when the United States is making clear inroads in the fight against terror. He paused and then said in a crisp voice, "And now I'd like to introduce the President of the United States." This was the standard drill for these press conferences. Gray would report the actual details in straightforward language. Then the charismatic James Brennan would follow and knock the political baseball out of the park with a hyperbole-laced speech that left no doubt as to who could protect the country best. As Brennan began his remarks, Alex turned his attention back to the bar and the lady there. He knew that a woman like Kate Adams probably had 20 guys gunning for her, and most of them were probably better prospects than he was. She also probably realized how he felt. Hell, she'd probably known how he felt about her even before he did. He squared his shoulders and made up his mind. Well, there's no reason I can't be the one guy out of 20 who sticks. However, halfway to the bar he stopped. Another man had come in and walked right up to her. The immediate smile on Kate's face was enough to tell Alex that this person was special. He sat back down and continued to watch as they moved off to the end of the bar where they could talk in private. The fellow was a little shorter than Alex, but younger, powerfully built and handsome. To Alex's practiced eye, the man's clothes were very expensive. He was probably one of those high-priced corporate attorneys or lobbyists who plied their trade on K Street. Every time Kate laughed, it was like a meat cleaver directly in the Secret Service agent's skull. He finished his drink and was about to leave when he heard his name. He turned and saw Kate motioning to him. He reluctantly walked over. "Alex, this is Tom Hemingway. Tom, Alex Ford," she said. When they shook hands, there was such strength in Hemingway's grip that Alex, who was pretty strong, felt a pain shoot up his arm. He stared down at the man's hand, amazed at the thickness of the fingers and the knuckles that looked like wedges of steel. Hemingway had the most powerful set of hands the Secret Service agent had ever seen. "Secret Service," Hemingway said, glancing at Alex's red lapel pin. "You?" Alex asked. "I'm with one of those places where I'd have to kill you if I told you," Hemingway replied with a knowing smile. Alex could barely conceal his contempt. "I've got buddies at the CIA, DIA, NRO, and the NSA. Which one are you?" "I'm not talking anything that obvious, Alex," Hemingway answered with a chuckle. Alex glanced at Kate. "Since when is DOJ mixed up with funny guys like him?" Hemingway said, "Actually, we're working on something together. My agency and DOJ. Kate's the lead counsel. I'm the liaison. I'm sure you couldn't ask for a better partner than Kate." Alex put his empty glass down. "Well, I better get going." "I'm sure I'll see you in here soon," Kate said quickly. Alex didn't answer her. He turned to Hemingway. "Hang in there, Tom. And don't let it slip where you do your Uncle Sam time. I wouldn't want you to get busted for having to kill some poor bastard who asked too many questions." He strode off. With the eyes in the back of his head that all Secret Service agents seemed to possess, Alex felt the man's gaze burning into him. What he didn't sense was Kate's worried look following him out. Chapter 6. The presidential motorcade was returning to the White House after the fundraising event, passing swiftly through empty streets and closed intersections. Thanks to the meticulous work of the Secret Service advance team, U.S. presidents never spent one idle moment in traffic. That perk alone would be sufficient motivation for some frustrated D.C. commuters to vie for the job. On the drive over, Gray had given his boss an end-of-the-day briefing on all pertinent intelligence matters. Now, in the back seat of the beast, Brennan was intently studying some poll results, while Gray stared straight ahead, his mind, as always, juggling a dozen things at once. Finally, Gray glanced at his boss. "With all due respect, sir, going over the polls every 5 minutes won't change the result. As a presidential candidate, Senator Dyson is not in your league. You will win this election by a landslide." Gray added diplomatically, "Thus you have the luxury of focusing on other concerns of critical importance." Brennan chuckled and put the poll results away. "Carter, you're a brilliant man, but clearly no politician. A race isn't in the bag until the last vote has been counted, but I'm certainly aware that my considerable lead in this race is due in part to you. I truly appreciated your support during my very rough beginning." Actually, Brennan had considered dumping Gray on multiple occasions during that rough period, a fact Gray knew well. However, while Gray had never been an ass-kisser, if one were inclined to smooch someone's buttocks on occasion, the derriere of the leader of the free world wasn't a bad place to target. "Are you on to any more al-Zawahiris out there?" "That incident was a very rare thing, Mr. President." Gray still wasn't sure why al-Zawahiri had seemingly turned like that. The NIC chief wanted to assume that his strategy of infiltrating terrorist organizations and employing other tactics to turn them against each other was really starting to pay dividends. However, Gray was far too suspicious a man to rule out alternatives. "Well, it got us some great press." As he had in the past, Gray mastered an urge to say what he really thought about such a comment. The veteran spy had served under several presidents, and they were all much like Brennan. They were not inherently bad people. However, considering their exalted status, Gray found them far more prone to traditional human failings than their fellow citizens. At their core, Gray considered them to be selfish and egotistical creatures, formed and then hardened in the heat of political battle. All presidents could claim it was about doing good, about furthering the right agendas, about leading their political party, but in Gray's experience, it really all came down to the throne of the Oval Office. Power was the greatest high in the world, and the presidency of the United States represented the greatest power there was. Its potency made heroin seem like a placebo. However, if Brennan dropped dead tonight, there was an adequate vice president ready to step into his shoes, and the country would continue to run. In Gray's opinion, if Brennan somehow lost the upcoming election, his opponent would simply move into the White House and America wouldn't miss a beat. Presidents weren't indispensable, the NIC chief knew. They only thought they were. "Rest assured, Mr. President, you would know of any more al-Zawahiris the moment I did." Brennan was far too wily a politician to accept that statement at face value. It was a Washington tradition that intelligence chiefs kept things from their president. Yet Brennan had every incentive to allow the very popular Gray free rein to do his job. And Carter Gray was a spy, and spies always held things back. It was apparently in their genes never to be entirely forthcoming. It was as though, if they did reveal all, they'd disappear. "Get some sleep, Carter. I'll see you tomorrow," the president said as they left the beast. Brennan's entourage poured out of the other cars in the motorcade. The president's top advisors and handlers hated the fact that Brennan had chosen to ride alone with Gray, both to and from the fundraiser. It had been a bone thrown Gray's way for the al-Zawahiri coup, but it benefited the president as well. At the fundraiser, Gray scared the fat checkbooks out of the well-heeled attendees with his stirring talk on terrorism. The tuxedoed crowd coughed up $1 million for Brennan's political party. That was certainly worth a private ride in the Beast. Gray was whisked away from the White House moments later. Contrary to the president's advice, Carter Gray had no intention of going to bed, and 45 minutes later, he was striding onto the grounds of the National Intelligence Center headquarters in Loudoun County, Virginia. The facility was as well protected as NSA in Maryland. 2 full Army companies, 400 soldiers strong, were devoted to the exterior security. However, none had the necessary security clearances to step foot inside any of the structures, except in the event of a catastrophe. The main building looked like it was all glass, with commanding views of the Virginia countryside. There actually wasn't a window in the place. Behind the glass panes, the bunker-thick concrete walls, lined with specialized material, prevented human or electronic eyes from peering in. Here, more than 3,000 men and women, armed with the most sophisticated technology, labored 24/7 to keep America safe, while the other intelligence agencies fed NIC with more data every second of every day. After the intelligence failures surrounding 9/11 and the CIA's WMD disaster, many U.S. leaders were left wondering if American intelligence was an oxymoron. Subsequent governmental attempts at reform had met with little success, and had actually created more confusion at a time when clarity and focus in the intelligence sector were national goals. A national counterterrorism center, with its own director reporting to the president, and a brand new intelligence directorate at the FBI, were added to the plethora of existing counterintelligence ranks that still largely refused to share information with each other. At least in Gray's mind, saner heads had prevailed and shredded all these unnecessary layers in favor of a single national intelligence director, with his own agency personnel, operations center, and of critical importance, budget and operational control over all other intelligence agencies. It was an old adage in the spy business that analysts got you in political hot water, but covert op people landed you in prison. If Gray ever went down, he wanted to be responsible for his own professional demise. Gray entered the main building, went through the biometric identification process, and stepped into an elevator that whisked him to the top floor. The room was small and well lighted. He entered, took a seat, and put on a headset. There were 4 other people in the room. On one wall was a video screen, and on the table in front of Gray was a dossier labeled with the name Salem al-Omari. He knew the file contents by heart. "It's late, so let's get to it," Gray said. The lights dimmed, the screen came to life, and they saw a man sitting in a chair in the middle of a room. He was dressed in blue scrubs with neither hands nor feet bound. His features were Middle Eastern, his eyes haunted but also defiant. They were all defiant, Gray had found. When he looked at someone like al-Omari, Gray couldn't help but think of a Dostoevsky creation, the displaced outsider, brooding, plotting, and methodically stroking a weapon of anarchy. It was the face of a fanatic, of one possessed by a deranged evil. It was the same type of person who'd taken away forever the 2 people Gray had loved most in the world. Though al-Omari was thousands of miles away, in a facility only a very few people even knew existed, the picture and sound were crystal clear, thanks to the satellite downlink. Through his headset, he asked al-Omari a question in English. The man promptly answered in Arabic, and then smiled triumphantly. In flawless Arabic, Gray said, "Mr. al-Omari, I am fluent in Arabic and can actually speak it better than you. I know that you lived in England for years and that you speak English better than you do Arabic. I strongly suggest that we communicate in that language, so there is absolutely no misunderstanding between us." Al-Umari's smile faded, and he sat straighter in his chair. Gray explained his proposal. Al-Umari was to become a spy for the United States, infiltrating one of the deadliest terrorist organizations operating in the Middle East. The man promptly refused. Gray persisted, and Al-Umari refused yet again, adding that, "I have no idea what you're talking about." There are currently 93 terrorist organizations in the world as recognized by the U.S. State Department, most of them originating in the Middle East. Gray responded, "You have confirmed membership in at least 3 of them. In addition, you were found with forged passports, structural plans to the Woodrow Wilson Bridge, and bomb-making material. Now you're going to work for us, or it will become distinctly unpleasant." Al-Umari smiled and leaned toward the camera. "I was interrogated years ago in Jordan by your CIA and your military and your FBI, your so-called tiger teams. They sent females in wearing only their underwear. They wiped their menstrual blood on me, or at least what they called their menstrual blood, so I was unclean and could not perform my prayers. They rubbed their bodies against me, offered me sex if I talk. I say no to them, and I am beaten afterward." He sat back. "I have been threatened with rape, and they say I will get AIDS from it and die. I do not care. True followers of Muhammad do not fear death as you Christians do. It is your greatest weakness and will lead to your total destruction. Islam will triumph. It is written in the Quran. Islam will rule the world." "No, that is not written in the Quran," Gray rejoined. "Not in any of the 114 surahs. And neither is world domination mentioned in the sayings of Muhammad." "You've read the Hadith?" Al-Umari said incredulously, referring to the collections of sayings in the life of the Prophet Muhammad and the first Muslims. "And I've read the Quran in Arabic. Western scholars have never done a good job of translating that language, unfortunately. Thus, Mr. Al-Umari, you should know that Islam is actually a peaceful, tolerant religion, though it is a religion that defends itself vigorously. That's understandable, since some civilized cultures have been trying to convert Muslims to their faith ever since the Crusades, first with the sword and then the gun. But the Hadith says that even in jihad, innocent women and children must be spared." "As if any of you are innocent," Al-Umari shot back. "All of Islam must fight back against those who would oppress us." Islam represents 1/5 of the face of humanity, and the overwhelming numbers of your brethren believe in the freedoms of speech and press and also equal protection under law. And more than half of the world's Muslims live under democratically constituted governments. I know that you were trained at a madrasa in Afghanistan, so that your knowledge of the Quran is limited to rote memory. Thus I'll forgive your seeming ignorance on these issues." Gray didn't add that at the madrasa Al-Umari's training would have also included automatic weapons and how to fight holy wars, earning such a training center the dubious title of Islamic West Point. Gray continued, "You aspired to be a shaheed, but you had neither the nerve nor the zealotry to be a suicide bomber, nor did you have the backbone or instincts to be a mujahid. You shall see whether I have the courage to die for Islam. Killing you does me no good. I want you to work for me." "Go to hell!" "We can do this easy or hard," Gray said, checking his watch. He had been up for 30 hours now, and there are many ways to attain jhana. Alomari leaned forward. "I will get to heaven my way," he said, sneering. "You have a wife and children living back in England," Gray noted. Alomari folded his arms across his chest and assumed a stony look. "Bastards like you will serve us well in the next life." "A son and a daughter," Gray continued, as though he hadn't heard the man's retort. "I realize that the women's fate may not overly concern you, however, the boy—" "My son will gladly die," Gray interrupted in a very firm voice. "I will not kill your son. I have other plans for him." "He just turned 18 months old?" A trace of concern crossed Alomari's face. "How did you know that?" "You will raise him in the Muslim faith?" Alomari did not answer. He simply stared at the camera. Gray continued. "Well, if you do not agree to work with us, I will take your son from his mother, and he will be adopted by a loving couple who will raise him as their own." Gray paused for the emphasis he would place on his next words. "He will be raised in the Christian faith in America by Americans. Or not. It's all up to you." So stunned was Alomari that he rose from the chair and staggered toward the camera until hands appeared and forced him back into his chair. The next words out of his mouth were in Arabic, but were nonetheless clear enough. Moments later, his rage uncontrollable, Alomari had to be physically restrained as the threats continued to flow. Finally, his mouth was taped shut. Gray pushed the man's file away. "Over the last few years, 7,816 Americans have died at the hands of people like you. All of these deaths have taken place on American soil. Counting attacks overseas, the death toll is nearly 10,000. Some of these victims were children who were denied the opportunity to grow up to practice any religious faith at all. I will give you 24 hours to make your decision. I ask you to consider it carefully. If you work with us, you and your family will live out your lives in comfort. However, if you choose not to work with us—" Gray nodded to the man next to him, and the screen went blank. Gray looked at 6 more files in front of him. 4 represented other Middle Easterners, much like Alomari. The 5th was a neo-Nazi based in Arkansas, and the 6th, Kim Fong, was a member of a Southeast Asian group with ties to known Middle East terrorist organizations. These men were ghost detainees in the unofficial nomenclature. No one other than Gray and a few select people at NIC knew they were even in custody. Like the CIA, NIC maintained clandestine paramilitary squads in hotspots all over the world. One of their tasks was to capture alleged enemies of America and afford them no due process whatsoever. Gray would put similar proposals to all the ghost detainees, although the inducements would vary depending on the intelligence Gray had gathered on each man's background. Money worked with more of them than one would think. Rich people rarely blew themselves and others to bits for religious or any other reasons. However, they often manipulated other people to do it for them. Gray would be lucky if half accepted his offer, but he would gladly take those odds. An hour later, Gray left NIC. Only the skinhead had agreed outright to help, doubtless spurred on by Gray's threat to turn him over to a radically violent anti-Nazi group headquartered in South America if he didn't cooperate. Other than that, the night had been a disappointment. As Gray walked to his car, he reflected on the situation confronting him. The violence was mounting on each side, and the harder one side hit, the harder the other tried to hit back. Using just a fraction of its nuclear arsenal, the United States could wipe out the entire Middle East, vaporizing everyone in the blink of an eye, along with every holy site for two of the world's major religions. Barring that unthinkable scenario, Gray did not see any clear resolution. This was not a war of professional armored battalions versus turbaned rabble in the streets toting rifles and RPGs. And it was not simply a difference of religions. It was a battle against a mindset of how people should conduct their lives. A battle that had political, social, and cultural facets melded together into an exceedingly complex mosaic of humanity under enormous strain. At times, Gray humbly wondered whether the conflict should be fought with psychiatrists and counselors instead of soldiers and spies. Yet all he could do was get up each day and do his job. Gray sat back against the worn leather of the Suburban he was riding in, while the armed guards all around him kept a close lookout. Gray closed his eyes for 15 minutes until he felt the vehicle slow. Then came the familiar rattle as the motorcade rolled across the gravel drive leading up to Gray's modest home. It was as well guarded as the VP's digs at the Naval Observatory. President Brennan was not about to let anything happen to his intelligence chief. Gray lived alone, but not by choice. He went inside, allowed himself a beer to unwind, and then headed upstairs to sleep for a few hours. As was his habit before retiring, he picked up the two pictures on the fireplace mantel across from his bed. The first was his wife, Barbara, a woman who'd shared most of his adult life. The second photo was of his only child, his daughter Margaret, or Maggie as everyone had called her. He had never grown comfortable referring to his family in the past tense. Yet how else did one refer to the dead and buried? He kissed both of the pictures and set them back down. After he had climbed into bed, the horrible weight of depression lasted 30 minutes, less than usual, and then Carter Gray fell into an exhausted sleep. In 5 hours he would rise and again engage in the only battle he now considered worth fighting. Chapter 7. Alex Ford's walk that night took him east, and he soon found himself in familiar territory, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Now gracing the area between the White House and Lafayette Park were elm trees and retractable bollards, interspersed with guard booths, camouflaged so they didn't stand out like prison gun towers. However, the key here was and always would be security, regardless of how many new trees and pretty flowers they planted. "Hey, Alex," a man in a suit said as he walked out of the front security gate. "You going on or off duty, Bobby?" Bobby smiled. "You see an ear fob sticking out of my ass? I'm going home to the little woman and kids, unless they moved out and forgot to tell me, which isn't exactly beyond the realm of possibility, since I'm never there. What brings you back here?" Alex shrugged. "You know, once you get POTUS duty inside you, you can't get it out." "Right. I'm counting the days till I see my family more than once a year." "You on the campaign travel team?" Bobby nodded. "We leave day after tomorrow to shake some more hands and make some more speeches from Iowa to Mississippi. Because of all the campaign stuff, we were short-handed and had to pull in some WFOs on 21-day rotations to post POTUS and the VP's families." "I know. The halls at work are pretty empty. Brannon did a fundraiser tonight. Kiss up for dollars. Lucky me, I got to stay here." "Yeah, lucky you." Bobby laughed. "I don't know if you heard, but the man's hometown in Pennsylvania changed its name to Brennan. He's going up there during the campaign to attend the dedication. Talk about your ego trips." Bobby drew closer and said in a low voice, "He's not a bad guy. Hell, I voted for him. But he's a slick one. Some of the stuff he's done on the side, he's not the first." If John Q. Public knew what we did, huh? As he headed off, Alex glanced over at Lafayette Park, where the remaining White House protesters were located, or at least that's how Alex and other Secret Service agents politely referred to them. The signs and tents and odd-looking folks had always held a fascination for him. There used to be far more of them, with elaborate signs erected everywhere. Yet even before 9/11, a crackdown had been enforced, and when the area in front of the White House was redone, this created a good excuse to shove these people away. Yet even the powerless in America had rights, and a few of them hooked up with the ACLU and sued in court for the right to return, and the Supreme Court eventually sided with them. However, only 2 of the protesters had elected to come back. During his stint at the White House, Alex got to know some of the protesters. Most were certifiably crazy, and therefore closely watched by the Secret Service. There was one fellow he remembered who dressed only in neckties, strategically placing them over his body. Yet not all of the protesters were asylum candidates, including the man he'd come to visit. Alex stopped by one tent and called out, "Oliver? It's Alex Ford. You there?" "He no here," a female voice said contemptuously. Alex glanced over at the woman as she walked up with a paper cup of coffee in hand. "How's it going, Adelphia?" "Doctors are immorally killing babies all over this country. That's how it goes." The woman was nothing if not passionate, Alex thought. Adelphia might have carried her passion somewhat to an extreme, but Alex still respected her for at least having one. "Yeah, that's what I hear." He paused respectfully. Where's Oliver?" "I tell you he no here. He have somewhere to go." "Where?" Alex knew where both Stone and Adelphia lived, but didn't want to let on to the woman that he had this information. Adelphia, he'd come to learn, was paranoid enough. "Not am I his keeper." She turned away. Alex smiled. When he'd been on presidential protection detail, he'd always suspected that the lady had a thing for Mr. Stone. Most of the agents who knew Oliver Stone had written him off as a harmless crackpot who adopted the name of a famous film director for some ridiculous reason. Alex had taken the time to get to know the man, however, finding Stone erudite and thoughtful, and more in touch with the political and economic complexities of the world than some wonks who worked across the street. In particular, the man knew by heart every detail of seemingly every conspiracy ever reported on. Some of the agents called him King Khan for this attribute, and Stone played one hell of a game of chess. Alex called out to Adelphia, "If you see Oliver, tell him Agent Ford was looking for him. You remember me, right?" Adelphia made no sign that she'd heard him, but then again, that was just Adelphia. He headed back on foot to where his car was parked. Along the way, Alex passed something that made him stop. On the far corner, 2 men, one black and one white, were working on a freestanding ATM housed in a sliver between 2 buildings. They were dressed in overalls that had service staff printed across the back. Their van was parked at the curb. It had a company name and phone number printed on the side. Alex slipped into the shadows, pulled out his cell phone, and called the number shown on the van. An official-sounding recording answered, giving the business hours for the company and so on. Alex did a quick look-see in the van, then pulled out his Secret Service badge and walked over to the men. "Hey, fellows, you servicing the machine?" The short man eyed the badge and nodded. "Yeah, lucky us." Alex looked at the ATM, and his very experienced eyes saw what he thought he would see. "Hope you guys are union." "Proud members of Local 453, the smaller man said with a laugh. "At least we're getting double time to do this crap." "Okay, here we go again." Alex drew his pistol and pointed it at them. popped the machine open. The black guy said irately, "You Secret Service? What business you got checking out an ATM?" "Not that I need to give you a reason, but the Secret Service was originally formed to protect the official currency of the United States." Alex pointed the gun directly at the black man's head. "Open it." Stuffed inside the ATM were no fewer than 100 cards. Alex gave the pair their Miranda speech while he put plastic cuffs on them. Then he called the arrest in. As they were waiting, the black guy looked over at him. "We've been doing this a long time and had no trouble. How the hell you figure it?" "There's a skimmer reader attached to the card slot. It captures the pin so you can clone the card. And on top of that, banks are cheap. So there's no way one's going to pay some union guys double overtime to schlep down here in the middle of the night to service this thing." After the police took the men away, Alex walked down the street to his car. Even after the successful, if unexpected, bust, all he could think about was one Kate Adams, who fought for justice by day and poured out highballs by night, and seemed very close to the big-knuckled Tom Hemingway of the undisclosed super-secret agency. Alex could only hope tomorrow would start on a better note. Chapter 8. Stone, Milton, Reuben, and Caleb walked along the main trail on Theodore Roosevelt Island, a 90-acre memorial to the former president and Rough Rider that sat in the middle of the Potomac River. They soon reached a clearing where an immense statue of Teddy Roosevelt stood with his right arm raised to the heavens, as though he were about to retake the oath of office nearly 90 years after his death. The area was elaborately laid out with brick pavers, 2 curved stone bridges over man-made canals of water, and a pair of huge fountains that flanked the statue. Oliver Stone sat cross-legged in front of the statue, and the others joined him there. Stone was an enthusiastic fan of TR, which was the reason they were here, albeit as trespassers, since the island officially closed at dark. He announced in a solemn voice, "The regular meeting of the Camel Club is officially called to order. In the absence of a formal agenda, I move that we discuss observations since the last meeting and then open the floor for new business. Do I have a second?" "I second the motion," Reuben said automatically. "All in favor say aye," Stone added. The ayes carried the motion, and Stone opened the notebook he pulled from his knapsack. Reuben slipped some crumpled pieces of paper from his pocket, and Milton slid his laptop computer out, then took a small bottle of antibacterial lotion out of his pocket and thoroughly washed his hands. Stone used a small pen light to see his notes, while Reuben read by the flickering flame of a cigarette lighter. "Brennan went out late tonight," Stone reported. "Carter Gray was with him." "Those two are joined at the hip," Reuben noted hotly. "Like J. Edgar Hoover and Clyde Tolson," Caleb added jokingly as he took off his bowler hat. "I was thinking more of Lenin and Trotsky," Reuben growled. "So you don't trust Gray?" Stone asked. "How can you trust any prick who actually likes being called a czar?" Reuben replied. "And as far as Brennan goes, all I can say is he should thank his lucky stars for terrorists, because but for them, his ass would be headed for the unemployment line." "Reading the newspapers again, are we?" Stone said in an amused tone. "I use the papers to get my laughs just like everybody else." Stone looked thoughtful. "James Brennan is a gifted politician, and his intellect is first-rate. But more than that, he has the power to make people trust him. Yet inside, a darker beast lurks. He has an agenda that is not available to the public." Reuben eyed him closely. "It seems to me that you're describing Carter Gray more than you are the president." Milton broke in excitedly. I've compiled facts on several conspiracies of global proportion that have not been reported by any news media. And I, Rubin said as he eyed his notes, have personally noted 3 occasions when the present Speaker of the House has been unfaithful to his quite fetching wife. Personally noted? Caleb asked skeptically as he stared at his friend. Rubin barked, 2 of my close acquaintances in the know keep me abreast of things. Clearly, despite the trouble some of his amorous predecessors have gotten into, it still seems our esteemed congressman continues to cavalierly insert his dinky in places it should not be. He waved his notes. It's all here. What close acquaintances? Caleb persisted. High-placed sources that desire to remain anonymous, if you must damn well know. Rubin snapped as he stuffed these allegedly libidinous revelations back in his pocket. Milton interrupted impatiently. Yes, but let me tell you about my theories. He spent the next 20 minutes enthusiastically discussing theoretical ties between North Korea and Great Britain for purposes of worldwide terrorism, and a possible attack on the euro and yen by a cabal in Yemen sponsored by a top member of the Saudi royal family. I consider these facts material to the worldwide apocalypse that is most certainly on the horizon, Milton concluded. The other members of the Camel Club sat there looking a bit overwhelmed. It was a normal reaction after Milton had delivered one of his convoluted diatribes. Finally, Rubin said, Yes, but that North Korea-Great Britain thing is a bit of a stretch, don't you think, Milton? I mean, the bloody Koreans are absolutely humorless, and whatever else you say about the Brits, they are a very witty people. Stone looked at Caleb. Anything interesting on your end? Caleb thought for a moment. Well, we had a real scare when we couldn't find our Dutch Bible. They all looked at him expectantly. Caleb exclaimed, Our Dutch Bible! It has hand-colored illustrations by Romein de Hoog. He's generally thought to be the most important Dutch illustrator of the late 17th and early 18th centuries. But it turned out all right. It was there the whole time, simply a clerical error. Thank God, Rubin said sarcastically. We wouldn't want a de Hoos on the loose. Disappointed, Stone turned back to Rubin. Other than your lascivious congressman, do you have anything of real interest? Rubin shrugged. I've been out of the loop too long, Oliver. People forget you. Then why don't we move on to something a little more concrete? The other men eyed him curiously. Stone drew a long breath. So many birthdays had passed by uncelebrated that he had to actually think about how old he was. 61, he said to himself. I am 61 years old. He'd founded the Camel Club long ago with the purpose of scrutinizing those in power and raising the public cry when they believed things to be awry, which they very often were. He had kept vigil outside 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, watching and noting his observations and fighting for things that other people apparently didn't believe were important anymore, like truth and accountability. He was beginning to wonder if it was worth it. Yet he said aloud, Have you noticed what is going on in this country? He stared at his friends, who didn't answer. They may have us believing that we're better protected. Yet being safer doesn't necessarily mean that we're more free. You sometimes have to sacrifice freedom for security, Oliver, Caleb said, as he fiddled with his heavy watch. I don't necessarily like it, but what's the alternative? The alternative is not living in fear, Stone answered, especially in a state of fear from exaggerated circumstances. Men like Carter Gray are quite good at that. Well, Gray's first year on the job, you would have thought the man would have been run out on a rail, but he somehow managed to turn it around, Reuben admitted grudgingly. Which proves my point, Stone retorted, because I don't think anyone is that good or that lucky. He paused, obviously choosing his words with care. My opinion is that Carter Gray is bad for this country's future. I opened the meeting to discuss relevant possibilities. His three companions simply stared dully at him. Finally, Caleb found his voice. What exactly do you mean, Oliver? I mean, what can the Camel Club do to make sure that Carter Gray is relieved of his post as intelligence secretary? You want us to take down Carter Gray? Caleb exclaimed. Yes. Oh, good, Reuben added in mock relief, because I thought it might be something difficult you were wanting. There is ample historical precedent for the powerless overcoming the powerful, Stone noted. Yeah, but in real life, Goliath kicks the shit out of David 9 times out of 10. Reuben replied grimly. Stone said, Then what exactly is the purpose of continuing the club? We meet once a week and compare notes, observations, and theories. To what end? Caleb answered, Well, we've done some good, although we never got any credit for it. Our work helped reveal the truth behind the scandal at the Pentagon. That came from a scrap of conversation the White House chef's assistant overheard and told you about. And don't forget about the mole at NSA who was altering transcription files, Oliver. And then there was the DIA subterfuge that Reuben stumbled onto. Those events were a long time ago, Stone replied. So again I ask, what is the purpose of the club now? Reuben said, Well, maybe it's like lots of other clubs, except without a building, refreshments, or the pleasure of female companionship. But what can you expect when you don't pay any dues? He added, grinning. Before Stone could answer, all 4 of them had turned their heads in the direction of the sounds filtering through the woods. Stone instantly put a finger to his lips and listened. There it was again. A boat's engine, and it sounded as though it was right at the edge of the island. They all took their bags and made their way quietly into the surrounding brush. Chapter 9. Oliver Stone eased a branch out of the way and peered through this small gap toward the paved area in front of the Roosevelt Monument. His companions were also riveted on what was happening nearby. 2 men appeared on one of the gravel paths, carrying something on a plastic tarp. One man was tall, lean, and blond, the other short, thick, and dark-haired. When they laid the tarp on the ground, Stone could see that they were carrying a man bound with straps. They slid the plastic from under him and then swept the area with their flashlights, going grid by grid. Fortunately, as soon as Stone saw the flashlights come out of their pockets, he motioned for his friends to hunker down behind the cover of bushes with their faces hidden from the beams. Satisfied that they were alone, the men turned back to their captive. One of them removed the cover from his mouth and placed it in his pocket. The man made a few sounds, none of them coherent. He appeared drunk. The short man put on a pair of rubber gloves and pulled a revolver from his coat, while the other man undid their captive's bindings. The short man took a nearly empty bottle from the duffel bag and pressed the semi-conscious man's hands around it, and then splashed a bit of the remaining liquid on his clothes and around his mouth. Reuben was about to charge out of the bushes, but Stone put a hand on his arm. The other man was also armed. A pistol was clearly visible in his belt holster. The Camel Club stood no chance. To reveal themselves now would mean a death sentence. Meanwhile, the man holding the gun knelt down next to the captive. He took the man's right hand and placed it around the gun. Perhaps because of the touch of the cold metal, the captive opened his eyes. As he stared up at the other man, he suddenly cried out, "I'm sorry. Please don't. I'm sorry." The short man slid the pistol into the man's mouth, pushing it against the roof of the mouth. The captive choked for an instant, and then the short man forced the trigger down. At the sound of the shot, all 4 members of the Camel Club closed their eyes. When they reopened them, the 4 men continued to stare transfixed as the gun and bottle were placed near the body. A plastic baggie was taken out of the knapsack carried by the other man, and this was laid next to the murder weapon. Finally, a piece of folded paper was placed in the pocket of the dead man's windbreaker. Finished, the 2 men looked around the area even as the Camel Club members shrank farther back in the bushes. A minute later, the killers trudged off. As soon as the sounds of their footfalls disappeared, the Camel Club let out a collective sigh of relief. Holding his finger to his lips, Stone quietly led the way out of their hiding place and into the clearing. Reuben squatted down next to the body. He shook his head and said in a very low voice, "At least he was killed instantly, as if that somehow makes up for being murdered." He looked at the nearly empty bottle. "Doers. Looks like they got the poor bastard drunk so he couldn't fight back." "Is there any ID on the body?" Stone asked. "This is a crime scene," Caleb said shakily. "We shouldn't touch anything." "He's right," Reuben agreed. He glanced over at Milton, who was making frantic motions with his hands as he sped silently through his OCD ritual. Reuben sighed. "We should get the hell out of here, Oliver, is what we should do." Stone knelt down beside him and spoke quietly but urgently. "This was an execution made to look like suicide, Reuben. Those were professional killers, and I'd like to know who the target was and what he knew that led to his death." As he was speaking, he wrapped a handkerchief pulled from his pocket around his hand, searched the dead man's pockets, and slid out a wallet. He nimbly flipped it open, and they all gazed at the driver's license in the see-through plastic. Reuben pulled out his lighter and flicked it on so Stone could read the information on the license. Patrick Johnson. Stone read. He lived in Bethesda. Stone put the wallet back, searched the other pocket, and pulled out the piece of paper the killer had placed there. By the flickering flame of the lighter, he read the contents of the letter in a soft voice. "I'm sorry. It's all too much. I can't live with this anymore. This is the only way. I'm sorry, so sorry." And it's signed Patrick Johnson. Caleb slowly took his bowler hat off in respect for the dead and mouthed a prayer. Stone continued. "The writing is very legible. I suppose the police will assume it was written before he supposedly drank himself into a suicidal stupor." Reuben said, "He said he was sorry right before they killed him." Stone shook his head. "I think he was speaking about something else he was sorry for. The note's words are just a subterfuge, a typical suicide's last plea." Stone put the note back. As he was doing so, his hand nudged against something else in the dead man's pocket. He pulled out a small red lapel pin and squinted at it in the darkness. "What's that?" Reuben asked, holding his lighter closer. Caleb said in a hushed whisper, "What if they come back?" Stone put the pin back and felt Johnson's clothes. "They're soaked through." Reuben pointed to the plastic baggie. "What do you make of that?" Stone thought for a moment. "I think I understand its purpose and the soaked clothes as well. But Caleb's right. We should leave." They set off and then realized that Milton wasn't with them. They turned back and found him crouched over the dead man, counting, with his hand reaching over the body. Milton, we really need to leave," Caleb said urgently. However, Milton was apparently so traumatized that he couldn't stop counting. "Oh, for Christ's sakes," Reuben moaned. "Why don't we all just bloody well count together until they come back and give us some bullets to suck on?" Stone put a steadying hand on Reuben's arm and stepped forward next to Milton. He looked down at Patrick Johnson's face. He was young, though death had already begun to hollow him. Stone knelt and placed his hand gently on Milton's shoulder and said quietly, "We can do nothing for him now, Milton. And the comfort you take in your counting, the safety and security that you're striving for, can be defeated if those two men come back." He added bluntly, "They have guns, Milton. We don't." Milton halted his ritual, stifled a sob, and said in a quivering voice, "I don't like violence, Oliver." Milton clutched his knapsack closer to his chest and then pointed at the corpse. "I don't like that." "I know, Milton. None of us do." Stone and Milton rose together. With a sigh of relief, Reuben followed them to the path leading to their boat. Warren Peters, who'd fired the shot that killed Patrick Johnson, was walking along the trail back to their dinghy when he stopped short. "Shit," he whispered. "What?" Tyler Rinke asked as he nervously looked around. "Police boat?" "No. Almost a big mistake." Peters scooped up some dirt and pebbles in his hand. "When we dunked him, it cleaned his shoe soles off. If he walked here through the woods, his soles wouldn't be clean. The FBI won't miss that." The two men hurried back along the path and over to the body. Peters squatted down next to the murdered man's shoe and pressed dirt and pebbles into the soles. "Good catch," Rinke said. "I don't want to even think about what would have happened if I'd blown that." He finished his task and started to rise, but his gaze caught on something. "Son of a bitch!" Peters exclaimed between clenched teeth. He pointed to the note he had pressed into the victim's pocket. A corner of it was sticking out. "I shoved that all the way in because I didn't want it to look too obvious. So why is it visible now?" He pushed the note back in the pocket and looked at his partner searchingly. "Could an animal have taken a go at the body? After a few minutes? And why would an animal go after paper instead of flesh?" He rose, pulled a flashlight from his pocket, and checked the stone floor. Rinke said, "You must have made a mistake with the paper. You probably didn't push it in as far as you thought." Peters continued to search the area and then stiffened. "What now?" his companion asked impatiently. "Listen. Do you hear that?" Rinke remained still and silent, and then his mouth gaped. "Somebody running. That way." He pointed to the right, down one of the trails in the opposite direction they had come. The two men pulled their weapons and sprinted toward the sound. Chapter 10. Stone and the others had just jumped into their boat and pushed off. The fog was now dense enough to make navigation tricky. They were perhaps 10 feet from the island in the little channel when the two men burst out of the trees and saw them. "Pull as hard as you can and keep your face turned down," Stone said to Reuben, who needed no such prompting. His broad shoulders and thick arms moved with a Herculean effort, and the little boat sprang away from the shore. Stone turned to the others in the boat and whispered, "Don't let them see your faces. Caleb, take off your hat." They all immediately bent low, and Caleb swept off his bowler and jammed it between his quivering knees. Milton had started counting the minute he climbed onto the boat. The two men on shore took aim at their quarry, but the fog made their targets very elusive. They both fired, but their shots splattered harmlessly into the water a good foot from the boat. "Pull, Reuben, pull!" a terrified Caleb gasped as he ducked even farther down. "What the hell do you think I'm doing?" Reuben snapped, sweat trickling down his face. The pursuers took careful aim and fired twice more. One slug found its mark, and splintered wood flew up and hit Stone in the right hand. The blood trickled down his fingers and onto the boat's gunwale. He quickly staunched the flow with the same handkerchief he'd used to search the body of Patrick Johnson. "Oliver!" A frantic Milton called out. "I'm all right," Stone answered. "Just stay down." The two gunmen, realizing the futility of their attack, raced away. "They're going to get their boat," Stone warned. "Well, then we have a bit of a problem because their boat has a motor," Reuben retorted. "I'm going as fast as I can, but there's not much gas left in my tank." Stone pulled on Caleb's sleeve. "Caleb, you take one oar and I'll take the other." Reuben moved out of the way, and the two men rowed with all their strength. Ordinarily, after leaving the inlet, they would have gone north on the river and returned to their original launching site. Now they simply wanted to get to the mainland as fast as possible, which meant a straight path east. They passed the western tip of the island and made their turn toward Georgetown. "Oh, shit!" Reuben was staring back toward the island as he heard the boat engine coming. "Row like your lives depend on it," he bellowed to Stone and Caleb. "Because they sure as hell do." Seeing that Caleb and Stone were growing tired, Reuben pushed them out of the way and took up the oars again, pulling with all his considerable strength. "I think they're gaining," Caleb said breathlessly. A shot hit right next to him, and Caleb joined a cowering Milton in the bottom of the boat. Stone ducked down as another shot passed by, and then he heard Reuben cry out. "Reuben!" He turned to look at his friend. "It's all right. Just a glance, but I'd forgotten how much they burn," Reuben added grimly. "They've got us, Oliver. It'll be 5 corpses for those bastards tonight." Stone looked toward the wispy lights of sleeping Georgetown. Even though the river was fairly narrow here, with the fog, they were still too far away for anyone on shore to see what was going on. He glanced back at the oncoming boat. He could now make out the silhouettes of the two men on board. His mind raced back to the businesslike manner in which the unfortunate Patrick Johnson had been dispatched. Stone envisioned the gun being placed inside his own mouth, the trigger pulled. Suddenly, the motorboat veered away from them. "What the?" Reuben said. "It must be the police boat. Listen," Stone whispered, pointing south of their position and cupping his ear. In a relieved voice, Caleb cried out, "The police! Quick! Get their attention!" "No," Stone said firmly. "I want everyone to remain as silent as possible. Reuben, stop rowing." Reuben looked curiously at his friend, but stopped pulling at the oars and just sat there. "We'll be damn lucky if they don't run right into us," he complained in a low voice. All of them could now clearly hear the whine of the big engine. Through the fog, they saw the green starboard side running lights of the patrol boat passing by less than 30 feet away. The policemen on board wouldn't have been able to hear the engine of the other boat over their own, nor could they have seen the rowboat, which had no lights. The members of the Camel Club held their collective breath and watched as the patrol boat slowly glided along. When it was finally out of sight, Stone said, "Okay, Reuben, get us to shore." Caleb sat up. "Why didn't you want us to alert the police?" Stone waited until the sharp outline of land came into view before answering. "We're out on a boat we're not supposed to have, going to a place we're not supposed to be. A man has been killed and his body left on Roosevelt Island. If we tell the police we witnessed a murder, we're admitting that we were there. We can tell them we saw 2 men who then tried to kill us, but we have no proof of that." Now Milton sat up. "But you and Reuben were hurt." "My hand is only scratched, and Reuben's was just a glance, so there's no conclusive proof a bullet was involved. Thus the police are left with the fact that there's a dead body that was transported by boat to the island we were on. We have a boat that could have performed that task quite easily. And there isn't another such vessel around, since that motorboat will be long gone by the time we explain things. We are persons whom the police might not put much credibility in. So what do you think would be the most logical result of our telling them our story?" Stone looked at each of them expectantly. "They'd arrest us and throw away the key," Reuben muttered as he ripped off a piece of his shirt and tied it around the minor wound on his arm. "What I'd like to know is how those two bastards suddenly realized we were on the island." "They must have heard us," Stone said. "Or else they came back for some other reason and noticed something amiss. Maybe I didn't put the note or the pin back properly." "You didn't say what the pin was," Caleb noted. "It was the lapel pin customarily worn by Secret Service agents." "You think he was an agent?" Reuben asked as they drifted to shore. "Presumably he has some connection." When they reached land, they swiftly pulled the boat ashore and hid it in an old drainage ditch near the seawall. "So now what?" Reuben asked, as they trudged along through the quiet streets of Georgetown. Stone ticked the points off on his fingers. "We find out who the murdered man was. We find out why someone would want to kill him. And we find out who killed him." Reuben looked incredulous. "And I thought your idea of bringing down Carter Gray was a toughie. Jesus, man, do you understand what you're saying?" "Yes, I do," Stone replied impassively. "But why do we have to do anything?" Caleb asked. Stone stared at him. "Men who kill like that tend to clean up all loose ends, which means they'll do everything they can to track us down and kill us too. We can't go to the police for the reasons I've already outlined, so my very strong suggestion is—" Reuben broke in. "That we get them before they get us." Stone walked on, the rest of the Camel Club hurrying along in his wake. Chapter 11. As the van passed around a bend in the road, the elaborate sign set in foot-high reflective letters came into view. "Welcome to Brennan, Pennsylvania, birthplace of President James H. Brennan." A rendering of Brennan had been carved into the wood beside these words. It was a good likeness. The man in the van's passenger seat looked at his two companions and smiled. Then he raised an imaginary gun, pointed it at Brennan's head, and fired, placing 3 shots right into the brain of the most powerful man on Earth. The van entered the downtown area. With a population of 50,000 and fast becoming a major bedroom community of Pittsburgh, Brennan had high hopes for a major renaissance, and the new jobs, emerging business and construction going on around town were a testament to this dream becoming a reality. Much of this hope was based upon it being the hometown of the very popular incumbent president. Even the unused water tower, situated in the middle of downtown, had not escaped this push for greatness. At first, the town fathers had wanted to put Brennan's picture and the seal of the President of the United States on the tower. When told that this would neither be legal nor in good taste, they instead painted it in the stars and stripes, thereby connecting the man and the town. The 3 men in the van were also very interested in the nation's chief executive, for an entirely different reason. The 3 men were tall and possessed the leanness of people unfamiliar with a Western diet of saturated fat and sugar. 2 were Arab and the other Persian, though they had downplayed their Middle Eastern origins by shaving off their beards and assuming the style typical of college students, namely baggy jeans, sweaters, athletic shoes, and plenty of attitude. They were enrolled as part-time students at the local community college, studying basic engineering. In reality, each was proficient in certain areas of science that had to do with barometric pressure, wind deflection, air drag and coefficiency, as well as more esoteric subjects like the Coriolis effect and gyroscopic precession. 2 of the men were from Afghanistan and in their late 30s, though they looked much younger. The other man, the Persian, was 30 years old and hailed from Iran. Their professors and classmates believed them to be from India and Pakistan. The three Muslims had found that to most Westerners, the term Middle Eastern covered more than 3 billion people, from Indians to Muslims, with not much attention given to the nuances of nationality or ethnicity. And it wasn't as though they were an oddity in Brennan. Over the last decade, there had been a large influx of Middle Easterners into the United States, particularly in and near major metropolitan areas. Many new businesses in Brennan were owned by hard-working Saudis, Pakistanis, and Indians. When they reached their apartment a block from Main Street, someone was waiting for them. The man didn't look at them when they entered, but continued gazing out the window. He was nearly 60, though as lean and wiry as the younger men. He was Caucasian and an American, although from the immediate deference paid to him by his companions, he was clearly the leader of this small band. The Muslims referred to him with respect as Captain Jack. He had given himself this title based on his preferred brand of liquor. They did not, nor would they ever know his real name. Captain Jack lived outside of Brennan in a rental house on the road to Pittsburgh. He had come here ostensibly to look for locations for the business he was thinking about starting. This had given him ample reason to examine many of the vacant properties in the area. Captain Jack was looking through his binoculars at Mercy Hospital across the street. Built right after the end of World War II, it was a squat white building with little in the way of architectural interest. It was the only hospital in the immediate vicinity, which was why it had attracted his interest. There was a drop-off entrance in the rear of the hospital, but the space was very tight, and it was a long hike once inside to get to the admitting desk. Thus, even ambulances almost always dropped off their patients in front, using a wheelchair ramp next to the steps. For Captain Jack, that was a very important element, so critical, in fact, that he had videotaped an entire 24-hour cycle of these comings and goings. They also had floor plans for Mercy Hospital and knew every exit and entrance, from the most obvious to the most obscure. He continued to watch as a patient was unloaded from an ambulance and whisked through the front doors on a gurney. The trajectory here was excellent, Captain Jack thought, and high ground was almost always good ground in his line of work. He sat down and watched as one of the men worked away on a laptop while the other two went over some equipment manuals. "Current status?" he asked. The Iranian on the laptop answered, "We've switched to another chat site." He glanced at a piece of paper taped to his screen. "Tonight it's Gone with the Wind." "Not one of my favorites," their leader said dryly. "What's so great about a wind blowing?" one of the Afghans commented. They had chosen a movie chat site listing the 50 greatest American movies of all time. It was highly doubtful that law enforcement agencies would be monitoring people cybergabbing about films, so their method of encryption was relatively simple. And then they would move on to another film the next day. "Everyone progressing on schedule?" Captain Jack asked as he scratched his trim beard. There were several other operation teams in Brennan. The authorities would of course call them terrorist cells, but to Captain Jack, that was simply splitting hairs. American operations teams overseas could just as easily be deemed terrorist cells by the folks they were intending to harm. He should know. He had been on many of those teams. Once he'd gotten past the patriotic claptrap, he'd seen the truth. One should do what Captain Jack did for a living only for those willing to pay the most money. That simple change in philosophy had vastly uncomplicated his life. The Iranian read through the chat lines. He had done this so often he could decipher the encrypted messages in his head. "All accounted for and all on schedule." He added with an element of disbelief, "Even the woman is progressing well. Very well." The American smiled at this comment. Women are far more capable than you give them credit for, Ahmed. The sooner you learn that, the better off you'll be. The next thing you'll be telling me is that men are the weaker sex, Ahmed said scornfully. Now you're getting close to something called wisdom. Captain Jack looked at the two Afghans. They were both Tajiks, members of the Northern Alliance before they'd been recruited for this assignment. He spoke to them in their native language, Dari. Do they still sell off the daughters for marriage in your country? Of course, one replied. What else do you do with them? Times are changing, my friend, Captain Jack said. It's not exactly the 14th century anymore. The other Afghan piped in. We have nothing against modern women, so long as they obey their men. If they do that, no problems. They are free. Free in that sense was relative, Captain Jack knew. In Afghanistan, if a woman demanded divorce, she lost everything, including the children. An adulterous wife, even one whose husband had taken another wife, was executed, sometimes by her own family. The men in their lives controlled everything, whether they went to school, worked outside the house, who they would marry. These were not conditions originated by the Taliban or Islam, but they wouldn't necessarily run afoul of them either. They were based on ancient Afghan tribal customs. It's not just the women, the first Afghan said. I have to obey my father, even if I disagree with him. His word is final. It is a matter of respect, of honor. And so it was, Captain Jack thought. And good luck trying to change that way of thinking, considering it's been around for thousands of years. Captain Jack rose. We don't have a lot of time before the advance team arrives. If we have to work 24 hours a day, it will be done, Ahmed declared. You're in school, remember? Captain Jack said. Only part-time. Brennan, Pennsylvania. I thought only despots named places after themselves, one of the Afghans said. Captain Jack smiled. Brennan didn't do it. The people named it after him. This is a democracy, after all. Does that make Brennan any less of a dictator? The other Afghan said. Captain Jack stopped smiling. I don't really care. All you have to remember is we only get one chance at this. Across the street at Mercy Hospital, an emergency room doctor was walking down the hallway with one of the hospital administrators. The physician was a recent and welcome addition to Mercy, since the hospital was habitually understaffed. As they walked along, the doctor glanced nervously at an armed security guard posted at a doorway. Armed guards? Is that really necessary? He asked. The administrator shrugged. Afraid so. Our pharmacy's been burglarized twice in the last 6 months. We can't afford another hit. Why wasn't I told this before I agreed to come here? Well, it's not exactly something we wanted to publicize. But I thought Brennan was a peaceful town, the doctor said. Oh, it is, but, you know, drugs are everywhere. But no one will try anything with armed guards here. The physician glanced over his shoulder at the security man, who stood rigidly against a wall. From the look on the doctor's face, he didn't appear to share the positive sentiments of his colleague. Chapter 12. On the outskirts of Brennan, Pennsylvania, was a faded strip mall that had as its meager tenants a pawn shop, several low-rent mom-and-pop operations, a bail bondsman's establishment, and a fried chicken eatery. All of the other lease space was empty, except for one office. The windows of this unit were still covered up, as the build-out had not yet been completed. Actually, the work had never been started, nor would it ever be. In the far back room, behind a makeshift plywood partition, were two Arab men and a third fellow. One of the Arabs was an engineer specializing in medical devices, the other a chemist, though both men had other skills as well. The third man, a former U.S. National Guardsman, was sitting in a chair looking nervously at the various pieces of equipment stacked neatly on a long table against the wall. These included wrenches, power screwdrivers, electrical wires, and other more sophisticated equipment. The former National Guardsman was looking nervously at where his right hand had been. A cast had been made of the stump, and a shiny metal socket with metal fingers had been attached to this spot. "Just relax," the chemist advised, and he put a gentle hand on the nervous fellow's shoulder. The engineer lifted an object out of a long box and held it up. It looked like a human hand. "It's made of silicone, and we have copied your vein patterns, simulated your natural skin color, and even matched it to your skin's hair color. The metal socket and inner hand attached to your wrist are internally wired, with powered movement and flexibility in all 5 fingers. The older models only had mobility in the thumb, index, and ring fingers, and they were able to engineer down the scale of the wiring so the new generation size approximates that of an actual human hand." He held his hand up against the prosthetic one. "You can see that it's barely an inch longer than normal." The man nodded and smiled. His thoughts were obvious. It did look like a real hand. The chemist said, "You have a solid wrist joint and good remaining wrist muscles. That will help greatly. The electrodes embedded in the inner hand will have solid connection to the muscle." "Yeah, I'm a real lucky bastard," the man said bitterly. The silicone hand was put over the socket and the hand securely attached. When that was done, they took the man through some simple exercises. The engineer said, "When you push your wrist muscles upward, the hand opens. When you relax your wrist muscles, the hand closes. Practice that." The man did so about a dozen times while the men watched closely. Each time he became more comfortable with the manipulations. The chemist nodded approvingly. "That is good. You are getting it. But you must keep practicing. Soon you will be able to do it without thinking. It will feel natural." The man in the chair rubbed the fake hand with the steel hook that constituted his other hand. "Does it feel real?" he asked. "I can't tell." The engineer said, "Someone shaking hands with you will be able to tell it's not real simply by the texture and the colder temperature of the skin. But in all other respects, it will look very real." The man seemed disappointed by this explanation and stopped looking at his new hand. "You can never be what you were," the chemist said bluntly. "But it is better than what you had, and we can do your other hand too if you want." The man shook his head and held up his hook. "I want to keep this one. I don't want to forget what happened to me." "You have your uniform?" the engineer asked. The man nodded as he rose from the chair, still opening and closing his new hand. "That's another memory. Not that I need it." "What was your rank?" "Sergeant, National Guard." He flexed his new hand again. "And after it's over?" "You will be taken care of as agreed," the engineer answered. "It's nice to be finally taken care of. We will be in touch. in the usual way. They shook hands. "Feels good to finally be able to do that," the ex-National Guardsman said. After he had left, the two men went back to work. There was another box on the table that was marked in Arabic. One of the men opened it. Inside, wrapped in plastic, was a stainless steel canister. Inside the canister was a bottle filled with liquid. He lifted out the bottle and held it up to the light. He well knew that, according to the FBI, the three deadliest substances in the world were, in descending order of lethality, plutonium, botulism toxin, and ricin. The liquid in the glass vial was not nearly as deadly as any of those poisons. However, in its own way, the substance was still very effective. The hand he had just placed on the former National Guardsman had a pouch inside. When a tiny release button built into the skin was pushed, and the wrist bone was flexed a very special way, the pouch opened, and any liquid inside it would be secreted through the artificial pores. As they worked away, the chemist said, "He is bitter, that National Guardsman." "Wouldn't you be?" the other answered. Chapter 13. Tom Hemingway sat in his modest apartment near Capitol Hill. He had taken off his suit and put on shorts and a t-shirt and was barefoot. Though it was very late, he was not tired. In fact, adrenaline was ripping through his veins. He had just received the news. Patrick Johnson was dead. Hemingway felt no remorse. The man had no one to blame but himself. But there had been witnesses to the killing, and they had gotten away. Of course, that potentially changed everything. He went into his bedroom, unlocked a hidden floor safe, took out a folder, and sat down at his kitchen table. Inside the folder were photographs of over 24 men and 1 woman. All were Muslims. The authorities would classify them as enemies of America. The assembling of these people represented 2 full years of Tom Hemingway's life. And for those in the group who had run afoul of the law in some way, Hemingway had achieved a miracle. He had made the living appear to be dead. Hemingway's father, the Honorable Franklin T. Hemingway, had been a statesman, when that word still carried some actual meaning. He had risen through the ranks to become ambassador to some of the most diplomatically challenging countries on earth. Before his untimely death, he had been hailed as one of the great peacemakers of his generation, a dedicated and honorable civil servant. Tom Hemingway eventually came to terms with his father's violent death. However, he knew it was not something he would ever get over, nor should he. He had loved and respected his father, learning civility and compassion by the man's example. Unlike many other ambassadors who purchased their title with large campaign donations, and who never even bothered to adequately learn the language and culture of the country they were sent to, Franklin Hemingway immersed himself and his family in the language and history of whatever land he was assigned. Thus, Tom Hemingway had a far better understanding and appreciation of both the Islamic and Asian worlds than virtually any other American. He had not gone the route of his diplomatic father, however, because Tom Hemingway didn't believe he had the temperament for such a career. He had instead entered the spy world, beginning with the National Security Agency, before transferring to the CIA and working his way up. It seemed an important, even honorable career, and he'd thrown himself at it with the work ethic his father had instilled in him. He'd become a superb field agent, assigned to some of the most dangerous hotspots in the world. He had survived, sometimes just by minutes, attempts to kill him. He had in turn killed on behalf of his government. He helped orchestrate coups that toppled popularly elected governments. He also oversaw operations that created instability in fragile third world countries because this was deemed the best way to foster an atmosphere most beneficial to the United States. He had done all that was asked of him and more. and ultimately, it had been for nothing. The precious work that he'd performed was a sham, fueled more by business interests than national ones, accomplishing nothing other than making a bad situation worse. The world was as close to destruction as he had ever seen, and Tom Hemingway had seen a lot. There were many reasons, beginning with critical shortages of water, oil and gas, steel, coal, and other natural resources. Rich countries like the United States, Japan, and China took the lion's share of these precious commodities, leaving scraps for the poorest nations. But it was more than the historically complex issues of the haves and the have-nots. It was a fundamental question of ignorance and intolerance. Hemingway had always considered ignorance and intolerance to be like commas, because you often found them in pairs, and almost never did you find one, ignorance, without its evil twin, intolerance. At age 40, Hemingway's father had helped create peace in lands that had known only war. At the same age, his son had helped to rip peace from lands all over the world, leaving much of it in shambles. It had been a devastating revelation, given his provenance. And then he had sat down and looked at his options, and a plan had slowly coalesced. There were many who would have looked at what he intended and called him hopelessly naive. That was not the way the world worked, they would have argued. You are doomed to pitiful failure, they would have pronounced. And yet these were the same people who had performed atrocities in certain parts of the world under the pretense of helping them. They committed these crimes for reasons as crude as money and power, and expected to have their own way without ever being seriously challenged by those they had so clearly wronged. Now, who was the naive one? Hemingway thought. His official occupation had allowed him to crisscross the Middle East over the last few years. During that time, he slowly formed the pieces to his puzzle, meeting with people he needed assistance from. He found skeptics aplenty, but then one man, someone he deeply respected and a longtime friend of his father's, agreed to help. The man gave Hemingway not only access to people, but the necessary funds to construct an elaborate operation. Hemingway did not believe for an instant that this gentleman didn't have reasons of his own to do so. However, Tom Hemingway, American born and bred, even with all his contacts in that region and familiarity with its language and culture, couldn't have possibly pulled off something this monumental on his own. And if he suffered from a certain idealism that bordered on naivete, he was brutally realistic about how best his plan could be successfully carried out. He often wished his father were still alive so that he could ask for his advice. He knew, though, what Franklin Hemingway would say. It is wrong. Don't do it. But the son was going to do it. And what was his true motivation? Hemingway had asked himself that question often as the process was unfolding. He had come up with different answers at times. He had finally concluded that he was not doing this for his country, and he was not doing this for the Middle East. He was doing this for a planet that was quickly running out of second chances. And perhaps also as a tribute for a father who was a man of peace, but who died a violent death. Because people patently refused to understand each other. Perhaps it was as simple and complex as that. Chapter 14. The body of Patrick Johnson was discovered early the next morning by a group of fifth graders and their teachers from a Maryland elementary school who wanted to learn more about Teddy Roosevelt. Unfortunately, they learned far more than they'd bargained for. Later that morning, Alex Ford was driving his creaky government Crown Vic into work and thinking about what he'd be doing that day. If nothing else, duty at the Washington field office provided a lot of variety. The head of WFO, the special agent in charge, or SAC, believed that agents with broad experience in all areas of concern to the service were better agents because of it. Alex generally agreed with this approach. Already this week, he'd performed surveillance on a couple of ongoing cases, pulled a few hours of prisoner transport, stood post for several visiting foreign dignitaries, and been called in once as part of the Gatecaller Squad, maintained 24/7 at the WFO's duty desk. The Gatecaller Squad, part of the Secret Service's Protective Intelligence Squad, was summoned whenever someone walked up to the White House, knocked on the gate, and wanted to see the president without an appointment, which happened more frequently than most people imagined. There was one guy who showed up every 6 months and informed the guards that this was his house and they were all trespassing. There was also increased activity like this when the moon was full, the service had discovered. Such bizarre behavior would win the Gatecaller a visit from the Secret Service, some shrink time, and possibly a trip to jail or St. Elizabeth's, depending on how deranged the agents found the person. Alex parked his car, walked into the WFO, nodded to a broad-hipped female guard in the lobby, swiped his security card in the slot in the elevator, and rode up to the 4th floor, where the Metro Area Task Force was located. For part of his work, Alex was assigned to the task force, as were many of the more veteran agents at WFO. The task force worked closely with Virginia and Maryland State Police and other federal law enforcement on myriad financial felony cases. That was the good news. The bad news was that criminals were so active, the task force had more work than it could reasonably handle. The service had 3 floors in the building, and he headed to his wall-less work cubby in a large open area of the 4th floor. There was an email from Jerry Sykes, his ATSAC, or assistant to the special agent in charge, telling him to come up to the 6th floor as soon as he got in. Okay, that was a little out of the ordinary, he thought. Had he violated some civil rights he was unaware of when arresting the 2 ATM goofballs last night? Alex rode the elevator to the 6th floor, got off, and walked down the hallway, nodding to people he knew along the way. He passed the duty board that hung on one wall in the corridor. It had magnetic pictures of all the agents at WFO, arranged in clusters according to their current assignments. It was a good, if not exactly high-tech way of keeping abreast of people's whereabouts. There was also an electronic backup duty roster, because some pranksters would switch the pictures of agents on this board to other assignments. So an agent tasked to criminal could suddenly find himself, at least according to the board, being in the desk-bound insomniac land of the recruitment division. A few of the pictures were hung upside down. That meant that an agent was leaving the WFO for an assignment elsewhere. There were also red or blue dots on many of the pictures. This didn't designate whether an agent was a Republican or Democrat, though some agents tried to sell that line to their friends and families who visited here. It designated whether the agent lived in Virginia or Maryland. Sykes rose from his desk when Alex appeared in the doorway. "Have a seat, Alex," Sykes said, motioning to a chair. Alex sat and unbuttoned his suit jacket. "So am I in trouble, or is this just a fun date?" Alex smiled, and thankfully Sykes grinned in return. "I heard about your heroics last night. We love agents who work unpaid overtime like that. Feel free to do it more often." "Well, I wouldn't turn down a nice bump in salary as a thank you." "In your dreams. Got a brand new toy for you, something really hot." He tapped a file lying on his desk. "This came on a slingshot from HQ to the SAC here and then on to me." Alex looked doubtful. "My load's pretty full, Jerry. So long as people use money, other people will try and steal it or forge it. Forget that for now. How about making a run at a homicide?" "I don't remember that being in our statutory mandate," Alex said slowly. "Check your badge and your paycheck. It says Homeland Security now, and not Treasury. So we have lots of new goodies in our bag to hand out." Sykes glanced at the file. "A man named Patrick Johnson was found this morning on Roosevelt Island with a gunshot wound in his mouth, a revolver, and a bottle of scotch next to him, and a suicide note in his pocket." "And he is," Alex asked. "Employed at NTAC," Sykes replied, referring to the National Threat Assessment Center. "In other words, he's one of us. That's where you come in." But NTAC's not really part of the service anymore. Not after the intelligence shakeup. It's with NIC now, along with damn near everything else. Right, but we still have our fingers in that pie, and Johnson, at least technically, was a joint employee of the Secret Service and NIC. Gunshot wound to the mouth, guy was probably drunk, revolver right there and a note. What's to investigate? Suicide is what it looks like so far, and it'll probably stick. Since it occurred on federal property and he was a federal employee, the FBI and Park Police are investigating. But we want somebody looking out for our interests, too. If it was a suicide, we can handle the spin okay. But if it's something else, well, then we need to run that down. That's where you come in. Why Roosevelt Island? Was Johnson a TR freak? That's for you to find out. But don't let the Bureau run you off. So why am I so lucky, Jerry? Alex asked. I mean, isn't this something for the Inspections Division to do? Yes, but I like you, Sykes replied sarcastically. And after all that time on protection, you really need as much real work as you can get. Funny, that's what they said when I went into protection detail. Whoever said life was fair? No one who's ever worn a badge, Alex shot back. Sykes took on a serious expression. You've seen the kids running around here. They're good and they're smart and they work their butts off, but their average experience is less than 6 years. You've got 3 times that. And speaking of baby agents, take Simpson with you. Rookie needs some breaking in. I'm curious, Alex said. Has Simpson got any strings upstairs? Why? Sykes asked, although Alex thought he saw a smile flit across the man's face. Because the crap duty doesn't seem to stick to that rook, that's why. All I can say is Simpson's the blessed relation of some big muckety-muck, and people tend to give that rook a little slack. Do not feel so inclined. Here's the file. The crime scene awaits you. Go get 'em. As Alex rose, Sykes added, The 90-day report cycle is out on this one. We want daily, detailed emails. And, just so you know, they'll be going directly to the SAC in HQ. Okay. Like I said, Alex, this one is hot. Treat it accordingly. I get the point, Jerry. Alex returned to his desk, hung his jacket over his chair, and opened the file. The first thing he encountered was a photo of Patrick Johnson looking very much alive. There was a hand-scribbled note that said Johnson was engaged to be married. The name and phone number of his fiancée were underneath this note. Alex assumed the woman had already been told of the man's death. Johnson's employment history looked pretty routine. Johnson had been with the NTAC division of the National Intelligence Center, or NIC, as the D.C. bureaucrats referred to it. In layman's terms, NTAC put together information and strategies that cops could use to prevent everything from presidential assassinations to terrorist attacks to another Columbine. No Secret Service agent ever wanted to arrest an assassin. That meant the person you were guarding was dead. Alex remembered the huge battle that erupted when NIC made clear it wanted to absorb NTAC into its intelligence empire. The service had put up a vigorous counterattack, but in the end, the president sided with Gray and NIC. However, because the service had such a unique relationship with the president, it had been able to keep some connection to NTAC, which was why Johnson had still technically been a joint employee of the service, if in name only. Alex flipped through the rest of the file, making mental notes. Finally, he stood and put on his jacket. He grabbed Simpson on the way out. Jackie Simpson was petite and dark-haired, with an olive complexion and strong facial features, dominated by a pair of startling blue eyes. Though a rookie at the Secret Service, she was no novice when it came to detective work, having spent nearly 8 years as a police officer before joining the service. When she spoke, no one could miss Simpson's Southern origins, in her case, Alabama. She was dressed in a dark pantsuit and carried her sidearm on a belt clip riding near her left hand. Alex raised his eyebrows at the 3-inch blocky heel she wore that still left her 6 inches shorter than he was. Then his gaze took in the wedge of red handkerchief poking out from the lady's breast pocket. That was a little fashion statement that could get you killed. Alex also knew that her pistol was a custom piece that she had somehow gotten approval for. The service liked uniformity when it came to its agents' weapons, in the event they had to share ammo during a shootout. Like many people in a new job, she was full of bountiful enthusiasm as well as a startling lack of tact. When told of their new assignment, she responded, "Sweet." It wasn't too sweet for Patrick Johnson, Alex pointed out. "I didn't mean it that way." "Glad to hear it. Let's go." Alex walked off fast, leaving Simpson to scurry after him. Chapter 15. Jamila, the nanny, changed the diaper of the youngest boy, then turned her attention and considerable patience to feeding the 1-year-old's 2 brothers, aged 2 and 3. After she'd finished this task, she played with them and then put the boys down for naps. She took her prayer rug out of the bag she brought with her to work and prepared to perform the salat, or prayer, by undertaking the ablution, or wudu, of the face, head, hands, arms up to the elbows, and the feet up to the ankles. Barefoot, Jamila faced the Qibla, the direction of Mecca, and performed her prayer. It was a ritual she did 5 times each day, beginning 2 hours before sunrise and ending with the last prayer at nightfall, when the twilight disappears. This was Jamila's second prayer of the day, performed at noon when the sun begins its decline. A few minutes after she'd finished, the boy's mother, Lori Franklin, came downstairs and gazed admiringly at her well-kept house, and then looked in at her sons sleeping very soundly in their respective berths in the large playroom. Franklin was barely 30 and very attractive, with a slim yet curvy figure and well-toned muscles. She carried a small bag with her. "Going to the club, miss?" Jamila said. "Yes, Jamila. A set of tennis and then, who knows?" She laughed lightly and drew a contented breath in the way that young, well-off people often did. She nodded at her sons. "I see you have the army down already." "Yes, they are good boys. They play hard and sleep harder." "They're good boys with you. They aren't so good with me, or the 3 nannies that came before you. Now I can actually have a life, even if my husband works 20 hours a day. Men, Jamila, can't live with them, can't live without their W-2s. In my country, a man, he is head of the home," Jamila noted, as she put some toys away in a storage box. "A woman's duty is to help her husband, keep the home in a good way, and to take care of the children. But you must marry a man you respect and whose wishes you can carry out with a good conscience. Your husband is not your master, only God is." The American rolled her eyes. "Oh, men are kings here too, Jamila, at least in their own minds." She laughed again. "And I gave George the family he wanted. And I give him his wishes when he really needs me to. It's not such a bad bargain." "So you won't be back this afternoon?" Jamila said, frowning as she hurriedly changed the subject. She had found her employer far too frank sometimes. "I'll be here in time to make dinner. George is out of town again. You can eat during the day now, can't you? Your fasting thing is over?" "Ramadan has passed, yes." "I can never keep the dates straight." "That is because they change. Ramadan is celebrated in the 9th month of the Islamic year. It was then that Muhammad received the first revelation of the Quran from the angel Gabriel. But Muslims use the lunar calendar, so Ramadan comes earlier every year. My parents have celebrated Ramadan during winter and also during summer." "Well, I wouldn't want to celebrate Christmas in July, and I can't imagine fasting like that." "Jamila, it can't be healthy for you." "Actually, it is very healthy. And the women with child or nursing, they do not have to fast. The saum, the fasting, it purges the body of bad thoughts. It is a cleansing, focusing time of life. I enjoy it very much, and I do not feel hungry at all. I eat the sahur before dawn, and after sunset I can eat the meal. It is not much of a sacrifice." Jamila didn't add that one American meal typically equaled 3 of hers. "Then at the end of Ramadan we celebrate. It is called Eid al-Fitr. We wear new clothes and exchange nice meals and visit with our friends and family. It is very much fun." "Well, I still think it's unhealthy." Laurie Franklin looked out the window. "It's a beautiful day, so why don't you drive the boys to the park and let them burn some energy up? That way the house will be a little quieter when I get home." "I will take them, miss. I like to drive very much." "Women aren't allowed to drive in your country, are they?" Jamila hesitated and then said, "It is true that a woman cannot drive a car in Riyadh, but that is just a local law that has nothing to do with Islam." Franklin looked at her with pity. "You don't have to make excuses. There were lots of things you weren't allowed to do over there, I know. I watched the news. Forced marriages, and men having lots of wives, and you had to wear all those veils and things to cover up your body, and no education. You have no rights at all." Jamila looked down for a moment so Franklin wouldn't see the resentment reflected in her features. When she looked back up, she forced a smile and said in a positive tone, "What you say is not Islam that I know or that most Muslims know. Muslim women are not forced to marry. It is a contract between man and woman, and also between their families. If a divorce happens, God forbid, the woman, she is entitled to much property from the man. This is her right by the law, you understand. And a man may have more than one wife, but only if he can support them all equally. Unless a man, he is very rich, he only has one wife. And Islam says all should learn, men and women. I receive a good education. As for dress, the Quran does not say wear this or that. It tells both men and women to be modest and righteous in their dress. God is loving. He knows if one believes in him, that person will make the right choices. Some women choose the veil and the abaya, what you call a body cloak. Others do not." "Well, it's very different here, Jamila. In America, you can do anything you want to. Anything. That's what makes this country so great." "Yes, I have heard that. And yet, sometimes, is doing everything you want to do really that good?" Franklin smiled. "Absolutely, Jamila. Especially if you don't get caught." "If you say so," Jamila replied, but she didn't believe any of it. "Women really run this country, Jamila. We just let men think they do." "But women in America, they were not allowed to vote until the 20th century. Is that not so?" Franklin looked a little put off by this comment, but then waved her hand dismissively. "That's ancient history. Let's just say we've made up for lost time, and the sooner the Muslim women figure that out, the better." Jamila chose not to respond to this. She had been instructed not to address such issues with her employer, and yet sometimes she could not help herself. Franklin said, "I wish you'd reconsider and come live with us. This house is huge." "Thank you, but for now I would like to keep our arrangement the same." "Okay, whatever you want. I can't afford to lose you." She blew kisses at her sleeping family and left. As Franklin pulled out of the driveway, she glanced at the white van parked there. It had never occurred to her that it was somewhat odd that a woman who before coming to the United States had never driven a car would have shown up for a new job with her very own van and valid driver's license. However, Franklin already had far too much to occupy her mind than to worry about such a trivial incongruity. She was in fact not going to play tennis or cards at her country club. In the small bag she carried was a negligee of breathtaking sheerness. She was already wearing the matching thong, and she had seen no reason to wear a bra for what she would be engaged in doing that afternoon. Her only problem would be convincing her very young lover not to tear them off her body. Jamila went to the window and watched her employer drive away in her little Mercedes sports car. On one afternoon, when George Franklin took the day off to spend some time with his sons, Jamila followed Laurie Franklin to the country club, where she got into the car of a man who was not her husband. Jamila followed them to a motel. She suspected that that was where the woman was heading now. After all, it was a bit difficult to play tennis without a tennis racket, and Franklin's was still hanging on a peg in the garage. Men were clearly not kings in America, Jamila had concluded after only a few weeks in the States. They were fools, and their women were whores. After her charges' nap, she took them to the park, where they played to exhaustion. Jamila smiled as she watched the oldest boy take great pleasure in running circles around his brothers. Jamila wanted sons, lots of them, and then her smile faded. She doubted that she would ever live to become a mother. She fed the boys snacks from a picnic basket she'd prepared. After that, Jamila had to chase down the oldest boy, Timmy, to retrieve her cell phone and car keys from him. He'd done this before whenever she left her purse in a place he could reach. She didn't mind. All children were curious. She loaded the boys into the van, where they immediately fell asleep. Then she took out her rug and performed her mid-afternoon prayer next to the van. She had brought a small bottle of water and a pan with her to perform her ablution. While the boys slept, she drove all around Brennan, Pennsylvania. As had often been the case in this area, the town existed because the railroad gods had long ago decided to put a station stop here. These trains carried some passengers, but mostly coal and coke to the steel mills and the eastern ports. Now Brennan was rebuilding itself into a posh suburb of Pittsburgh. The town had quaint shops and restaurants, regentrified homes, and a sparkling new country club. Jamila stopped often to take pictures with a small digital camera no bigger than her index finger. As she did so, she spoke into a small recorder, describing things that should have held little importance to a foreign-born nanny shepherding 3 slumbering boys around. However, all of it interested her. Then she covered the outlying areas, paying particular attention to road configurations. Finally, she pulled up in front of a beautiful fieldstone estate that was set well back from the road and behind a low wall of locally quarried stone. Such a pretty home, she thought, but far too big. In America, everything was too big. From the meals, to the houses, to the cars, to the people. The only things that weren't big were the clothes. Jamila had seen more butts, breasts, and bellies in the last few months than she had seen in all the preceding years of her life. It disgusted her. Give Jamila the jilbab and a kimmer to cover her body. Give her even 3 other wives to compete with over such freedom. She frowned as she glanced at the sleeping children. Yes, her employers disgusted her with their money and loveless marriage. Even the children in the back seat in one sense disgusted her, because they would grow up one day and believe they ruled the world simply because they were Americans. She put the van in gear and drove off. Jamila would report in tonight on her computer, at the movie site. According to her memorized schedule, the chat room for this night dealt with a film called To Kill a Mockingbird. It was a strange name for a movie, but Americans, she knew, were strange. Yes, strange, violent, and most frightening of all, completely unpredictable. Chapter 16. Oliver Stone had returned to his cottage in attempted sleep, but the night's extraordinary events rendered that act impossible. He built a small fire to battle the chill in the air and sat and read until dawn, though his thoughts continually wandered to the death of Patrick Johnson, or rather, murder. Then he made some coffee and had a bit of breakfast. After that, he spent the next several hours attending to his duties in the cemetery. As he weeded, cut the grass, cleared debris, and cleaned off aged tombstones, he focused on how close he and his friends had come to losing their lives last night. It was a feeling he'd had many times earlier in his life, and he'd learned to deal with it. Now, it would not go away so easily. After he'd finished his work, he went inside the cottage and showered. Looking at his appearance in the mirror, Stone made a decision. Only he didn't have the necessary tools to implement that decision. Caleb and Reuben would be at work by now, and he just didn't trust Milton to do the job properly. There was only one alternative. He headed to Chinatown. "Adelphia?" Stone called out. It was 45 minutes later, and he was standing outside her apartment, which was situated over a dry cleaner's. "Adelphia?" he said again. He wondered if she'd already gone out. Then he heard approaching footsteps, and Adelphia opened the door, dressed in a pair of black pants and a long sweater, her hair pulled back in a bun. She looked at him crossly. "How you know where I live?" she demanded. "You told me." "Oh." She scowled at him. "How did meeting go?" she said irritably. "Actually, there were a few surprises." "What is it you want, Oliver?" Stone cleared his throat and launched into his lie. "I've thought about your advice about my appearance, so I was wondering if you could give me a haircut. I suppose I could do it myself, but I'm afraid the result would be worse than how I look right now." "It is not so bad you look." This comment seemed to slip out before the lady realized it. She coughed self-consciously and then gazed at him in mild surprise. "So you take my advice?" He nodded. "I'm going to get some new clothes, too. Well, new in the sense that they'll be new to me. And shoes." She looked at him suspiciously. "And the beard? That thing that makes you look to be, how you say, that Rumpelstein person?" "Yes, the beard will go too, but I can shave that off myself." She waved dismissively. "No, I do. I have dreamed many times of disappearing that beard." She motioned him into her apartment. Come, we do it now, before your mind it is changed." Stone followed her in and looked around. The inside of Adelphia's apartment was very clean and organized, which surprised him. The woman's personality seemed far too impulsive and fractured to manufacture such order. She led him into the bathroom and pointed to the toilet. "Sit." He did so while she busied herself with getting necessary instruments. From where he was sitting, Stone could see a shelf in the hallway that held books on many subjects, a few in languages Stone did not recognize, though he had spent many years traveling the world. "Do you know all those languages, Adelphia?" he asked, pointing at the books. She stopped assembling her tools and looked at him suspiciously. "And why would books like that I keep if I could not read them? Does my apartment look so big that I keep things I no use?" "I see your point." She draped a sheet over him and knotted it behind his neck. "How much cutting is it you want?" "Over the ears and off the neck will do nicely." "You are sure of this?" "Absolutely sure." She started clipping. Finished, she combed his hair into place, gelling down a few stubborn cowlicks. Next, she attacked his thick beard with her shears, whittling it down quickly, then picked up another object. "It is this I use on my legs," she said, holding up a lady's razor. "But it will do too for your face." When he saw what he looked like in a small mirror Adelphia handed him after she'd finished, Stone almost didn't recognize his reflection. He rubbed at facial skin he had not seen in years. With the bundle of long, scraggly hair and beard gone, he noted that he had a long forehead with stacks of wrinkles and a smooth, slender neck. "It is a nice face you have," Adelphia said sincerely. "And your neck is like baby skin." "Me, I have got no nice neck. It is old woman's, like the turkey." "I think you have very pleasing features, Adelphia," he said. Stone was still looking at his face in the mirror, so he didn't see her blush and quickly looked down. "You have visitor last night." Stone glanced up at her. "A visitor? Who?" "A man in suit. His name it is Fort, or is something like that. I not remember exactly. He say to tell you of his coming by. Fort. I see him talking to those men, the ones across the street. You know him, Oliver, the secret man. The Secret Service. Do you mean Ford? Agent Alex Ford? Adelphia pointed at him. That is it. A big man he is, taller than you. Did he say what he wanted? Only that he say hello. What time was this? Do I look like keeper of time? I tell you he say hello. She hesitated. I think it is midnight he come by. It is nothing else I know. His mind now preoccupied with this latest news, Stone hurriedly rose and took off the sheet. I would like to pay you, he began, but she waved this offer away. There must be something I could do to return this kindness. She glanced at him sharply. There is a thing you can do. She paused, and he stared at her curiously. We get the café sometime. She added with a scowl, when you not have big meeting in middle of night. Stone was a little taken aback, but decided what was the harm in talk and coffee. All right, Adelphia. I guess it's time we did things like that. Then that is good. She put out her hand for him to shake. He was surprised by how strong her long fingers were. As Stone walked along the streets a few minutes later, he thought about his late-night visitor. Alex Ford had been closer to Stone than any of the other Secret Service agents, so his visit could be simply a coincidence. Stone headed to a nearby Goodwill store. There, with the money Reuben had given him, he purchased 2 pairs of dungarees, a pair of sturdy walking shoes, socks, shirts, a sweater, and a faded blue blazer. The clerk, whom he knew well, threw in 2 pairs of brand-new underwear. You look years younger, Oliver, the man commented. I feel it. I really do, he answered. He returned to Lafayette Park with his purchases to make a quick change inside his tent. However, as he started to enter his little sanctum, a voice called out. Where the hell do you think you're going, bud? Stone looked up to see a uniformed Secret Service agent staring at him. That tent's already occupied, so move on. Stone replied, Officer, this is my tent. The guard walked over to him. Stone? Is that really you? Stone smiled. A little less hair and a little less beard, but yes, it's me. The guard shook his head. Who you been to see, Elizabeth Arden? And who is this Elizabeth woman? A female voice cried out. They both turned to see Adelphia striding toward them and looking at Stone accusingly. She was still dressed in the same clothes as earlier, but her hair was now down around her shoulders. Don't get your conspiracy theories in a wad, Adelphia, the guard said playfully. It's a spa where you go to get all pretty. My wife went there once, and let me tell you, for what it cost, I'll take the woman just the way she is. He chuckled and walked off as Adelphia edged up to Stone. You would like to go for a café now and talk? She asked. I would love to, but I have to meet someone. However, when I get back. We will see, Adelphia replied in a disappointed tone. I too have things to do. I no can wait for you all the time. I have job. No, of course not, Stone said, but the woman had turned and stormed off. Stone slipped inside his tent, changed, and put the rest of his newly acquired clothes in his knapsack. He wandered through the park until he found what he was looking for in a trash can, the morning newspaper. There was nothing in the paper about a body being discovered on Roosevelt Island. It had obviously occurred too late to make the morning edition. He found a payphone and called Caleb in his office at the Jefferson Building of the Library of Congress. Have you heard anything, Caleb? There's nothing as yet in the papers. I've had the news on all morning. All they're saying is that Roosevelt Island is closed due to an investigation of an undisclosed nature. Can you come down here around 1 o'clock so we can talk about it? Stone agreed and added, You've taken precautions? Yes, and so have the others. Reuben's at work, but he called on a break. I spoke with Milton. He's staying inside his house. He's really terrified. Fear is a natural reaction to what we all saw. And then Stone remembered. Caleb, you might not recognize me immediately. I've changed my appearance somewhat. I felt it necessary because I was the most likely to have been spotted by the killers. I understand, Oliver. Stone hesitated and then added, since I'm fairly well presentable, would it be possible for me to meet you in the reading room instead of outside the building? I've always wanted to see the place, but didn't want to, well, embarrass you at work. Oliver, I had no idea. Of course you can. As Stone walked to the Library of Congress, he thought about Patrick Johnson's killers. They would know soon that the eyewitnesses had not gone to the police, and they might see an opportunity there that could lead to the extinction of the Camel Club. Chapter 17. Alex pulled his car off the George Washington Parkway before it ascended sharply along the Potomac River and parked in the lot for Roosevelt Island. The only access to the island from the parking lot was a long footbridge. The parking lot was filled with police cruisers and unmarked federal vehicles. A team from the D.C. Medical Examiner's Office was here, as well as an FBI forensic squad. Alex knew he'd be running a gauntlet of suits and uniforms by the time their visit was over. Busy place, Simpson commented. Yeah, it'll be fun to see the Bureau and the Park Police fight out jurisdiction on this one. The D.C. cops will run a distant third. They stepped onto the bridge and flashed their credentials at a guard posted there. Secret Service? The uniformed cop said, looking a little confused. President sent us top secret stuff. Alex answered and kept on walking. They quickly made their way to the crime scene along the marked paths. As they drew closer, Alex caught snatches of conversation and the sounds of cell phones, playing a cacophony of downloaded tunes. Alex was proud of the fact that his phone simply rang when someone called him. The two agents stepped into the paved area in front of the TR statue, where Alex looked around, mentally assembling the players working the homicide. The D.C. and Park Police stood out because of their uniforms and somewhat deferential manner. The forensics techs were also easy to spot. The suits standing around looking like they owned the place were the Bureau boys undoubtedly, yet there were some other suits Alex couldn't identify. He stepped toward what he'd picked out as the ranking park policeman. Getting the uniforms on your side was a very good rule to live by. Alex Ford, Secret Service, this is Agent Simpson. The policemen shook their hands. Alex inclined his head at the body. What do we have so far? The cop shrugged. Probable suicide. Looks like the guy shot himself in the mouth. We won't know for sure until the ME does the post. The guy's in full rigor. We can't get his mouth open without screwing things up for the autopsy. That the FBI over there? Alex inclined his head at two suits standing near the body. How'd you guess? The cop said with an amused expression. Superman capes sticking out of their jackets, Alex replied. That comment drew a chuckle. How about those guys? He asked, pointing at the other men he'd noted earlier and who were talking quietly together. Carter Gray's boys from NIC, the man said. They're probably analyzing what Al-Qaeda has against Teddy Roosevelt. Alex grinned and said, You mind copying us on whatever you find? My boss is one of those real anal retentive types. Sure thing. Though we don't have much of an interest in the case so far. His wallet's still on him, and there's a suicide note and a handgun with one round fired. And it looks like the guy sucked down nearly a quart of scotch. You can still smell it. There are prints on the gun and bottle, and the revolver's registered to him. We'll run the prints to confirm they match the deceased. Gunpowder residue on the hand? Simpson asked. None that we could see, but the weapon looks very new and well-maintained, and even with a revolver you may not get residue. Any sign of a struggle? Alex asked. The cop shook his head. One thing, Simpson said. Did he drive here to do the deed? No car in the parking lot, the cop said. Well, somebody could have shot him and driven off, said Simpson. But if it was a suicide, how else could he have gotten here? There's an elevated pedestrian bridge on the north end of the parking lot that crosses the GW Parkway and connects to the Heritage Trail and Chain Bridge, the cop said. And a bike path crosses the bridge and ends in the parking lot for the island. But we don't think that's how he came. Somebody would have seen him if he'd used those routes. He hesitated. We have another theory. His clothes are soaked, too much for it to be just dew. Alex finally got it. What? You're saying he swam here? Looks that way. Why? If he was in the water already and wanted to commit suicide, why not just go out by sucking in a bunch of the Potomac? Well, if he just swam across Little Channel from the Virginia side, it's not very far, the cop pointed out. Yeah, Alex retorted. But if you're going to come from that direction, why not just take the footbridge that goes over Little Channel, instead of sloughing through it? And if he was stone drunk, he would have drowned. Not if he drank the scotch when he got here, the cop answered. And there's something else. He called out some instructions to a member of the forensics team canvassing the area. The man brought over something and handed it to the cop who held it up. We found this. It was a plastic evidence baggie with another plastic baggie inside it. Alex and Simpson studied it. Alex got the answer first. He used this to put his gun in so his ammo wouldn't get wet while he was swimming here. You win the prize. It was a .22 revolver with jacketed rounds. I understand there was a suicide note, Alex said. The cop pulled out his memo book. I wrote it down verbatim. He read it to the two Secret Service agents, and Simpson copied it down in her notebook. Do you have the original note? Alex asked. And you are? A strident voice asked. Alex turned and was confronted by a short, compact man in a two-piece Brooks Brothers, muted tie, and shiny banker wingtips. Alex flashed his creds and introduced himself and his partner. The man barely glanced at the creds before announcing, I'm FBI Special Agent Lloyd. We already have agents from NIC here to represent the service's interests. Alex assumed his beleaguered federal lawman pose. Just following orders, Agent Lloyd. And quite honestly, the service likes to rep its own interests. I'm sure the Bureau can understand that losing someone from NTAC is a sensitive area, what with us being part of Homeland Security instead of Treasury now. Alex knew that Homeland Security carried a lot more beef than Treasury ever had in law enforcement circles. And if nothing else, the 800-pound gorilla Bureau tended to respect the 900-pound gorilla that Homeland Security had become. Lloyd looked like he was going to shoot back some ripping comment, but then seemed to think better of it. He shrugged. Fine, go play Sherlock Holmes. The body's right over there. Just don't contaminate the crime scene. I really appreciate it, Agent Lloyd. I was asking about the note that was found. Lloyd motioned to one of the other FBI suits, and the note was brought over. Lloyd said, They're going to fume the clothes and other stuff for latent prints, but I'm not confident they'll find much. It's a suicide. Simpson spoke up. Cloth isn't great for capturing latents, but that jacket he's wearing isn't a bad surface, particularly since it was damp and the weather last night was good for holding prints. Your tech guys have a superfume stick in the truck? You can't beat cyano for popping latents on surfaces like that. I don't know if they do or not, Lloyd said. It might actually be better if you take the clothes to the lab. You can fume them in a heat-accelerated chamber or a megafume. I know the FBI lab has those. She pointed to the suicide note. Pop that in a heat chamber with ninhydrin or DFO spray, and it'll pull whatever's there right out. Thanks for the pointer, Lloyd said tersely. Although it was obvious he was impressed with her knowledge of fingerprint lift techniques. Alex looked at Simpson with new respect, and then his gaze returned to Lloyd, who was staring darkly at her. You'll need to confirm it's his handwriting on the note, Alex added. I'm aware of that, Lloyd said. I can get the services lab to run it, and whatever fingerprints that might be there. The FBI lab has no peer, Lloyd shot back. But our lab has less of a backlog. We are on the same team here, Agent Lloyd. This comment seemed to strike some cooperative nerve buried deeply within the stubborn FBI man. After a few moments, his manner totally changed. I appreciate that, Agent Ford. Make it Alex. She's Jackie, Alex said, inclining his head at Simpson. Good enough. I'm done. We'll actually take you up on that offer. The FBI lab is pretty full with terrorist-related matters. You'll have to sign for it for chain of custody. The ME's a stickler for that. Alex did so and then examined the paper closely through the plastic before giving it to Simpson to hold. So we have any motive for the suicide? I heard he was getting married. That'll sure drive some men to kill themselves, the cop said. That comment drew a laugh from everyone except Simpson, who looked for a moment like she might pull her gun and produce some dead men of her own. Lloyd said, Too early to tell. We'll investigate, but it certainly looks like Patrick Johnson killed himself. No signs of anyone else having been here? Simpson asked. The cop answered, There might have been, but then 50 school kids came marching through. It was still foggy here this morning. They almost tripped over the body, scared the crap out of them. The stone pavers here won't be of much help for footprints or other trace. What path did he use to get here? Alex asked. Probably that one. The cop pointed to his left. If he swam across Little Channel, that path would have been the one he'd use after he walked through the trees and crap. Lloyd added, We're making a search along the shore for his car. He lived in Bethesda, Maryland. He had to drive down here reasonably close and then swim for the island. If we find his car, we can better pinpoint where he entered the water. Alex glanced toward the Virginia side. Guys, if he swam across Little Channel, the only place to leave his car would be in the parking lot. The cop shrugged. But he didn't. Unless someone drove him to his suicide spot and then left, that doesn't make much sense. The police boat usually runs through here, Simpson noted. Lloyd nodded. They did in fact come by here last night, but the fog was so thick they didn't see anything. Certainly no swimmer in the water. How long has he been dead? Alex asked. Emmy thinks about 12 hours, give or take. Any thoughts on why he picked Roosevelt Island? It's private, quiet, but still close to everything. And maybe he was a Roosevelt groupie. Lloyd added. The FBI agent glanced over at the men from NIC, frowned, and then turned back to Alex. We'll be heading over to NIC to ask some questions, see if we can find out why Johnson would want to kill himself. What we learn might get those guys, he motioned to the NIC folks, a little more paranoid than they already are. Meaning Johnson might have been doing something at NIC he shouldn't have? Alex said. Hard for me to say, since I'm not really sure what it is they do over at NIC, Lloyd commented before walking off. Join the club, Alex muttered. He motioned Simpson to follow him over to the body. Your stomach going to be okay with this? He asked her. I was a homicide detective in Alabama. I've seen plenty of gunshot wounds and dead bodies. I didn't know Bama was such a killing field. Are you kidding? Alabama has more guns than the entire United States military. Alex squatted down and looked at Johnson's body. He felt one of the stiffened arms. The sleeve was soaked through, and the body was still in full rigor. There was dried blood coming from the ears, nose, and around the mouth. Basilar fracture, Simpson deduced. The blood seeps down from the base of the fractured skull. The ME will probably find the slug near the top or the back of the head. Since it was only a .22 caliber, he would have had to really shove it up there to get a clean trajectory. There's some blood spatter on the sleeve, but only one small blood drop on the right hand, Alex added. That's a little surprising. Yeah, but sometimes there's less bleeding when the slug stays in the head. Probably right. Over his shoulder, Alex called out, "Where was the gun and note found?" The cop answered, "Gun was on the right side of the body, about 6 inches away. The note was in the right side pocket of his windbreaker." When Alex rose, he bit back a searing pain in his neck. It almost always gave him a jolt when he stood quickly. Simpson looked at him. "You okay?" "Old yoga injury. What do your Alabama homicide detective instincts think?" Simpson shrugged. "I learned that the prelim manner of death was usually right." "That's not what I asked you. What does your gut say?" She spoke quickly. "That we need to know a lot more of before we close the book on this one. This wouldn't be the first case where the preliminary findings were misleading." She nodded over at the NIC guys. "I doubt they're going to be very cooperative." Alex stared at the men. If there was one agency that was more shrouded in secrecy than the CIA and even the NSA, it was NIC. He could easily envision the roadblocks being erected with a foundation of national security interests outweighing everything else. While it was true that the Secret Service used that tactic at times, Alex had a lot more confidence in his agency invoking that authority properly. He wasn't nearly as comfortable with NIC chambering that particular silver bullet. "So what do you think?" Simpson asked him. Alex studied the ground for a long minute and then looked up at her. "Not to sound too selfish about it, but I think this is going to be a pain in my ass that I don't really need at this point in my career." As Alex and Simpson were leaving Roosevelt Island, the two men who'd been identified as being with NIC hustled over to them. "We understand your Secret Service," the tall blonde one said. "That's right," Alex replied. "Agents Ford and Simpson out of WFO. I'm Tyler Rinke, and this is Warren Peters. We're with NIC. Since Johnson was a shared employee between our two agencies, it'll probably be best if we work together." "Well, it's pretty early on in the game, but I don't mind sharing, so long as I get something in return," Alex answered. Rinke smiled. "That's the only way we play the game." "Okay, so can you arrange for us to interview the people Johnson worked with?" Peter said, "I think so. Do you know anyone at NIC?" "Well, you're the first two I've ever found who would admit you worked there." Both Rinke and Peters looked a little chagrined at this comment. "Here's my card," Alex said. "Let me know when you've got it set up." He pointed to the bagged note in Simpson's hand. "We'll also run a comparison on the handwriting on the note to make sure it's Johnson's." Peters said, "I actually wanted to talk to you about the note. We've got lots of handwriting experts on staff. They can turn that around pretty fast. The service can get it done quickly, too," Alex countered. "But NIC has 100 samples of Johnson's handwriting at work. I'm just offering to help make things go faster. Cooperation is the key these days, right?" Simpson piped in. "That note is evidence in a homicide investigation. The ME might have a problem letting you take it. It's one thing to give it to the FBI or Secret Service. We're sworn law enforcement." "Actually, we are too," Rinke said. "And I've already talked to the ME and pointed out that there are national security interests here. He was fine with us taking custody of it, so long as the chain of evidence was properly maintained." Well, I'm sure that scared the hell out of him, Alex said. He pondered for a moment and then shrugged. Okay, let us know ASAP, and check it for prints, too. After Peters had filled out the appropriate paperwork with the ME, he gingerly took the note. Carter Gray is going to be on the warpath. Probably already is. I can see that, Alex replied. After the NIC men had left them, Simpson asked, So what do you really think? I think they're assholes who are going to pitch my card in the nearest trash can. So why'd you give them the note then? Because now that they have control of material evidence in a homicide case, that gives us a great excuse to go to NIC and see things for ourselves. Chapter 18. Carter Gray had risen at 6:30 and arrived back at NIC 45 minutes later. In the NIC lobby were a series of stark black and white photos that every employee had to pass each day. One showed the World Trade Center towers ablaze. The photo next to it graphically captured the rubble and empty space where the towers had stood. The crippled Pentagon was in the third photo, a hole punched in its face by the American Airlines jet. A fourth photo showed the stark crater in the Pennsylvania field, the final resting place of the doomed United Airlines flight. The picture beside that one captured the blackened and blistered skin of the White House, where 2 rocket-propelled grenades had hit and actually entered the east room of the president's house. And the one next to it showed the devastation of the Oklahoma City bombing. These horrific pictures continued down one side of the NIC lobby and then marched down the opposite wall. For many, though, the last photo was the most devastating. Virtually all of the victims had been under the age of 16. Their lives ripped from them by a squad of 4 suicide bombers who detonated simultaneously during a special ceremony overseas honoring America's best and brightest schoolchildren. They had won the trip to France because of their academic prowess and stellar community service back home. They returned to the States, wrapped in coffins instead of accolades. Never forget, Gray had lectured his people. And do all you can to make certain these things never ever happen again. NIC kept an unofficial tally of how many lives and property had been saved by its stopping potential terrorist attacks in the United States and overseas. The estimated number of deaths prevented stood at 93,000 Americans and 31,000 foreigners, and the value of property saved at nearly $100 billion. No one outside the highest intelligence circles knew of these statistics. Certainly, the American public would never know, and for good reason. If they ever found out how many near misses there had been, the American people would probably never leave their homes again. Gray rode the elevator to the same floor as he had the night before, but entered a different room. In here were 5 men and 2 women seated around a rectangular conference table. Gray sat and opened a laptop in front of him. Results of last night? He said. Al-Omari refused to cooperate. One of his lieutenants answered. Not that surprising, actually. About Al-Omari's son, Mr. Secretary? Do you want us to take him? No, the boy can stay with his mother. A child needs at least one parent. Understood, sir, the man said, acknowledging the death sentence just handed out to the unfortunate father. Take 1 week, and by any means at your disposal, you will extract as much useful intelligence as possible from Mr. Al-Omari. Done, one of the women said. Ronald Tyrus, our resident neo-Nazi? Gray asked. We've already started debriefing him. And the others? Kim Fong has given us a confirmed lead on a shipment of a new generation explosive, allegedly invisible to airport X-ray. According to him, it's being smuggled into L.A. next week. Follow it to the buyer. I want the scientists, equipment, and their financial backers, the whole spectrum. The others? None of them would cooperate. The man paused. The usual exit strategy? Each of the people in this room had worked with Gray before, in some capacity, and stood in awe of the man. They had collectively made decisions and taken actions that were illegal and often immoral as well. Over the years, these highly educated and trained men and women had been given orders to find and kill those persons deemed to be enemies of the United States, and they had dutifully carried out those commands because that was their job. Yet the potential death of another human being, while certainly not new territory for this group, never failed to garner the respectful attention. "No," Gray said. "Let them go, but with tracers. And let it be known through discreet channels that they've talked to the authorities." "The result will be they'll be killed by their own people," the other woman present said. Gray nodded. "Film the murders. We'll use that as leverage. And if they won't turn to our side, terrorist killing terrorist never fails to make the 6 o'clock news. Okay, give me the latest." The man charged with responding to this query was the youngest person in the room. However, in many ways, he had more experience in the field than most agents far his senior. Tom Hemingway looked just as dashing and was dressed just as impeccably as he had been last night at the Leap Bar. He was a rising star at NIC and its reigning expert in Middle East affairs. He also had an excellent grounding in the Far East, having spent the first 20 years of his life in those two places with his father, who'd been a U.S. ambassador, first to China, then Jordan, and for a brief time, Saudi Arabia, before returning to China. Because of his father's travels, Tom Hemingway was one of the few operatives in American intelligence who could speak Mandarin Chinese, Hebrew, Arabic, and Farsi. He had read the Quran in its original Arabic and knew the Muslim world as well as any American other than his father. It was these attributes, plus physical and mental indefatigability, and a gift for spycraft, that had fueled his meteoric rise through the ranks to his current position as one of Gray's inner circle. Hemingway clicked a key on his computer, and a screen hanging on the far wall sprang to life, showing a detailed satellite imaging map of the Middle East. He said, "As outlined here, CIA and NIC operatives on the ground have made significant inroads in Iran, Libya, Syria, Bahrain, Iraq, UAE, and Yemen, as well as the new Kurdish Republic. We've infiltrated over 24 known terrorist organizations and splinter cells at the deepest levels. All are on track to pay big dividends. It helps when your field agents aren't all blonde and blue-eyed who speak no Arabic," one of the other men commented dryly. "Well, for decades that's all we had," Gray shot back. "And we still don't have nearly enough operatives who can speak the language." "Kabul and Tikrit aren't exactly popular career paths these days," commented one of the men. "What are the losses currently running?" Gray asked. 2 operatives killed per month," Hemingway answered. "It's as high as it's ever been, but with more reward obviously comes more risk," he added. Gray responded, "I can't emphasize enough the importance of getting these people out safely." There was a murmur of largely unenthusiastic agreement around the table. Middle East terrorists dealt with suspected spies very directly. They filmed the beheading of the person and released it to the world to dissuade others from replacing the fallen. It had proved a very effective strategy. "We're losing soldiers over there at the rate of 12 a day, 7 days a week," Hemingway pointed out. "And with a new front that just opened on the Syrian border, the casualty rate will only get worse. Meanwhile, the Muslim independence movements in Chechnya, Kashmir, Thailand, and Mindanao are allowing the spread of radical Islamic ideology to grow unabated. And Africa's a whole other problem. Most of northern Nigeria has adopted strict Sharia law. They're stoning women to death for committing adultery and cutting the limbs off petty thieves. The terrorists' recruiting and training operations are largely conducted over the internet, and they use identity theft and other scams to hide their movements and conduct financing through the Hawala system of informal money transfers. There's no centralized command for our military to hit. Clandestine, undercover operations are the only viable strategy. There's a democratic government in power in Iraq, duly elected by the people, another man said. Despite suicide bombers and bullets flying everywhere, the people came out and voted. And look at the gains in Lebanon, Kuwait, Afghanistan, and Morocco. In fact, democracy is slowly spreading across the region. That truly is a miracle and something both we and the Muslim community can be proud of. Hemingway looked at Gray. It's cost this country $500 billion and counting to get to the election stage in Iraq. At that rate, we'll be bankrupt in 5 years. And when the Kurds declared their independence, it hardly set well in Baghdad. And the Sunnis may not be far behind in revolting from the Shia control. Meanwhile, the Ba'athist exiles and foreign insurgents are continuing to escalate the violence. On top of that, word is the Iraqi government will soon be asking the U.S. to leave because it struck a deal with the Ba'athists for a bloodless coup. And then the Ba'athists will fight a final battle with the insurgents who favor a Taliban-style government. Iraq will end up far more destabilized than it ever was, with a legion of newly minted terrorists ready to attack us. So what has our money and the blood of our soldiers really bought us? Gray said, I'm aware of that. We knew the day would come. Unfortunately, from our side, we really can't leave. The situation is far too volatile. Hemingway threw his hands up. That's what happens when you have a country that was artificially created by a colonial power, jamming 3 distinct and incompatible groups into one boundary. A one-size-fits-all democracy is not an effective foreign policy when you're dealing with such different cultures. Western democracy is predicated on separation of church and state. That's a difficult sell to Muslims. That's why Mali and Senegal are the only Muslim nations rated fully free. Gray said calmly, We don't make the foreign policy of this government, Tom. We just try and clean up the mess and limit the damage. India and Pakistan? Hemingway drew a deep breath. Situation continues to worsen. The current casualty estimates of a nuclear war between the two countries have 25 million dying the first day, with another 20 million critically injured. That is a disaster beyond the world's collective ability to respond. And China and India are closer every day, both economically and militarily. That's a real concern. Egypt? Gray asked. Ready to erupt, along with Indonesia and Saudi Arabia. Hemingway responded. Ever since the Temple of Hatshepsut massacre, Egypt's tourist trade's been in the toilet. And a bad economy equals opportunities for an overthrow. Gray sat back in his chair. Well, understandably, people on vacation are averse to being shot and hacked to death. And then there's North Korea, Hemingway said. Gray nodded. A madman in charge, the world's third largest army, with nukes that can hit Seattle, and whose lead export is counterfeit American money. I want the updated, detailed scenarios on my desk in 24 hours. Okay, narco-terrorism. Hemingway clicked another key and the wall screen changed. In the highlighted areas, Middle East terrorists are hooking up with Far East drug cartels in a much more formal way. In some cases, they're actually taking over the drug operations completely. The Central Asian republics are imploding. Drug production is the fastest growing part of the economy. And since the republics were the former Soviet Union's toxic waste dumps, we could soon have Middle East terrorist groups selling radioactive heroin and crack in the States. Ironic, considering Muslims don't even touch liquor, much less crack, another man said. Hemingway shook his head. I've been on flights with some Saudis where the hijab comes off and the booze comes out as soon as the plane was wheels up. Thank you for your report, Tom. Is this current hit list fundamentally accurate? Gray asked another man. Yes, sir. It's based on very credible evidence. In my experience, a term very often confused with incredible evidence, Gray said. As usual, ground-level operatives are to be given the broadest possible latitude to accommodate different tactics by the enemy. Preemptive action is encouraged whenever possible. We'll take care of any lingering details on the other end." Everyone in the room understood Gray's words to mean, kill them, and don't worry about the legal or political niceties. Gray next asked for and received a report on the domestic terrorist front, which included groups of militia and religious cults. "Give me the current hot reads," Gray ordered next. And on it went for the next 2 hours as one potential crisis after another was carefully dissected. And yet at any moment, all this analysis could be thrown out the window as another building or world leader toppled or a jumbo jet exploded in midair. Gray was about to adjourn when one of the women who'd left the room in response to a hurried summons returned and handed him a new file. Gray took 2 minutes to scan the 4 pages. When he looked up, he was clearly not pleased. "This happened last night. The police and FBI have been investigating since 8:45 this morning, and this is the first I hear of it. I don't think its potential importance was appreciated as quickly as it should have been." "Patrick Johnson?" Gray asked. "He's an analyst with—" "I know that," Gray said impatiently. "It's in the report you just handed me. Regardless of how he died, does it have something to do with his work?" "The FBI's heading up the investigation." "That gives me no comfort whatsoever." Gray said bluntly, "Do we at least have people on the scene? This report was inexplicably silent on that." "Yes." "I want Patrick Johnson's entire life history in 1 hour. Get on it." The woman shot out of the room. After she'd gone, Gray rose and walked down the hall to another conference room where representatives from CIA, NSA, and Homeland Security were waiting. For the next hour, Gray received a briefing and asked a series of questions that made half the people in the room feel uncomfortable and the other half seriously intimidated. After that, he walked to his office, a modest room wedged between 2 far larger ones used for crisis command centers that were full of activity on most days. His office was devoid of any personal mementos or the ubiquitous photo wall of fame. Gray had no time to consider his past triumphs. Sitting at his desk, he stared for a moment at a wall where windows would normally be. He had vetoed them out of the NIC facility's design. Windows were a weakness, an avenue for spies, and a source of distraction. Still, it had not been an easy decision, because Gray was an avid outdoorsman. Yet here he was, spending his golden years in a place without windows and sunlight, trying to prevent the destruction of his world. Ironic, he mused. The mightiest intelligence agency ever created could not even see out of its own building. A noise sounded on his computer. He hit a key and started to read about Patrick Johnson with great interest. Chapter 19. The Rare Books Division at the Library of Congress Jefferson Building holds more than 800,000 precious volumes. For many bibliophiles, the crown jewel of this literary treasure was the Lessing J. Rosenwald collection of antique books and prints. Many of these were classified as incunabula, meaning they were created before 1501 and without benefit of the Gutenberg printing press technology. The Rosenwald collection, along with over 100 others, is housed in numerous vaults next to the Rare Books reading room. It was in this sanctuary that patrons were allowed to read and occasionally touch volumes that were more works of art than simply books. Although the reading room is open to the public, security is very tight. The entire area is monitored 24/7 by closed-circuit camera with timestamp. Clerks monitor the usage of all books in the room, and no volume is ever allowed out of the room except on loan to another institution or by order of the Librarian of Congress. The most rare publications are often not even taken out of the vault, except under special circumstances. In many of these exceptional cases, the staff handles the books, while the visitor merely reads the exalted pages from a few inches safe distance. No bags or notebooks that could be used to secrete the precious tomes are allowed, nor are pens, as they could smudge the ancient pages. Only pencils and loose-leaf paper are permitted in this sanctified place. And even then, some clerks will often draw nervous breaths when a lead pencil draws within a foot of one of their cherished wards. Oliver Stone made his way to the reading room on the second floor and passed through the large leather and brass inner doors with porthole windows. Enormous bronze metal doors, which some claimed were symbolically stamped with 3 panels to show the importance of the history of printing, were open against the inner wall. When the reading room was closed, these doors were locked over the inner ones, creating a formidable barrier, even if one could get past all the electronic security and armed guards. The room itself was one of the most beautiful in the whole of the Library of Congress. It had been fashioned after the Georgian simplicity of Independence Hall in Philadelphia, with the intent of creating a soothing environment for scholarship and contemplation. This result had been achieved because as soon as Stone entered the space, he felt a wondrous sense of calm. Caleb Shaw was working at his desk at the far end of the room. As a reference specialist, he was an expert in several antiquarian periods, and he also helped scholars with important research. When Caleb saw his friend, he came forward to meet him, buttoning up his cardigan as he did so. The room was very cool. "Oliver, you're right. I'm not sure I would have recognized you," he said, gazing at his friend's altered appearance. "It actually feels good." Stone eyed one of the security cameras. "This place seems very well guarded." "It has to be. The collection is priceless, the only one like it in the world. The safeguards they go through to make sure nothing is lost, you wouldn't believe it. If a book gets misplaced, no one leaves until it's found. The person who buys the books for the collection can't access the database and alter the descriptions in the catalog, and the person who accesses the database can't purchase books. Because otherwise a person could buy a book for the collection and make it disappear on the database, and then take the book and sell it and no one the wiser?" "Exactly. My goodness, what a morning it's been!" Caleb exclaimed. A very elderly gentleman came in, not a scholar known to anyone here, just someone off the street, and he wanted to see a William Blake. A William Blake! "Any William Blake will do," he said. Well, that was a red flag right there. You might as well have asked to see our Mormon Bible for all the sirens that set off. No one gets to see a Blake without senior-level approval, and that is not frequently given, I can tell you. "Blake is rare?" Stone said. "Rare doesn't even begin to describe the situation with Blake. Godlike, perhaps." "So what did you do?" "When we talked to him a little further, we discovered that he was quite probably descended from one of Blake's siblings. So we brought out some of his illuminated works, his engravings, you know. He wasn't allowed to touch them, of course, because very few people know how to handle old books. But this episode had a nice ending. The gentleman was quite overwhelmed by the entire experience. In fact, I thought he might start weeping. But many of our volumes are things of beauty. I think that's why I love working here." All of this came thundering out in the fashion of a man passionately engaged with his work and eager to spread this enthusiasm to others. Caleb and Stone took a staff elevator to the lower level, where they walked through the tunnels that connected the Jefferson, Adams, and Madison buildings of the Library of Congress complex, arriving at the cafeteria in the lower level of the Madison. They purchased lunch there and carried it outside, where they ate on a picnic table set up on the Madison's raised frontage that looked out on Independence Avenue. The massive Jefferson building was on the other side of the street, and just beyond that was the U.S. Capitol. "Not a bad view," Stone commented. "I'm afraid it gets taken for granted by most." Stone finished his sandwich and then leaned toward his friend. "Patrick Johnson?" "I looked him up in the government database, but found nothing. I don't have the security clearances to make a really thorough probe. You thought he might be with the Secret Service because of that pin you found. If so, that's out of my league. Law enforcement and librarians don't share the same databases, I'm afraid." There's a new development. That Secret Service agent I'm friendly with, Alex Ford, he came by to visit me last night at my tent. Last night? Do you think there's a connection? I don't see how there can be, since he came by before the murder even happened, but it is troubling. There was a buzzing sound, and Caleb pulled out his cell phone and answered it. His features became very animated as he listened. When he clicked off, he said, "That was Milton. He was able to hack into the Secret Service's database." Stone's eyes widened. He was able to do that? Already? Milton can do anything with a computer, Oliver. He could make a fortune doing illegal things on the internet. 3 years ago, he hacked into the Pentagon because he said he wanted to make sure they weren't planning on nuking one of our own cities and blaming it on terrorists as an excuse for an all-out war against Islam. That certainly sounds like something Milton would think of. What did he find? Johnson worked as a data management supervisor at NIC. NIC. Carter Gray. Exactly. Stone rose. "I want you to call Rubin and Milton and tell them to be ready to go out tonight. And we'll need your car. You can pick me up at the usual spot. We'll meet Rubin at Milton's house. It's closest to where we're going." "And where is that?" "Bethesda. To the late Patrick Johnson's home." "But Oliver, the police will be there. It's a murder investigation." "No," Stone corrected. "It's a homicide investigation right now, with the police no doubt leaning towards suicide. But if the police are there, we might be able to pick up some valuable information. Oh, and Caleb, bring Goff." As his friend walked off, a puzzled Caleb stared after him. Goff was Caleb's dog. However, Caleb was well acquainted with his friend's odd requests. He threw his trash away in a garbage can and headed back to his world of rare books. Chapter 20. As soon as Tyler Rinke and Warren Peters left Roosevelt Island, they headed directly back to NIC. They dropped the suicide note off to have it compared against samples of Patrick Johnson's handwriting and to have it checked for fingerprints. They instructed the labs that there might be useful latent fingerprints on the paper that would rule out suicide. That's what they said, but not, of course, what the NIC men intended. If any of the witnesses last night had touched the note and they were on a database somewhere, Peters and Rinke would have a golden opportunity to tie up the loose ends. After that, they drove to Georgetown, parked their car, and began walking toward the riverbank. "They haven't come forward," Peters said. "We'd know if they had." "Which might give us some breathing room," Rinke replied. "How much do you think they saw?" "Let's just go with worst-case scenario and assume they saw enough to pick us out of a police lineup." Peters thought for a bit. "All right. Let's also go with the theory that they haven't told the police what they saw because they were on the island doing something illegal, or else they're scared to for some other reason." "You were in the bow of the inflatable. How good a look did you get?" "It was so damn foggy I didn't see much of them. If I had, they wouldn't be a problem." "Boat they were in?" "Old and wooden, and long enough to accommodate at least 4. "Is that how many you saw?" "Only 2. Maybe 3. I'm not really certain. I might have winged one of them. I thought I heard somebody cry out. One was an old guy. I remember seeing a whitish beard. Pretty crappy clothes." "Homeless?" "Maybe. Yeah, that could be it." Now we've got the police, FBI, and Secret Service to worry about. "We knew that going in," Peters replied. "A homicide gets investigated." "But the original plan didn't take into account eyewitnesses." "What's your take on this Ford character?" "He's no kid, so he probably knows how to hedge with the best of them. We'll find out more on him and his partner later. I'm more worried about the Bureau." When they reached the riverbank, Rinke said, "We know they were headed this way. I made a preliminary recon of the riverbank earlier this morning and didn't find it, but the boat has to be here. I'll go north, you go south. Call if you spot anything." The two men headed off in opposite directions. Patrick Johnson's fiancée had finally stopped sobbing long enough to answer a few standard questions posed to her by Alex and Simpson, who sat across from the devastated woman in her living room. The FBI had already been by to interrogate her, and Alex doubted that Agent Lloyd had exhibited the greatest bedside manner. He decided to try a gentler approach. Ann Jeffries lived in a one-bedroom apartment in Springfield, Virginia, where $1,800 a month in rent bought you considerably less than 1,000 square feet, a single bedroom and one toilet. She was medium height and a little on the plump side, with a puffy face engraved with small features. She wore her brunette hair long, and her teeth had been bleached to a startling white. "Our wedding was to be on May 1st of next year," Jeffrey said. She sat dressed in a rumpled sweatsuit, with her hair unkempt, her face unmade, and a pile of used Kleenex next to her feet. "And there were no problems that you were aware of?" Alex asked. "None," she answered. "We were very happy together. My job was going great." However, she made each of these statements as though they were questions. "What is it that you do?" Simpson asked. "I'm a director of development for a nonprofit healthcare group based in Old Town Alexandria. I've been there about 2 years. It's a great position. And Pat loved his job." "So he spoke about it to you?" Alex asked. Jeffries lowered her tissue. "No, not really. I mean, I knew he worked for the Secret Service or something like that. I knew he wasn't an agent like you two, but he never spoke about what he did or even where he did it. It used to be that old joke between us, you know, the 'if he told me, he'd have to kill me' thing. God, what a stupid line." The tissue went back up, and the eyes filled with fresh tears. "Yeah, it is a stupid line," Alex agreed. "As I'm sure you know, your fiancé was found on Roosevelt Island." Jeffries took a deep breath. "That was where we had our first date. It was a picnic. I still remember exactly the food that I brought and the wine we had." "So he maybe committed suicide at the site of your first date?" Simpson asked. "That might be symbolic." She and Alex exchanged glances. "We weren't having problems," exclaimed the woman who'd sensed their suspicion. "Maybe from your perspective you weren't," Simpson said in a blunt tone. "Sometimes the people we think we know best we don't really know at all, but the fact is, a bottle of scotch and a gun were found with his prints on them." Jeffries stood and paced the small room. "Look, it's not like Pat was leading some secret double life." "Everyone has secrets," Simpson persisted. "And killing himself at the place where you had your first date, well, it may not be a coincidence." Jeffries whirled around to look at Simpson. "Not Pat. He didn't have secrets that would cause him to take his own life." "If you knew about them, they wouldn't be secrets, would they?" Simpson said. "His suicide note said that he was sorry," Alex interjected, shooting Simpson an angry look. "Any idea what he was sorry about?" Jeffries dropped back onto her chair. "The FBI didn't tell me about that." "They were under no obligation to tell you, but I thought you would want to know." "Any idea what he might have meant?" "No." "Was he depressed about anything, any change in emotions?" Alex asked. "Nothing like that." "The gun he used was a Smith & Wesson .22 caliber revolver. It was registered to him. You ever see it around?" "No, but I knew he purchased a gun. There'd been a couple of break-ins in his neighborhood. He got it for protection. I hate guns personally. After we were married, I was going to make him get rid of it. When was the last time you spoke with him? Alex asked. Yesterday afternoon. He said he'd call me later if he got the chance, but he never did. She looked like she might start bawling again, so Alex spoke quickly. No idea what he was working on lately? Anything he might have mentioned, even just in passing? I told you he didn't talk about work to me. No money problems, ex-girlfriend, things like that? She shook her head. And what were you doing last night between the hours of 11 and 2? Simpson asked. Jeffries looked stonily at her. Is that supposed to mean something? I think the question is pretty straightforward. You said Pat killed himself, so why does it matter where I was? Alex cut in. He was finding his partner's interrogation technique very annoying. Technically, it's a homicide, which can include anything from suicide to murder. We're just trying to establish the whereabouts of everyone involved. We'll be asking lots of people that same question. Don't read anything more than that into it. Slowly, Anne Jeffries' defiant look dissolved. Well, I left work around 6:30. Traffic, as usual, was a bitch. It took me an hour and 10 minutes to crawl a few miles. I made some phone calls, had a bite to eat, and went back down to Old Town to meet with the woman who's making my wedding dress. Here she paused and let out a sob. Alex handed her fresh tissue and nudged the glass of water she'd earlier poured for herself closer to the woman. She gulped from it and continued. I finished with her around 9:30. That's when I got a call from a girlfriend who lives in Old Town, and we met for a drink at Union Street Pub. We were there for about an hour or so, just chit-chatting. Then I drove home. I was in bed by midnight. Your friend's name? Simpson asked and wrote it down. The two agents rose to leave, but Jeffries stopped them. His body. They didn't tell me where it is. I would imagine it's at the D.C. morgue now. Alex said quietly. Would it be possible for me to see him? You don't have to do that. They've already positively identified him. Simpson added. That's not what I meant. I just want to see him. She paused and said, Is he terribly disfigured? Alex answered, No. I'll see what I can do. By the way, is his family nearby? They live in California. I've spoken with them. They're flying in with Pat's brother. She gazed up at him. We were really very happy together. I'm sure you were, Alex said, as he walked out the door with Simpson. Outside, he faced off with his partner. Is that what the hell you call effective interrogation techniques? Simpson shrugged. I was the bad cop and you were the good cop. It worked pretty well. She's probably telling the truth, and she doesn't know zip. Alex was about to respond when his phone rang. He listened for a minute and then turned to Simpson. Let's go. He started walking off fast. Where to? She asked, hustling after him. That was Lloyd from the FBI. They think they just found out what Patrick Johnson was sorry about. Chapter 21. When Alex and Simpson arrived at Patrick Johnson's Bethesda residence, they were surprised for two reasons. One, there was no visible police presence, not even a marked vehicle or yellow police tape. A couple of Suburbans in the driveway were the only evidence of someone being on site. The second surprise was the house itself. Alex stopped on the front sidewalk, put his hands on his hips, and surveyed the single-family home. It wasn't huge, but it wasn't attached to another house either, and the upscale neighborhood was within walking distance of the thriving Bethesda downtown area. Alex said, At Johnson's pay grade, I thought we'd be looking at a one-bedroom apartment like his fiancée. Hell, this thing's got a yard with grass. Simpson shook her head. When I got assigned to WFO and didn't know squat about the D.C. housing sticker shock, I priced some places around here just for the hell of it. This is over $1 million. Easy. Inside, Agent Lloyd was waiting for them. Alex said, "Where'd he get the money for this place?" Lloyd nodded. "And it's not just the house. There's a new Infiniti QX56 in the garage. Runs over 50 grand. And we found his other car. He left it on the Virginia side of the river before he took his last swim. Lexus sedan. Another 40 grand. "Selling secrets?" Simpson asked. "No. We think it's a more reliable source of illegal cash." "Drugs," Alex said quickly. "Come up and see for yourself." As they were being led upstairs, Alex mentioned to Lloyd, "Bureau securing crime scenes differently these days?" "Special marching orders on this one." "Let me guess, since it involves NIC, discretion is valued over all other things." Lloyd didn't answer, but he did smile. In the master bedroom closet, there was a set of drop-down stairs leading to an attic access panel. On the floor of the closet, they saw bundles of something stacked in clear plastic. "Coke?" Simpson asked. Lloyd shook his head. "Heroin. That brings 10 times the return Coke does." "And his fiancée knew nothing? Where'd she think he got all this money?" "I haven't asked her that yet because we interviewed her before we found this, but I will," Lloyd added. "How'd you get onto the drug angle so fast?" Alex asked. "When we saw where he lived, we ran Johnson's name through CSENT and pulled up the property records on his purchase of this place. He bought it last year for $1.4 million and put $500,000 in cash down from a financial source we haven't been able to trace. He financed the cars and then paid them off soon after, again using a bank account we can't track. I knew it had to be an inheritance, drugs, or selling secrets. The point of least resistance was the drugs. So I pulled in a dog from DEA. It started barking its head off when it went into the closet. We didn't find anything until we saw the panel to the attic. We lifted the dog up there and bingo! He had it stacked between the rafters with insulation over it. Well, I guess other things being equal, it's better he was selling drugs than selling his country down the river." Simpson commented wryly. "I'm not even sure he had access to secrets worth selling," Lloyd replied. "And now we don't have to go down that road. But this is going to be a big enough mess as it is. Hell, I could write the Post headline myself. Carter Gray, Intelligence or Drug Czar." It seemed to Alex his FBI counterpart was looking forward to every last bit of dirt thrown up on the only federal law enforcement agency that rivaled his in terms of budget and bite. He said, "Now the question is, did he kill himself because he was a drug dealer getting married to a respectable woman and suddenly couldn't handle it? Or did his druggy associates kill him and try to make it look like a suicide?" Lloyd said, "I'd vote for him taking his own life. He died on the spot where he and his fiancée had their first date. Drug dealers would have just popped a new hole in his head while he was sitting in his car or sleeping in his bed. The whole murder-suicide subterfuge is way too sophisticated for those types." Alex considered this, then said, "Did you find anything else connected to the drugs? Transaction journal, list of drop-off spots, computer files, anything like that?" "We're still looking. But I doubt he would have been careless enough to leave stuff like that around. We'll let you know what we do find so you can close your file out." As Alex and Simpson walked back to the car, Simpson glanced at her partner. "Well, there goes the pain in your ass that you didn't really need. Congratulations." "Thanks," Alex said curtly. "But a drug dealer at NIC? They're still going to take heat over that." "That's how the cards fall sometimes. So back to WFO?" He nodded. "I'll shoot off my email upstairs, follow with a more detailed one when friend Lloyd fills in the rest of the spaces, and we go back to busting counterfeiters and standing in doorways looking to catch a bullet. Sounds like a thrill. I hope you believe that, because you're going to be doing it for a long time. I'm not complaining. I joined the ranks. Nobody pushed me here. She didn't sound very convincing, though. Look, Jackie, I usually mind my own business, but here's a piece of real, honest advice for a healthy career with the service from someone who's seen it all. I'm listening. Do your share of the crap work, no matter who's looking out for you upstairs. 1, it'll make you a better agent. 2, you'll leave the service with at least one friend. Oh, really? Who's that? Simpson said irritably. Me. Chapter 22. At the NIC helipad, Gray boarded a Sikorsky VH-60N chopper. It was the same model the President used as Marine One, although in the coming years it would be replaced by a Lockheed Martin-built version. Gray usually rode the Sikorsky to the White House for his meetings with Brennan, causing some understandably anonymous souls to snidely dub it Marine 1.5. However, there was one distinct difference between how Gray and Brennan were ferried on choppers. When the President rode in from Andrews Air Force Base, Camp David, or elsewhere, there were 3 identical VH-60Ns in the convoy. 2 served as decoys, giving any would-be assassin with a surface-to-air missile only a 1 in 3 shot of hitting his intended target. Carter Gray was on his own in that regard. After all, there were numerous cabinet secretaries, but just one president. Traditionally, it was only Marine One that was allowed to land on the White House grounds. It was Brennan who'd authorized Gray to travel this way, over the very heated protests of the Secret Service. It saved Gray what could have been a torturous daily commute from Loudoun County, and the intelligence czar's time was very valuable. However, there was still grumblings at the Secret Service. Understandably, they didn't care to see anything flying at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, unless it had the President on board. At a speed of 150 knots, the ride was quick and uneventful, though Gray was too busy to have noticed. He strode across the White House grounds, knowing full well that the counter-snipers arrayed on the surrounding rooftops were drawing practice beads on his wide head. Inside the West Wing, Gray nodded at people he knew. Until 1902, greenhouses stood on this plot of ground. That's when Teddy Roosevelt finally decided he needed a private place, away from his numerous children and their large coterie of pets, in order to competently conduct his business as the nation's leader. His successor, the rotund William Taft, made the West Wing even bigger, and the Oval Office a permanent fixture in the lives of all future presidents. Gray's daily visit had already been scheduled and approved. No one went into the Oval Office unannounced, not even the First Lady. Brennan also received Gray in the Oval Office and not the adjacent Roosevelt Room, as he often did visitors and other underlings. Brennan looked up from his 1,300-pound desk, built from the wood of the British ship HMS Resolute, which American whalers discovered after it had been caught in the ice and abandoned by its crew. The ship had been repaired by the U.S. government and sent back to England as a gesture of goodwill. Queen Victoria reciprocated by presenting the desk as a gift to President Rutherford B. Hayes. Thereafter, the Resolute desk, as it became known, had been used by every president since, except for a period of time when it was at the Smithsonian Institution. Gray had had his antennae on high since he stepped inside the West Wing. He had seen the webcasts on Patrick Johnson's death. More of them had trickled out that afternoon. He got the last of them on the chopper ride over. Gray had also received a briefing by the FBI that included the discovery of the drug cache at Johnson's home. He also knew of Secret Service agents Ford and Simpson's involvement in the investigation. When he heard Simpson's name, it allowed him a rare smile. That could be his ace in the hole down the road, should he need one. As befitted any respectable spy master, Gray had eyes and ears in the White House and had already been warned that Brennan was concerned about the Johnson matter and its possible negative effects on his re-election campaign. Therefore, he did not let his boss initiate the discussion. As soon as the two men sat down across from each other, Gray said, "Mr. President, before we go into the daily briefing, I'd like to take up the unfortunate issue of Patrick Johnson's death on Roosevelt Island." "I'm surprised you hadn't called about it, Carter." There was an edge to the man's voice that Gray understood but didn't particularly like. "I wanted to have a firm grasp of the facts before I did, sir. The last thing I wanted to do was waste your time." "You certainly wouldn't be the first one to waste it today," Brennan snapped. "This is the President, and I serve at his pleasure," Gray reminded himself. Gray gave the President a brief background on the matter, information that doubtless the man already knew. When Gray got to the drug discovery, Brennan put up his hand. "Are there any others involved?" he asked sharply. "Good question, Mr. President, and not one that's been answered to my satisfaction. I will personally conduct an internal investigation of this matter, aided at my request by the FBI." Getting the Bureau involved was loathsome to Gray, but better, he suggested, than allow someone else to do it. "Carter, if the FBI is coming in, you have to give them a free hand. Nothing swept under the rug." "I wouldn't have it any other way. However, at this point, it does not appear that the case goes any further. That is to say, if Johnson was selling drugs, it was separate from his work at NIC." The President was shaking his head. "That's not an assumption we can make yet. What exactly did he do for you?" "He oversaw our electronic intelligence files containing background information on terror suspects and other targeted individuals and organizations, both outstanding and those that had been apprehended or killed. Johnson actually helped to design the system." "Worth selling?" "It's hard to see how. It was basic info. A lot of it is contained on our public website. And then there's the confidential information such as fingerprints, DNA info, if applicable, that sort of thing. However, the files Johnson managed did not contain, for example, any specific intelligence that we'd uncovered to aid us in capturing the targets." The President nodded, sat back, and rubbed a kink out of his neck. At his desk since 7 a.m., he had already crammed 14 hours' worth of work into 8, and he had a full afternoon ahead of him with a state dinner to follow. And then it was off the next day to the Midwest to campaign for an election that he had in the bag but was far too paranoid to let his guard down about. "To put it bluntly, Carter, I'm not happy about this at all. The last thing I need right now is some damn scandal." "I will do everything in my power to prevent that from happening, sir." "Well, vetting your employees a little better would have been good," the President admonished. "I absolutely agree with that." Gray paused and then added, "Sir, obviously we cannot allow this development to interfere with our main work." Brennan looked puzzled. "Come again?" "As you know, the media has a way of creating something out of nothing. It's a terrific way to sell newspapers, but not necessarily good for national security." Brennan shrugged. "That's First Amendment territory, Carter. That's sacrosanct." Gray leaned forward. "I'm not saying otherwise, but we can do something about leaks and also the content and timing of the information flow. Right now, the media knows about as much as we do. They'll report it, and NIC will be giving an official statement regarding the matter. I think at this stage all that is fine, but it's certainly not in our best interests to see NIC's mission derailed for something like this." He paused again and then delivered the lines he'd practiced on the chopper ride over. "There are only a few ways you are politically vulnerable, sir. And your opponents are so desperate now they'll seize on anything to hit you with. In that desperation, they may see this as such an opportunity. Historically, such a strategy has a certain precedent of success. To put it bluntly, we cannot let them use this to defeat you in November. Whatever the truth is, it's not important enough to prevent you from winning a second term. Brennan thought about this for some time. Finally, he said, "Okay. Together we'll keep a tight leash on the media. I mean, this is national security after all, and if you run into any flack from the Bureau or others, you let me know about it." He paused and then said in his best politician's baritone, "You're right. This nation's security will not be sidetracked by some guy selling drugs on the side." Gray smiled. "Absolutely. Thank God it's an election year." Brennan went to his desk and pressed the intercom button. "Tell Secretary Decker to come in." Gray looked surprised at this. "Decker?" Brennan nodded. "We need to talk about Iraq." Decker walked in a minute later. He was in his 50s with close-cropped gray hair, handsome features, and lean body from running 5 miles every day wherever he happened to be in the world. A widower, Decker was deemed one of the city's most eligible bachelors. Although he'd never served in the military, he'd begun in the defense industry, working his way up and earning a sizable fortune before jumping to the public arena. His rise there had been equally swift, and included stints as Secretary of the Navy and Deputy Defense Secretary. He was the total DC package: smart, articulate, ruthless, ambitious, and well-respected, and Gray loathed him. As Defense Secretary, Decker headed up the Pentagon, the sector that used the vast bulk of all intelligence dollars, a purse that Gray technically controlled. Thus, while Decker was cooperative with Gray and said all the right things in public, Gray was well aware that behind the scenes, Decker tried to circumvent and backstab him at every opportunity. He was also Gray's major rival for the president's ear. Decker opened the conversation in his usual brisk manner. "The Iraqi leadership has made it clear that they want us gone very soon. However, there are enormous problems here, even more than the Kurds forming their own republic. The Iraqi army and the security forces are simply not ready. In some critical ways, they may never be ready. But the country is growing weary of our presence, and now the Iraqis have publicly taken the position that Israel must be exterminated, following the hard line of their new ally, Syria. It's an untenable situation, but hard for us to reject since it's a democratically elected government saying it." "We know all this, Joe," Gray said impatiently, "and the Baathists are negotiating with the leadership to come back to power in exchange for stopping the violence," he added, looking directly at the president. Brennan nodded. "But how can we leave Iraq in that way? The last thing we want is Syria and Iraq teaming up, with Hussein's cronies in control again. With the Sharia group and Hezbollah headquartered in Syria, we could soon have their presence in Iraq and beyond," Brennan added, referring to the two anti-Israeli terrorist organizations. "And France sliced off the coastline of Syria and formed Lebanon in the 1920s. Syria has always wanted it back and may unite with Iraq to do so. And then they might go after the Golan Heights, sparking a war with Israel. That could destabilize the entire region more than it already is." Gray said, "Well, if another country came here and lopped off New England and unilaterally formed another country with it, we'd be upset too, wouldn't we, Mr. President?" Decker cut in. "Besides the Baathists, there are extremist Islamic factions in the Iraqi legislature that are growing in power. If they take over, they'll be far more dangerous to the U.S. than Saddam Hussein ever was. But we also promised the Iraqi people that we would leave when they had adequate security forces in place and officially asked us to withdraw. That moment is almost upon us." "So get to your point, Joe," Gray snapped. Decker glanced at Brennan. I haven't discussed this fully with the president yet. He cleared his throat. By taking out some of these extremist factions in the legislature, we can tip the power in favor of the government in Iraq that's best for the U.S. and keep the Baathists from coming back to power. And there is all that oil to consider, sir. Gas is approaching $3 a gallon now. We need the leverage of the Iraqi reserves. Take out? As in what? Assassination? Brennan said, scowling. We don't do that anymore. It's illegal. It's illegal to assassinate a head of state or government, Mr. President, Gray corrected. Exactly. Decker agreed. These people are not in that category. To me, it's no different than putting a price on bin Laden's head. But the targets you're talking about are duly appointed members of the Iraqi legislature, Brennan protested. The insurgents are murdering moderate legislators with impunity over there right now. This is simply evening the playing field, sir. Decker rejoined. If we don't do something, there won't be any moderates left. But Joe, Gray said, if we go in and do that, it'll ignite a civil war. We'll make it look like the Iraqi moderates did it in retaliation, so there's no heat on us. I've been promised full cooperation from them. But the resulting civil war, Brennan said, will give us a perfectly legitimate reason to keep our military presence in Iraq for the foreseeable future. Decker responded quickly, obviously pleased with himself. However, if we allow the Baathists back in, they'll crush all opposition, and Iraq will return to a Hussein-style dictatorship. We can't let that happen. All the money spent and lives lost will have meant nothing. And if that happens in Iraq, there's no reason to think the Taliban can't reemerge in Afghanistan. Brennan looked at Gray. What do you think? Actually, Gray was chagrined he hadn't thought of it first. Decker had clearly outflanked him on this. The little son of a bitch. You wouldn't be the first U.S. president to authorize something like that, sir, he grudgingly admitted. Brennan didn't look convinced. I need to think it over. Absolutely, Mr. President, Decker replied. But it is on a tight time frame. And as you well know, should Iraq and Afghanistan fall back under the control of governments hostile to us, the American public will raise holy hell. He paused and added, That is not a legacy you want or deserve, sir. For all his hatred of the man, Gray had to admit, from the concerned expression on Brennan's face, Decker had played it perfectly. After Decker had left, Brennan sat back and took off his reading glasses. Before we start the briefing, I want to run something by you, Carter. I'm heading up to New York on September 11th to give a speech at the memorial site. Gray knew where this was going, but stayed silent. I wanted to know if you'd like to accompany me. After all, you've done more than almost anyone to ensure something like that never happens again. It was unheard of to decline an invitation by a United States president to travel to an event. However, Gray really didn't care about protocol or tradition with this particular subject. That is a kind offer, sir, but I'll be attending a private service here. I know it's painful for you, Carter, but I just thought I'd ask. You're sure? Very sure, Mr. President. Thank you. All right. Brennan paused. You know about my hometown renaming itself after me? Yes, sir. Congratulations. Brennan smiled. It's one of those things that come along that's both flattering and embarrassing at the same time. My ego's not so large that I can't see that the town's hope in profiting by the change is at least equal to their wanting to pay homage to a local boy made good. I'm going up to give a speech at the dedication and shake some hands. Why don't you join me? If the most important rule was you never declined a president's invitation, the second most important rule was you never turned the man down twice. Thank you. I'd like that very much. The president tapped his glasses against his briefing book. It's likely that I'll be here for another 4 years. I'd say it's more than likely, sir. I want you to speak frankly, Carter. This will stay between you and me. Gray nodded. Despite your successes in protecting this country, do you believe that the world is safer today than it was when I took office? Gray carefully considered this question, trying to ascertain the answer his chief wanted. However, Brennan remained inscrutable, so Gray decided to tell him the truth. No, it's not. In fact, it's far more volatile. My people tell me that at its present consumption, the planet could run out of fossil fuel in 50 years. No more plane travel, a few electric cars, cities shutting down for lack of energy. How we communicate, work, travel, get our food, all radically transformed. And this country won't have the means to adequately maintain its nuclear weapons and other military resources. That's all certainly possible. Yes, but without our military, how do we remain safe, Carter? Gray hesitated and then said, I'm afraid I don't have the answer for you, sir. Brennan said quietly, I believe the difference between a mediocre president and a great one is opportunity. You've done a good job, Mr. President. You should be proud. Actually, in Gray's opinion, the man hadn't done anything special, yet he was not about to tell his boss that. As Gray walked out of the West Wing an hour later, his mind for once wasn't on stopping America's enemies or pleasing his commander-in-chief. As he climbed aboard the chopper, Gray was thinking about purple. That was his daughter's favorite color until she was 6, and then orange became her favorite. When he asked her why the change, she informed him, with hands on little hips and her stubborn chin angled up, that orange was a more grown-up color. Even to this day, that memory never failed to make him smile. Warren Peters finally found the boat where the Camel Club had hidden it. He immediately called Tyler Rinke, and the man joined him quickly. You're sure this is it? Rinke asked as he gazed at the boat. Peters nodded. There's blood on the gunwale, so I was right. I hit one of them. If they took the boat and brought it back, someone might have seen them. Peters nodded and then stared out at the water. But there might be an easier way to track them down. Johnson had ID in his pocket. Right? So? So what if our witnesses saw where he lived and get curious? It might save us a lot of legwork, Rinke agreed. We'll go there tonight. Chapter 23. Choosing his words with care and hedging as much as he possibly could without drawing the ire of his superiors, Alex wrote up his report and emailed it to Jerry Sykes. He finished up some other paperwork and decided to call it a day before someone grabbed him for post duty. Alex had no desire to spend another evening watching a king or prime minister stuff his face with crab dip. He passed an agent who was stashing his pistol in a wall locker before going in to interrogate a suspect. Hey, Alex, bust any more ATM bandits? The agent asked. The story had made its way through WFO with the swiftness only a water-cooler broadcast network could inspire. Nope, couldn't find anybody else that stupid. Hear you and Simpson make a nice team, the man commented, barely suppressing a grin. We have our moments. Heard of J-Lo? Who hasn't? Alex replied. Well, Simpson is J-Glow. Didn't you know you were partnering with a celeb? J-Glow? What's that supposed to mean? Come on, Alex. She's got a halo over her. The light is shining from heaven above on that little southern pistol. They say it's blinding from at least 500 yards. I'm surprised you can still see. The agent walked off, laughing. As luck would have it, Alex ran into his partner on the way out of the building. "Going home?" he asked. "No, I'm going to see if I can find any friends. I can't seem to dig up any here." She started to walk off, but Alex put a hand on her shoulder. "Look, what I said was meant as constructive criticism, nothing else. I would have paid good money for tips like that when I was just starting out and didn't know squat." For an instant, Simpson actually looked like she wanted to take a swing at him, but with what seemed immense self-control, she regained her composure. "I appreciate your interest, but it's different for a woman. The service is still very much a man's world." "I'm not denying that, Jackie, but the fact is, you're not doing your career any favors by letting yourself be treated differently from everybody else." Simpson's face flushed. "I can't help it if people are treating me with kid gloves." Alex shook his head. "Wrong answer. You can help it. In fact, you better make damn sure it stops." He paused and then asked, "Who is your guardian angel?" Simpson didn't appear to want to answer. "Look, just spill it. It's not like I can't find out." She snapped. "Fine. My father is Senator Roger Simpson." Alex nodded, impressed. "Chairman of the Intelligence Oversight Committee. That's a pretty big angel." In a flash, Simpson was right in Alex's face, almost stepping on his size 13 loafers as she attacked. "My father would never use his influence to help me, and for your information, being his only child didn't make my life easier. I had to fight for every damn thing I got. I got the bruises and thick skin to show for it." Alex backed up a step and put out a hand to keep her at bay. "This town isn't built on fact, it's based on perception. And the perception is that you get out of the crap work more than you should. And that's not all." "Oh, really?" He pointed at her jacket. "You usually wear a blazing red handkerchief in your breast pocket." "So what?" "So, to a Secret Service agent, that's a no-no. It not only draws attention to you in a profession that prides itself on keeping a low profile, except on protection detail, it also makes a damn fine target for somebody looking to take a shot at you. So not only does it label you as a maverick, it labels you as a stupid maverick." Simpson's jaw clenched as she stared down at this crimson mark, as though it were a scarlet letter. Alex continued, "And your gun. It's a custom piece. Another sign that you think you're different. Translate better than everybody else. That doesn't sit well with agents here, men or women. My daddy gave me this gun when I became a police officer." Alex noted that the angrier Simpson became, the more pronounced her Alabama drawl. "So put it in a shadow box on your wall and carry the service's standard issue." "And what? Then all my problems just go away?" This shot out of the woman's mouth with such an attitude that now Alex felt like decking her. "No, then you just have all the problems everybody else has. Why don't you just file that one away under life's a bitch? And so are you." Alex turned and walked off. He'd had enough of the rookie for one day. The Leap Bar was seriously calling his name. Kate Adams had just come on duty after a full day at Justice when Alex walked in. It was relatively early yet, so the place was mostly empty. Alex marched up to the bar, a man on a mission. She'd seen him coming and had the martini with 3 fat olives waiting for him by the time Alex's rear hit the stool. "My imagination, or are you a little upset about something?" she said in a teasing manner that immediately eased the tension from him. The mingled scents of coconut and honeysuckle drifted across the width of the mahogany bar and settled in his nostrils. He wondered if she'd washed her hair before coming to work, or if it was her perfume, or both. Regardless, it was doing a number on him. Just work. It'll pass. He took a sip of his drink, popped one of the olives into his mouth, and chased it down with a handful of peanuts he grabbed from a bowl next to him. How goes it with you? Your super spy friend Tommy come calling? She raised her eyebrows at this comment. Hemingway? I wouldn't exactly call him a friend. He gave her such a skeptical look that she put down the glass she was drying off and leaned across the bar. You have another opinion you'd like to express, Agent Ford? He shrugged. None of my business, really. A girl can flirt and not mean anything by it. Alex took another hit of his martini. That's good to know. You have to admit, he's very cute, well-traveled, intelligent. The man's the whole package, really. Alex started to launch a blistering rejoinder, but then realized she was just pulling his chain and enjoying herself immensely. Yeah, he is. Hell, I was thinking about asking the guy out myself. She leaned across the bar again and grabbed his tie so hard Alex was jerked toward her, spilling part of his drink. She said, Well, since you can't seem to get around to it, I will. Do you want to go out? Alex felt his mouth hanging open, but had the good sense to shut it a second later. You're asking me out? No, I'm asking the guy behind you. Yes, I'm asking you out. Alex couldn't help but glance around him on the outside chance that he was being set up with a hidden studio audience that was just waiting to erupt into belly laughs. You're really serious? She tightened her grip on his tie. When I flirt, I flirt. When I ask, it's a whole other ballgame. Yes, I want to go out with you. See, that wasn't all that hard, was it? Now, since we've finally gotten that settled, why don't we negotiate a date? Because you seem a little slow on the social uptake. I'll go first. I'm assuming you enjoy eating as well as drinking? How about dinner? You just threw me a curve. I thought for sure you'd be safe and propose lunch. I'm not into safe these days, she said. Then Kate let go of his tie very, very slowly, sliding her hand down the fabric until the tie fell free. Alex eased himself back, not seeming to mind at all that half his martini was now in his jacket sleeve. Dinner sounds fine with me, he managed to say without mangling the words too badly. Okay, let's set a date and time. I'm into instant gratification. Are you free tomorrow night? Even if he'd been assigned to guard the president on his deathbed, Alex would have found a way to be available. Sounds good. Say around 6:30? I'll make dinner reservations, unless you'd care to. No, go ahead. Do you want to meet at the restaurant, or pick me up at my place? Your place is fine. My, you're so agreeable, Agent Ford. I can't tell you how refreshing that is for me after being around lawyers all day. Lawyers don't agree on anything. Yeah, I've heard that. Why don't you come by around 6? She wrote her phone number and address down and slid it across to him. He handed her one of his cards with his home address and phone number penciled in on the back. You like it out in Manassas? She asked, eyeing his card. My wallet likes it a lot. He glanced at her address and got a funny look. R Street. Georgetown. Don't get your hopes up, mister. I'm not an heiress masquerading as a DOJ do-gooder. I live in the carriage house behind the mansion. The woman who owns the place is a widow and likes having someone around. She's really nice. Quite the pistol, actually. You don't owe me an explanation. But that doesn't mean that you don't want one. She poured him a fresh drink. On the house, since you seem to have spilled yours. She handed him a rag. While you're in a cooperative mood, where does the total package work, and what project are you two involved in? Kate put a finger to her lips. Lawyer confidentiality thing, you understand. But without breaking any state secrets, I can tell you I'm working with this agency on its request to reuse an old building. But I don't think we're going to reach such an agreement. So what's going on at work that has you ticked off? You don't hear enough sob stories as it is? We're officially going out, so in for a dime, in for a dollar. Alex smiled. Okay. There's this rookie at work I'm partnering with on an investigation. She's got a bigwig daddy who's pulling strings for her upstairs. I'm trying to explain to her that that's not how you make friends at the service. And she's not getting the concept? If she doesn't soon, it'll come down on her like a ton of bricks. So what's the case you're working on with her? Now it's my turn to plead confidentiality. Suddenly, Alex's gaze was riveted on the plasma screen TV on the wall behind the bar. A camera shot of Roosevelt Island was in the foreground of the screen as the big-toothed news anchor teleprompted her way through the story of a mysterious suicide. There was no report on the Secret Service's involvement, Alex noted. However, the heroin find at Patrick Johnson's house was prominently mentioned. Is that your case? Kate asked. He glanced back at her. What? I was hoping that'd be the only reason you were so totally ignoring me. Hey, I'm sorry, he said sheepishly. Yeah, that's it. But no more details. They both turned to the TV when they heard a familiar voice. The man was articulating NIC's official response to the tragedy, and it wasn't Carter Gray, who probably didn't want to make this an ongoing national story by lending his considerable presence to it. However, Tom Hemingway was polished and efficient, the total package, as he presented NIC's spin to the country. Alex looked back at Kate, who for the first time seemed at a loss for words. He smiled triumphantly. Busted. Chapter 24. Caleb picked up Oliver Stone near the White House in his ancient pewter-gray Chevy Malibu with a fidgety tailpipe. They headed to Milton Farb's house near the D.C. and Maryland line, where Reuben would meet them. Stone sat in the front seat holding Caleb's dog Goff, a small mongrel of unknown provenance named after the first chief of the Rare Books Division, Frederick Goff. As they pulled up in front of Milton's modest but well-kept home, Reuben jumped up from the front steps, walked over to the car, and climbed in. He was dressed in his usual jeans, moccasins, and a wrinkly red-checked flannel shirt. A pair of work gloves stuck out of his back pocket, and he carried a safety helmet in his hand. "Grabbed some overtime at the loading dock," he explained. "Didn't have a chance to go home." He looked in surprise at Stone's new haircut and clean-shaven appearance. "Don't tell me you're rejoining mainstream America." "Just trying to remain incognito and alive. Is Milton ready?" "Our friend will be delayed a bit," Reuben said with a wink. "What?" Stone said. "He's entertaining Oliver. You remember, his new lady friend." "Did you meet her?" Caleb asked excitedly. "Maybe she has a friend for me." Although a confirmed bachelor, Caleb was always on the lookout for new prospects. "Just got a glimpse. She's actually a lot younger than Milton and damn nice looking," Reuben replied. "Hope the poor fellow doesn't go and commit himself. I've had 3 trips down the aisle, and there won't be a 4th unless I'm ungodly drunk. Blasted women. Can't live with them, and they sure as hell can't live with me." "Your third wife was quite a nice woman," Stone noted. "I'm not saying that the ladies don't have their uses, Oliver. I'm just of the opinion that long-lasting relationships are not the product of legal commitment. There have been more good times bashed by the covenant of marriage than I could count in several lifetimes. So your logic is, what, ban marriage and you'll see the divorce rate plummet? That too, Reuben said gruffly. They all looked over as the door to Milton's house opened. She is good-looking, Caleb said, peering around Stone. Milton and the woman kissed lightly on the lips, and then she walked down the steps to her car, a yellow Porsche that was parked in front of Caleb's Malibu. I wonder if Milton's OCD creates a problem for her, Caleb said thoughtfully. They had all spent hundreds of hours of their lives wading through Milton's rituals, yet they'd accepted it as an element of their friend's personality. They all had such elements, and Milton had been diligent in seeking help for his disorder. And after years of medication, counseling, and occasional hospitalization, he led a fairly normal existence, only resorting to his OCD for brief periods, when locking his doors, sitting, washing his hands, or during moments of intense stress. I don't think that'll be a problem for her, Reuben said, pointing. They all watched as the woman tapped the pavement with her high heels and then pecked on the car window with her finger, silently counting and muttering before opening her car door. Then she performed a similar exercise checking her seat before climbing in. She left a considerable amount of rubber on the pavement as she hit 60 miles an hour 6 seconds later, before she slammed on her brakes at the next intersection. Then she roared off again, the deep-throated decibels of the Porsche's turbo actually causing Caleb to wince. Where the hell did he meet the woman? At a NASCAR event? Caleb asked, as he stared wide-eyed at the smoke still rising off the tire marks on the street. No, he told us he met her at the anxiety clinic, Reuben reminded them. She was there getting treatment for OCD too. Milton closed his front door, went through a brief ritual, and came out to join them carrying his knapsack. He climbed into the back seat next to Reuben. She's a real looker, Reuben said. What's her name? Chastity, Milton replied. Reuben snorted. Chastity? Well, for your sake, I hope she doesn't live up to her name. Traffic was fairly heavy, and by the time they got to Patrick Johnson's neighborhood, it was quite dark. This suited Stone well. The nighttime was where he was most comfortable. He checked house numbers as they drifted down the street. All right, Caleb, it's coming up in the next block on the left. Park the car here. Caleb pulled the Malibu to the curb and looked at his friend. Now what? He asked nervously. We wait. I want to get the lay of the land a bit, see who's coming and going. Stone pulled out his binoculars and gazed through them up the street. Assuming that those Suburbans parked out front are bureau cars, I'm guessing that the third house up on the left is Johnson's. Nice digs, Reuben commented, following his friend's gaze. Meanwhile, Milton had been studying his laptop computer. He said, It was reported that they found heroin in the house, and Roosevelt Island was where Johnson spent his first date with his fiancée. They're theorizing that he killed himself there symbolically. With his upcoming marriage, he couldn't live his double life anymore. How can you be on the internet in a car? Caleb exclaimed. I'm pure wireless, Milton replied. I don't need hotspots. You know, Caleb, you really should let me bring you into the 21st century. I use a computer at work. Only for word processing. You don't even have a personal email account, only a library one. I prefer pen, paper, and stamps to compose my mail, Caleb responded indignantly. Are you sure you don't mean fool's cap and a quill, brother Caleb? Reuben asked with a grin. Caleb said heatedly, And unlike those Neanderthals on the internet, I use complete sentences and, heaven help us, punctuation. Is that a crime? No, it's not, Caleb, Stone said calmly. but let's try to keep the discussion relevant to our mission tonight. You know, you would have thought that an NIC employee would have been vetted well enough that his drug dealer status showed up, Rubin said. Well, presumably he was clean when he signed on with them, but turned dirty sometime after, Milton replied. Look at Aldrich Ames. He had a big house and drove a Jaguar, and the CIA never even thought to ask him how he could afford it. Caleb said, but apparently Johnson was selling drugs, not secrets. He ran afoul of his business associates, and they killed him. That seems pretty clear. Did those two gentlemen look like drug dealers to you? Stone asked. Since I don't know any drug dealers, I'm not in a position to really answer that question, Caleb said. Well, I do know some, said Rubin. And despite what damn bigots might think, they're not all young black gang members with 9mm stuffed in their prison shuffle pants, Oliver. I'm not implying that they are. However, let's consider the facts. They brought him to a place where he had his first date. That implies intelligence gathering, unless he was in the habit of sharing his romantic history with his alleged criminal associates. They carried him in a powered boat that was so silent we didn't even hear it until they reached the island. Now, that may be a technology drug dealers employ in, say, South America, where there's a good deal more water, but in the nation's capital? Rubin said, Who the hell knows what sort of high-tech toys they're using around here nowadays? Stone ignored this. In addition, the two killers undertook a fairly military-style reconnaissance of the area and used a killing technique that smacks of the professional assassin. And they were well aware of potential incriminating forensic residue and took appropriate steps accordingly. They even had the foresight to bring a plastic baggie to give the impression that he'd used it to keep the gun dry while he swam to the island. That's right, Caleb said. But even drug dealers want to avoid jail. Stone ignored this comment, too. And when they realized they were witnesses to their crime, they gave not a second thought to disposing of us. These men are expert killers, but I very seriously doubt that they are drug dealers. The other three pondered their friend's logic as Stone raised the binoculars to his eyes again. The silence was broken a minute later by Caleb, who asked Milton, What does Chastity do? She's an accountant. She used to work for a big firm, but they fired her because of her OCD. She has her own company now, and she helps me with my web design business. I'm awful with money. She keeps the books and does the marketing, too. She's really terrific. I'm sure she is terrific, Rubin said. It's those quiet professional types you have to watch out for. You think they're mild-mannered, and then they just jump you. I dated this woman once, prim and proper, dresses past the knees, but I swear to God, that lady could do things with her mouth that defied. Stone broke in quickly. Firing Chastity because of her medical condition doesn't seem right, unless it prevented her from doing her work. Oh, she can do the work. They said she embarrassed the firm in front of clients, which was a crock. Two of the partners just didn't like her, one of them because Chastity wouldn't sleep with him. She sued and won a lot of money. That's the country we all know and love, Rubin said. The United States of lawyers. But don't let the rich pretty ones get away, Milton. I'm not telling you to marry the woman, God forbid, but if a man can keep a woman in these enlightened times, there's nothing wrong with a woman keeping a man. She does buy me things, Milton said quietly. Really? Rubin said with sudden interest. What sorts of things? Software for my computer, clothes, wine. She knows a lot about wine. What sorts of clothes? Rubin persisted. Personal clothes, a pink-faced Milton said. He immediately looked down at his computer and started hitting some keys. Reuben started to say something, but Stone silenced him with a very severe look. Finally, Stone said, "All right, here's what I want each of you to do." After laying out his plan, Stone put on an old hat he pulled from his backpack, placed Goff on a leash, and got out of the car. Milton's spare cell phone was in his pocket. Reuben and Caleb would stay in the car and keep watch, while Milton walked on the other side of the street toward Johnson's home. His task was to note anyone who was paying Stone too much attention. Milton had been chosen for this role because he had remained in the bottom of the boat while they were being pursued, making it nearly impossible for the killers to have seen him. If Milton spotted anyone, he would ring Stone's cell phone. Stone strolled slowly along the street, stopping to bag some waste that Goff deposited next to a tree. "Good dog, Goff," Stone said, petting him. "That's very helpful in keeping up our cover." When he reached the front of Johnson's residence, a man wearing an FBI windbreaker came out carrying a large box wrapped with police evidence tape. "A terrible tragedy, officer," Stone said in an inquiring tone to the man. The man didn't answer, however, hurrying past Stone and handing the box to a woman who sat in one of the Suburbans. Stone let Goff sniff around a tree in front of Johnson's house. While the animal did so, he was able to take in many details of the house and the adjacent properties. As he continued down the street, he passed a sedan that was idling at the curb. He managed not to even flinch when he saw who was sitting in the driver's seat. Tyler Rinke's gaze bored into Stone briefly before returning to his surveillance of Johnson's house. He obviously didn't recognize the man he had come close to shooting the night before. Stone inwardly said thanks for his prescience in radically altering his appearance. Now the question became, where was the other man? Stone continued down the street, turned left at the next corner, and immediately called Caleb, relaying what he'd just seen. He then phoned Milton, who joined him a minute later. "You're sure it's him?" Milton asked. "No doubt. Now I want to know where the other one is." His cell phone buzzed. Caleb's voice was taut. "Reuben just spotted the other man." "Where is he?" "Speaking with one of the FBI agents outside of Johnson's home." "Come and pick us up," Stone said, relaying to Caleb where he and Milton were. "Don't come down the street you're on. I don't want you to pass the house or the car he's in. Turn left at the next corner and then make a right. We'll meet you on the next block." As the two men were waiting at the arranged spot, Stone watched as Milton picked up a page from a newspaper that had blown across the street. He folded it neatly and deposited it in a trash can that sat in front of a driveway. Stone said, "Milton, did you touch the note in Patrick Johnson's pocket last night?" Milton didn't answer right away. However, his embarrassed look was all the response Stone really needed. "How did you know, Oliver?" "Those men knew we were there somehow. I don't think it was because they saw us. I think they must have come back to the body for some reason and noticed that the note had been disturbed or was in a different place. I... You just wanted to check it, I know." Stone was deeply worried for a very simple reason. Damp paper held fingerprints extremely well. Were Milton's prints on any database anywhere? He didn't want to ask him that question right now, for fear of sending his already upset friend into a panic attack. When the Malibu pulled up, Stone and Milton climbed in. Caleb drove ahead a bit, found a parking spot on the crowded street, and wedged in. "Do we risk following them?" Reuben asked. "Unfortunately, Caleb's car rather sticks out," Stone said. "If they pick up that we're following them and run the license plate, they'll be at Caleb's house waiting before he even gets back there." "Oh, dear God," Caleb said as he gripped the steering wheel and looked like he might be sick to his stomach. "So what do we do?" Reuben asked. Stone replied, "You said one of them was talking to the FBI, but the FBI wouldn't be talking to just an ordinary citizen. I know. I tried." That could very well mean they're law enforcement. Which means they could be with NIC, Milton chimed in. That's where Johnson worked. A thought that had occurred to me. Stone replied. Carter Gray, he muttered. Not a man you take on lightly, Reuben commented. Oh, shit, Caleb whispered. He was staring in the rearview mirror. That might be their car coming up behind us. Don't look in that direction, Stone commanded sharply. Caleb, take a deep breath and calm down. Reuben, slump down a little in your seat to disguise your size in case they look this way. As he was talking, Stone took off his hat and slid forward in his seat until he had disappeared from view. Caleb, can they see your license plate from the street? No, the cars parked in front and back of us are too close. Good. As soon as they pass, I want you to wait 10 seconds and then pull out and turn in the opposite direction from them. Milton, you're pretty well hidden from view in the back seat. I want you to very carefully glance over and see if they look at us, and I want you to get a good look at them. Caleb took a deep breath and then held it as the car passed by slowly. Don't look over, Caleb, Stone whispered again from his hiding place. As the car headed on and turned left at the next intersection, Stone said, Milton? They didn't look over. Okay, Caleb, go ahead. Caleb slowly pulled his car out and turned right at the next corner as Stone sat back up. Everyone, keep a sharp lookout to make sure they don't return, Stone said. Stone looked back at Milton. What did you see? Milton gave a fairly complete description of both men, as well as the Virginia license plate number of the car. Reuben looked at Stone. I say now we go to the cops. We'll back each other up. They'll believe us. No, Stone said sharply. We have to get them before they get to us. How? Reuben asked. Especially if the killers are the authorities. By doing what the Camel Club used to do very well. Seek the truth. Milton broke in. We can start by running their license plate number. It wasn't a government plate, so he might have just lucked out, and it's his personal car. Reuben said, Do you know someone at DMV who can run the tag? Milton looked offended. If I can hack into the Pentagon's database, Reuben, DMV should prove no challenge at all. Chapter 25. At NIC headquarters, there was a state-of-the-art gymnasium in the lower level that virtually no one used for lack of time. However, in a small room off the main area, there was one person working out. Tom Hemingway wore only a pair of loose-fitting shorts and a white tank shirt, and his feet were bare. He sat cross-legged on the floor with his eyes closed. A moment later, he rose and assumed a martial arts stance. Most people watching him would have concluded that Hemingway was about to start practicing kung fu or karate. These same people would probably be surprised to learn that kung fu, literally translated, meant a skillful ability attained through hard work. Thus, someone could be a baseball player and be deemed to have good kung fu. There were 400 types of martial arts disciplines that had originated other than in China, whereas there were only 3 indigenous to that country: Xing Ai Chun, Pak Wei Chang, and Tai Chi Chuan. The key difference between the 400 and the 3 was power, as the whole body was used as a means to transfer all kinetic energy of the attacker onto the target. It was roughly equivalent to the speed of a slap with the shock of being hit by a car. A blow struck by a skilled practitioner of any of the 3 so-called internal martial arts had the power to rupture organs and kill. During his years in China, Hemingway had found himself drawn to these internal martial arts, if for nothing more than to create a sense of identity that blended better with his surroundings than his blonde hair and blue eyes did. Although he practiced the other forms of internal martial arts, Hemingway had become most proficient in the Shanxi House of Xing Ai. Prior to starting his practice forms, Hemingway had sat motionless for almost an hour meditating. This exercise allowed one to intuitively take in his surroundings, sensing presence long before anyone could actually be seen. This talent had served Hemingway well in the field. As a CIA agent, his life had been saved on more than one occasion by his ability to be aware of his enemy in a manner that defied the 5 human senses. Through long years of practice, Hemingway's joints, tendons, ligaments, muscle groups, and fasciae were enormously strong. Decades of spine stretching, while executing the twists and turns of his discipline, had kept each of his vertebrae in perfect alignment with its neighbor. His sense of balance almost defied human comprehension. He had once stood for 6 hours on a skyscraper's 1-inch wide ledge, 21 stories up in a driving wind and rain, while a Colombian death squad circled below looking for him. So strong were his fingers that he had to consciously hold back when he shook hands, and even then people frequently complained of his crushing grip. He now assumed the bamboo stance, which was the critical maneuver in Xing Ai. The bamboo technique was simple physics, and also where the famed power of Xing Ai emanated. Hemingway had killed highly skilled men with just one vector strike off the bamboo stance. He next picked up a pair of crescent swords, the traditional Neijia weapons of the Pakwei internal martial art. They were his favorite form of practice weapon. He flew around the room, using highly intricate bilateral movements of the curved swords, coupled with astonishingly tight footwork and tremendous centrifugal force that were characteristic of the Pakwei discipline. After he had finished his workout, Hemingway showered and changed into his street clothes. As he was dressing, he unconsciously rubbed the tattoo that he carried on the inside of his right forearm. It was composed of 4 words in Chinese. Translated, it meant ultimate loyalty to serve country. There was a story behind the marking that intrigued Hemingway. A famous general in the southern Song dynasty named Yue Fei had served under a field marshal who had defected to the enemy. This betrayal had sent Fei home in disgust. There his mother lectured him that a soldier's first duty is to his country. She sent him back to battle with those 4 words tattooed on his back as a permanent reminder. Hemingway had heard the story as a young boy and never forgotten it. He'd gotten the tattoo when a particularly troubling mission he performed for the CIA caused him to consider quitting. Instead, he had the words engraved on his skin and went on with his work. Hemingway drove to his modest apartment on Capitol Hill and went into the kitchen to make Oolong black tea, his favorite. He brewed a pot and placed 2 cups on a tray and carried it into the small living room. Hemingway poured out the tea and then called out, "Cold Oolong isn't very good." There was a stirring in the next room, and the man walked out. "Okay, what gave me away? I'm not wearing anything scented. I took off my shoes. I've been holding my damn breath for 30 minutes. What?" "You have a powerful aura that you can't hide," Hemingway said, smiling. "You scare me sometimes, Tom. You really do." Captain Jack tipped back his head and laughed, and then accepted a cup of tea. He sat down, took a sip, and nodded at a painting of a Chinese landscape that hung against the far wall. "Nice." "I've actually been to the area depicted in the painting. My father collected that artist's work and some sculpture from the Shang dynasty." "Amazing man, Ambassador Hemingway. I never met him, but I certainly knew of him." "He was a statesman," Hemingway said as he sipped his tea. "Unfortunately, that's a breed that's nearly extinct these days." Captain Jack remained silent for a few moments, studying the man across from him. "I tried reading the poetry you told me about." Hemingway looked up from his tea. "The Red Pepper collection? What'd you think?" That I should work on my Chinese? Hemingway smiled. It's a beautiful way to communicate, once you get into it. Captain Jack set his teacup down on the table. So what was so important that it had to be done in person? Carter Gray will be going to the dedication in Brennan. Damn. I'd say that was worth a face-to-face. How do you want to play it then? The exit strategy has always been problematic. No matter how we tried to tweak it, there was too much uncertainty. Now, with Gray coming, we have certainty. How exactly do you figure that? Hemingway explained his plan, and his colleague looked suitably impressed. Well, I think it'll work. In fact, I think it's brilliant. Brilliant and ballsy. Depending on whether it succeeds or not. Hemingway replied, Don't be modest, Tom. Let's call this what it is. A plan that will rock the entire world. He paused and added, But don't underestimate the old man. Carter Gray's forgotten more than you and I will ever know about the spy business. Hemingway opened his briefcase. Inside was a DVD. He tossed it to his companion. I think you'll find what's on there helpful. Captain Jack fingered the DVD and watched Hemingway closely. I did over 20 years with the company. Quite a few under Gray. And you did what? 12. All in the field, with 2 years at NSA before that. Hemingway answered. I started at NIC a year after Gray became secretary. I hear they're grooming you for the top spot. Interested? Hemingway shook his head. There's little future there that I can see. Back to the CIA, then? It's a useless anachronism. Right. There'll always be a CIA, even after the Iraqi WMDs that never were. You think so? Hemingway said curiously. Oh, when I was helping support a host of acceptable alternatives to communism, mostly monster dictators, or feeding crack to black neighborhoods to help fund illegal operations overseas, or blowing up democracies in other countries because they wouldn't support American business interests, I thought to myself, there's got to be a better way of doing this. But I got over that thinking a long time ago. We can't win this particular fight with soldiers and spies, Hemingway said. It's not that simple. Then it can't be won, Captain Jack answered bluntly, because that's the only way countries know to settle their differences. Dostoevsky wrote that while nothing is easier than to denounce the evildoer, nothing is more difficult than to understand him. You and I have both spent a lot of time there, but do you really think you'll ever understand the evildoer mentality of the Middle Eastern terrorist? How do you know that's the evildoer I'm referring to? We certainly don't have clean hands when it comes to events overseas. In fact, we created many of the problems we face today. That's why there's only one sensible motivation these days: money. As I've told you before, I don't care about anything else. I will go back to my beautiful little island, and I will not stir again. This is it for me. That's being brutally honest, Hemingway remarked. Would you rather I tell you that my twitching ideology is screaming for me to help make the world better? No, I'll take the brutal honesty. And why are you doing it? For something better than what we have. Idealism again? I'm telling you, Tom, you'll live to regret it. Or die. Not idealism, or even fatalism, but simply an idea put into action. Captain Jack shook his head slowly. I fought for and against pretty much every cause there is. There will always be war of some kind. At first, it was over fertile soil and good water, then precious metal, and then the most popular version of human disagreement: my God is better than your God. Whether you draw your faith from Jeremiah and Jesus, Allah and Muhammad, or Brahma and Buddha, it doesn't matter. Someone will tell you you're wrong, and he'll fight you over it. Me? I believe in aliens, and to hell with all earthly gods. In the grand scheme of 1 trillion planets in the universe, we're just not that damn important anyway. And humans are rotten to the core. Buddha rose above materialism. Jesus was champion of embracing one's enemies, as was Gandhi. Jesus was betrayed and died on the cross, and Gandhi was murdered by a Hindu who was ticked off Gandhi tolerated Muslims. Captain Jack pointed out. Hemingway paced the room. I remember my father telling me about England's redrawing of India's boundaries when it became independent. They wanted to separate the Hindu from the Muslim, but they used outdated maps. 12 million people had to relocate because the Brits screwed it up so badly, and 500,000 people died during the resulting chaos. And before that, Iraq was unilaterally cobbled together, causing many of the conflicts we see today. There are dozens of such examples. The strong countries smashing the weaker ones and then avoiding responsibility later for the very problems they caused. You keep proving my point, Tom, that we're rotten to the core. My point is we never learn. And what? You think you have a better answer? Hemingway didn't respond. Captain Jack rose but then paused at the door. I doubt that I'll see you again, unless you end up heading to a small island in the South Pacific. If you do, you'll be welcome. Unless you're a fugitive. Then, my friend, you're on your own. Chapter 26. After he'd left the bar, Alex Ford grabbed a bite to eat at a nearby diner, wedging his butt between the wide frames of two hefty D.C. cops at the counter. He shared some shop talk with his law enforcement brethren and also swapped some old doomsday gossip. Alex's personal favorite was, at all costs, stay out of the metro on Halloween. What Alex really wanted to do was stand on the counter and shout for all to hear that a beautiful woman had just asked him out. Instead, he quietly finished off his cheeseburger, french fries, and wedge of blueberry pie, washed down with black coffee. Afterward, he headed back to WFO to check his emails. Sykes still hadn't responded, although Alex had received an electronic receipt that the man had opened the email report. He wandered the halls of WFO, half hoping to run into Sykes and see where he stood in the investigation. Alex had written up thousands of reports, but this one went right to HQ, something not all that common for street grunts like him, who weren't being groomed to move up the agency's leadership ladder. When you knew the director's eyes were going to be running over your feeble attempt at logical composition, it tended to make the neck hairs stand up and start twitching. He passed by the assignment board and noted that his photo and Simpson's had been placed under the heading Special Assignment. As he looked at the olive-skinned lady staring back at him out of the photo, he muttered the name J-Glow. Maybe she should just go back to Alabama. Daddy would probably love that. He killed some more time at his desk and then decided that if Sykes really wanted to talk, he'd find him. Out on the sidewalk, he sucked in a chestful of crisp night air and smiled as he thought of Kate Adams, and then he walked down the street with a lift in his step that had been absent for a long time. He thought about heading home, but what he really wanted to do was talk to someone. However, all his good friends were married Secret Service agents, which meant if they weren't on duty, they were spending some rare quality time with their families. And Alex shared little in common with the young bucks at WFO. This made him realize that in 3 short years he was going to have to make some pretty major decisions. Would he just retire? Or would he go to another agency, live mostly off his pension from the service, and stockpile the paychecks from the new job? This was known as double dipping. It was completely legal, and many feds did it to pad their retirement funds. It was a way to even out things after they'd worked for below market value in the public sector. Much of Alex's adult life had been a blur. Learning the ropes at the service, busting bad guys in 8 different field offices, then on to protection detail, where he had spent every waking hour hopping planes and running from one city, one country to the next. He had been so busy worrying about everybody else that he had never spent much time worrying about himself. And now that it was time to think about his future, Alex suddenly felt totally incapable of doing so. Where did he start? What did he do? He felt a panic attack coming on, and not one that another martini would have cured. He was standing paralyzed on a corner, deciding what to do with the rest of his life, when his cell phone rang. At first, the name and number on the caller ID screen didn't register, but then it clicked. It was Anne Jeffries, the late Patrick Johnson's fiancée. Hello? You don't think I would know if the man I was going to marry, the man I was going to spend the rest of my life with, was a damn drug dealer? She screamed this at him so loudly that he jerked the phone away from his ear. Ms. Jeffries, I'm going to sue. I'm going to sue the FBI and the Secret Service, and you, and that bitch of a partner of yours. Whoa, hold on now. I can understand that you're upset. Upset! Upset isn't even in the universe of what I'm feeling. It's not enough that Pat had to be murdered. Now his reputation is being destroyed too. Miss Jeffries, I'm just trying to do my job. Save your pathetic excuses for my lawyer, she snapped, and then hung up. Alex put his phone away and took a deep breath. He wondered who the woman might call next. The Washington Post? 60 Minutes? Every boss he'd ever had? He called Jerry Sykes' private cell number. It went into voicemail, but Alex left a detailed message about his brief but explosive conversation with the bereaved fiancé. Okay, he'd done what he could. The shit was probably going to fly anyway. He definitely didn't want to go home now. He wanted to walk and think. His wandering took him, as it often did, to the White House. He nodded to some of the uniformed Secret Service that he knew and stopped and chatted with an agent who was sitting in a black Suburban gulping down black coffee. Alex and the man had started out together at the Louisville field office, though their paths had parted after that. POTUS was hosting a state dinner tonight, his friend told Alex, and then it was off to campaign in the Midwest the next day, with a 9/11 ceremony in New York City after that. I like to see a president who keeps busy, Alex replied. Some chief executives worked their butts off, pulling a full 12 hours during the day, changing into a tux and doing the Washington social two-step, and then working the phones from their private quarters until the wee hours. Other presidents liked to cruise through the day and knock off early. Alex had never thought the presidency was a cruising sort of job. He passed into Lafayette Park and was surprised to see a light on in Stone's tent. Maybe he'd finally found somebody he could really talk to. Oliver? He called out softly while standing next to the lighted tent. The tent flap fell open, and he stared at a man he didn't recognize. I'm sorry, Alex said. I was looking for Agent Ford, Oliver Stone said as he stepped outside. Oliver? Is that you? Stone smiled and rubbed his clean-shaven face. A man needs a fresh start every once in a while, he explained. I came by looking for you last night. Adelphia told me. I miss our chess matches. I'm afraid I didn't give you much competition. You improved a lot over the years, Stone replied kindly. While Alex was on presidential protection detail, he'd visited Stone as often as his busy schedule allowed. At first it was to check up on potential problems near the White House. Back then, Alex considered anyone within a square mile of the place who didn't carry a Secret Service badge as the enemy, and Stone had been no exception. What had really intrigued Alex about Oliver Stone was that the man didn't seem to have a past. Alex had heard rumors that Stone had one time worked for the government, so Alex went on every database he could think of looking for some history on the fellow, but there was simply none. He didn't search under Oliver Stone, an obviously fake name. Instead, he surreptitiously got Stone's fingerprints and ran them through AFIS, the FBI's massive automated fingerprint identification system. That came back negative. Then he passed them through the military databanks, the Secret Service's own computer files, and through every other place he could think of. They all came back zip. As far as the United States government was concerned, Oliver Stone didn't exist. He'd once followed Stone to his caretaker's cottage at the cemetery. He checked with the church that owned it, but they would tell him nothing about the man, and Alex had no probable cause to force the issue. He'd watched Stone working in the cemetery a few times, and when he'd gone off, Alex considered searching the cottage. Yet there was something about Stone, an intense measure of dignity and also a profound sincerity that caused Alex to finally reject this idea. "So what did you come to see me about?" Stone asked. "Just passing through. Adelphia said you were at a meeting." She likes to embellish. "I met some friends over on the mall. We like walking there at night." He paused and added, "So, how are things going at the WFO?" "It's nice working cases again." "I heard that an employee of yours was killed." Alex nodded. "Patrick Johnson. He worked at the National Threat Assessment Center. That's really been blended with NIC now, but I'm involved because Johnson was still sort of a joint employee of ours." "You're involved?" Stone said. "Do you mean that you're working the case?" Alex hesitated. There didn't seem to be any reason not to acknowledge his involvement. It wasn't exactly confidential. "I was assigned to poke around, although it seems to have been solved." "I hadn't heard." "They found heroin in Johnson's home. They think whoever he was dealing with killed him." He didn't mention Ann Jeffrey's call. That part wasn't publicly known. "And what do you think?" Stone said, eyeing him keenly. Alex shrugged. "Who knows? And we're just really piggybacking on the FBI. And yet a man has been killed." Alex looked at his friend questioningly. "Yeah, I know that. Over the years I've watched you, Agent Ford. You're observant, diligent, and you have sound instincts. I think you should use those talents on this case. If the man's work was sensitive to this nation's security, a second pair of eyes is certainly in order." "I've covered the bases, Oliver. If it wasn't drugs..." "Exactly. If not drugs, what?" "I think someone should answer that question very thoroughly. Perhaps the answer lies with his work. Consider that planting drugs at his home would be an easy way to cover something up." Alex looked doubtful. "That's highly unlikely, and quite frankly, NIC is a big can of worms to open for a guy looking to retire in 3 years. 3 years isn't such a long time, Agent Ford. Not nearly as long as the years you've already served your country. And unfortunately, fair or not, the end of one's career is what a person is usually remembered for. And if I make a misstep on this one, maybe I don't have a career left. But the other important point to realize is this: the end of one's career is also what you remember most vividly. And you'll have decades to possibly regret. And that is a very long time." Leaving Stone, Alex slowly walked back to his car. What the man said made sense. There were issues that were not clear in Alex's mind about Patrick Johnson's death. The drug discovery did seem a little too convenient, and other details just didn't add up. In truth, he had been only half-heartedly investigating the case, more than ready to follow the Bureau's lead in its conclusions. And Stone had been right on another level. Alex had stayed at the service after his accident because he didn't want to go out on a disability ride. Well, sleepwalking through a major case wasn't the way he wanted to go out either. There was something to be said for professional pride, and if U.S. presidents shouldn't cruise through their duties, Secret Service agents shouldn't either. Oliver Stone watched Alex pass out of sight and then quickly walked to his cottage at the cemetery. From there he used the cell phone Milton had given him to call Caleb and tell him of this latest development. "It was a stroke of good fortune that I couldn't ignore," Stone explained. "But you didn't say anything about us seeing the murder, did you?" Agent Ford is a federal policeman. Had I told him that, his duty would have been clear. My best hope is that he'll dig up something at NIC that would have been beyond our means to do. Won't that place him in jeopardy? I mean, if NIC's gunning down its own employees, they might not stop at killing a Secret Service agent. Agent Ford is a capable man, but we'll also have to act as his guardian angels, won't we? Stone clicked off, and suddenly remembering he hadn't eaten any dinner, went into his kitchen and made some soup, which he ate in front of a small fire he'd built. Cemeteries always seem to be cold, no matter the season. After that, he sat down in his old armchair next to the fire with a book that he'd been reading from his very eclectic collection that Caleb had helped him assemble. That's all he had left. His friends, his books, some theories, a few memories. He glanced at the box with the photo album again, and despite intuitively knowing that it would be a bad thing, he put his book down and spent the next hour drifting through his past. Stone lingered over the pictures he had of his daughter. One showed her holding a bunch of daisies, her favorite flower. He smiled as he remembered how she would pronounce it. Daisies. There was another picture of her blowing out candles on a cake. It wasn't her birthday. She'd gotten stitches in her hand after she'd fallen on some broken glass, and the cake was her reward for being so brave. The cut left a scar in the shape of a crescent on her right palm. He'd kissed it every time he held her. He had so few memories of her that Stone clung desperately to every one. At last his mind went back to that final night. Their house had been situated in a very isolated area. His employer had insisted on that. It was only after the attack that Stone understood the reason for this requirement. He remembered the creak of the door as it was opened. Cut off from their child, he and his wife barely slipped through the window when the muffled shots commenced. Stone remembered visualizing the suppressor cans on the ends of the muzzles. Thump, thump, thump. They nipped at him like lethal gnats. And then his wife screamed once, and that was all. She was dead. Stone killed 2 of the men sent to execute him that night, using their own guns against them. And then he'd gotten away to a safe place. That night was the last time Stone saw his wife or his daughter. The next day, it was as though they'd never existed. The house had been emptied and all signs of the murderous attack obliterated. All attempts to find his daughter over the years had failed. Beth. Her full name was Elizabeth, but they had always called her Beth. She was a beautiful child and the pride of her father, and he had lost her forever on a hellish night decades ago. When he eventually learned the truth of what had happened, Stone was consumed with the idea of revenge. And then something happened that struck those thoughts from him. He read in the paper of the violent death of a man, an important man, in a country overseas. The killing was never solved. The man left behind a wife and children. Stone recognized the fingerprints of his former employer all over that killing. It was a scene personally very familiar to Stone as well. That's when he realized he was not a man who deserved revenge, even for his wife being murdered and his child taken from him. His past sins were many, piled high under the dubious cloak of patriotism. For Stone, it effectively disenfranchised him from seeking justice for the wrong committed against his family. He disappeared and traveled the world under a number of aliases. It had been relatively easy. His government had trained him very well to do just that. After many years of wandering, he embarked on the only option left to him. He became Oliver Stone, a man of silent protest, who watched and paid attention to important things in America others didn't seem drawn to. And still, it had not been nearly enough to balance the pain of losing the 2 people he cared most about. That would be his burden until his last breath. When he fell asleep in the chair as the fire died low, the wetness of his tears still shimmered on the album's slick pages. Chapter 27. Jamila rose at 5 o'clock in her small apartment on the outskirts of Brennan, Pennsylvania. Shortly after dawn, she performed her first prayer of the day. After she had cleansed herself and removed her shoes and covered her head, Jamila went through the Islamic rituals of standing, sitting, bowing, and prostrating herself on her prayer rug. She began by reciting the Shahada, the central statement of Muslim faith, La ilaha illallah, or There is no God but God. After that, she recited the opening surah, the first chapter of the Quran. The invocations were performed silently, only her lips moving as she formed the words. After she'd finished her salat, she changed her clothes and readied herself for work before sitting down to breakfast. As she surveyed her tiny kitchen, Jamila reflected on her conversation with Laurie Franklin the day before. Jamila had lied to her employer, though the American would have no way of knowing of the deceit. Jamila's official papers showed her to be a Saudi. That, and her being a woman, had allowed her entry into America to go very smoothly, even in post-9/11 times. Jamila was actually an Iraqi by birth and a Sunni Muslim by religious practice, as were over 80% of all Muslims, although in Iraq the Sunnis were in the minority. In early times, the Sunnis clashed with their Shia counterparts largely over the issue of the successor to the Prophet Muhammad. Now the differences were far more numerous and bitter. The Shiites believed that the fourth rightly guided caliphate, Ali ibn Abi Talib, Muhammad's son-in-law and also his cousin, was the true blood successor to the Islamic prophet. Shia Muslims performed a pilgrimage to Mazar-e-Sharif, to the Blue Mosque where Ali was entombed. Sunni Muslims believed that Muhammad had not appointed his successor, and thus they established the caliphates to take over for the prophet after his death. The Sunnis and Shiites agreed that none of the caliphs rose to the level of a prophet. However, the fact that 3 of the 4 caliphs had died violent deaths was a testament to how fervently divided the Muslim population was over this issue. Under the secular regime of Saddam Hussein, Jamila had been allowed to drive a car, whereas in Saudi Arabia this wouldn't have been possible. The Saudis followed a very strict form of Sharia, or Islamic law. This strictness required women to be completely covered at all times, and it prohibited them from voting and even from going out of the house without a permission note from their husbands. These rules were scrupulously enforced by the tenacious, whip-wielding religious police. There was also the notorious Chop Chop Square, the main square in downtown Riyadh. It was here every Friday where those who broke the Sharia were punished for all to see. Jamila had been there once and watched in horror as 5 people lost both their hands and 2 others their heads. Far more subtle punishment was the falaga, the beating of the bottom of the feet in a way that left no marks, although the victim was typically unable to walk, so great was the pain. The rest of the world had largely looked the other way ever since King Ibn Saud, conqueror of Arabia and the ruler who had given his name to the country, hired geologists to come look for water, but who struck oil instead. With fully 1/4 of the world's black gold reserves under the country's sands, a resource eagerly coveted by the industrialized world, the Saudis could usually do what they wanted without fear of repercussions. However, Jamila had not entirely lied to Franklin. Living in Baghdad and being a Sunni Muslim like Saddam Hussein, she had worn clothes mostly of her choosing, and she had been well educated. Despite that, she had hated living under the Iraqi dictator. She had lost friends and family who disappeared after speaking out against the despotic ruler. During the American invasion of Iraq, she prayed that Hussein would be toppled, and those prayers were answered. She and her family at first welcomed the Americans and their allies as heroes for giving them back their freedom. But then things rapidly began to change. Jamila returned from the market one day to find her family's home reduced to rubble after an errant airstrike. All of her family, including her 2 young brothers, perished. After that tragedy, Jamila went to live with relatives in Mosul. But they fell victim to a car bombing in the resulting insurgency against the American presence in Iraq. Next, Jamila traveled to Tikrit to stay with a cousin, but the war had forced her to flee there as well. Since that time, she'd been homeless, joining a growing number of people who had essentially become nomads, constantly caught in the fighting between an ever larger army of insurgents and America and its allies. In one of these groups, she had met a man who spoke out against the Americans as being nothing more than imperialists after precious oil. He argued that all Muslims had the duty to strike back against this enemy of Islam. Like most Muslims, the only jihad Jamila had ever practiced was the Great Jihad, the internal struggle to be a better follower of Islam. This man was obviously speaking of another jihad, the Lesser Jihad, the Holy War, a concept that originated with Islam in the 7th century. At first, Jamila dismissed the man and his advocacy as mindless ravings, yet as her situation grew bleaker, she found herself beginning to listen to him and others like him. The things he was saying, added to the horror she had seen firsthand, started to make sense to the young woman who'd lost everything. And soon her dismay and hopelessness turned to something else: anger. Before long, Jamila found herself in Pakistan and then Afghanistan, being trained to do things she would never have contemplated before. While in Afghanistan she wore the burqa, held her tongue, and obeyed the men. She would go to the market, and soon her clothing would swell because she shoved all the items she purchased under it. The burqa had a grill in front of the opening for the face. It was designed to take away a woman's peripheral vision. If she wanted to look at something, she had to turn her entire head. In this way, it was said, the husband would always be able to tell what was holding his wife's interest. Even with the Taliban gone, many burqas remained. But even women who took the burqas off were not really free, Jamila could see, since their husbands and brothers, and indeed even their sons, still controlled every aspect of their lives. After months of training, she was on her way to the United States, along with scores of others like her, all with forged documents and all with a burning ambition to strike back against an enemy that had destroyed their lives. Jamila had been taught that everything about America was evil, that the Western life and values were in complete opposition to the Muslim faith, and indeed had as its core mission the complete destruction of Islam. How could she not fight against a monster such as that? Her first weeks in America had been divided between monotony and eye-opening experiences. For weeks she had little to do except carry messages back and forth, yet she was seeing America, the great enemy, for the first time. She had visited some of the shops with an Afghan woman. The woman was shocked to see pictures of people on the products in the stores. Under the Taliban, all such graphics had been blotted out. Americans were large people with huge appetites, and the cars they drove, Jamila had never seen such enormous cars. The stores were full. The people wore all sorts of different clothes. Men and women embraced in the streets, even kissing in front of strangers like herself. And things moved so fast she could barely follow them. It was as though she had been hurled far into the future. She found herself terrified, but also curiously intrigued. Then she had been taken from the group she had come to America with and brought to another city, where she received still more training. She was given a new identity, complete with references, and she was also given the very special van that she now drove. She was next sent to Brennan and became the Franklins' nanny. She enjoyed the work and loved being with the boys, but as time passed, she longed to go home. America was simply not for her. Jamila had always looked forward to the time when she would perform the Hajj, the pilgrimage to the most holy site in Islam, Mecca, the town in Hijaz where Muhammad was born. As a child, she had heard stories from family who'd undertaken this most significant event in a Muslim's life. She envisioned standing in a circle around the great mosque, or Al-Masjid al-Haram in Mecca, performing her prayers. The pilgrimage continued in Muzdalifah, where the night prayer was observed, and 21 pebbles were picked up for symbolic stoning of Satan at Mina. 2 or 3 days were spent in Mina for various ceremonies before the return to Mecca. Families who made the pilgrimage were allowed to add the term Hajj to their name. As a little girl, Jamila had been especially drawn with anticipated delight to stories of the 4-day celebration afterward, the Eid al-Adha, the festival of sacrifice, also known as the major festival. She had also looked forward to painting the mode of transportation she used to make the pilgrimage on her front door, an old Egyptian custom that other Muslims sometimes copied. However, Jamila had never gotten the chance to go to Mecca before her country had exploded into war. Now she doubted that she would ever be able to do so. Indeed, she felt it very unlikely that she would return to her homeland in anything other than a coffin. She packed her things for work and went down to her van. She glanced at the back cargo area of the vehicle. Hidden there was an add-on feature that the car manufacturer would never have dreamed of offering. In the center of downtown Brennan, Captain Jack closed on the purchase of his new property, an automobile repair facility. Dressed in an elegant two-piece suit, the distinguished-looking entrepreneur took the keys, thanking the seller and his agent as he drove away in his Audi convertible. They had smiled and counted their money and wished him luck. "Good luck to you, too," he wanted to say. "And good luck to the town of Brennan. It's certainly going to need it." A few minutes later, Captain Jack parked his car at a curb, flipped open his iPack, went online, and entered the chat room. Today's film was The Wizard of Oz. He remembered watching it as a child. Probably unlike most viewers, he'd always sympathized with the plight of the enslaved flying monkeys. He left his message arranging a meeting at the The front pages were filled with very important news. The stock market amazingly had gone up yesterday after having gone down the day before. American football was thick in the air. War on the gridiron, they called it. Well, at least those who had never been in the real thing called it that. Captain Jack also learned that, shockingly, one movie star was actually leaving his wife for another movie star. And then he read of the revelation that a rock musician had been found lip-syncing during a live concert, and that a car bombing had killed 3 Israelis in that never-ending struggle. Retribution would be swift, proclaimed Israeli officials. Yes, it would, Captain Jack knew. You didn't screw with the Israelis. Captain Jack was a very brave, battle-scarred man, yet even he avoided directly antagonizing the Israelis. Buried in the far-back pages of the newspaper, Captain Jack read how AIDS in Africa continued to kill millions. He next skimmed an article on how civil wars on that continent had claimed millions more. Half the world lived in complete poverty, stated another story. Thousands of children were dying every day simply because they had nothing in their bellies. Captain Jack put down the paper. He was not much of a moralist. He'd killed many people in his lifetime. If there was a heaven and a hell, he knew where his eternal lodgings would be. But really, lip-syncing on the front page? He heard the children first, but didn't look in that direction. Next, he listened to the swing being swung, and then the whirligig started going round and round. He smiled at the screams of delight from the young ones. Finally, the sounds of the children quieted down. More minutes passed, and then he heard car doors open and close. Next, he listened to the footsteps coming toward him. They were measured, calm treads. Then came a slight squeak from the bench directly behind his as the person sat down. He immediately lifted up his paper. "I think the Steelers could go all the way this year, don't you?" he said. "No, my money is on the Patriots," the other replied. "Are you sure?" "I'm very sure of what I say. If I were in doubt, I would say nothing." With their identifying code out of the way, Captain Jack got down to business. "Things are good with the Franklins?" "Yes, very good," Jamila replied. "Routines all square, no curves thrown at you?" "Their life is simple. He works all the time. She plays all the time. He caught the edge behind her words. Oh, you think so? I know so. She paused and added, Americans disgust me. Do they now? They're pigs. They are evil, all of them. He said one word in Arabic that froze Jamila. Listen to me, Captain Jack said firmly. A few Americans are bad and a few Muslims are bad, but most want to live in peace and relative happiness, make a home, have a family, pray to God, and die with dignity. They destroy my country. They say Iraq is united with Al-Qaeda and Taliban. That is insane. Hussein and bin Laden were mortal enemies. We all know that. And 15 of the 19 9/11 hijackers, they are Saudis. Yet I do not see American tanks roll down streets of Riyadh, only Baghdad. Deposing a man they helped keep in power, I know, but Iraq doesn't own a chunk of America as the Saudis do. Besides, all great civilizations slaughter others who stand in their way. You can talk to the American Indians about that one. But if you want to hear about Muslim cruelty against other Muslims, go see the Kurds. You tell me this. You tell me this now. Why? Why? Captain Jack's voice was calm but still very firm. Because the anger you mistake for passion is the one thing that could destroy all that we've worked for. I need you to focus, not hate. Hate makes you do irrational things. I do not tolerate irrational thinking. Do you understand me? There was silence. Do you? Jamila finally said, Yes. The plan has changed. It's actually a little cleaner now. I want you to listen very carefully, and then you will practice this new routine over and over until you can do it in your sleep. When he finished telling her the new details, she said, Like you say, it is easier. It is the way I would go to the Franklin's house. Exactly. But we have to account for everything. On that day, if the Franklin's routine varies for any reason, and it may, because presidents don't come to town every day, someone will be standing by. You remember what you have to say? A storm is coming, Jamila answered. But I do not think it will be necessary. But if it is necessary, then it will be done. He said this sternly in Arabic. She hesitated, then asked, And if the storm comes? Then you will do what you were brought here to do. But if they catch up to you, he paused, you will have your reward. As a fidaya. Jamila smiled as she gazed at a point in the cloudy sky where a bit of the sun was easing through. No one had ever referred to her as a fidaya before. She was still staring at this spot when Captain Jack left. He'd learned enough. Chapter 28. I thought the case was closed, Jackie Simpson said, as she and Alex drove away from WFO in his car. I never said that. The Bureau found the drugs. You filed your report. You said you were going back to catching counterfeiters and standing post. I remember it pretty clearly because it's when you also gave me that fabulous career advice. I got a call from Ann Jeffries last night. She said the drugs were bullshit. She threatened to sue us. She's full of crap. And she can't sue us for doing our job. Hell, it's not like we planted the heroin in Johnson's house. Alex glanced over at her. But what if someone else did? She stared back at him skeptically. Planted drugs? Why? That's for us to find out. Right from the get-go, this case hasn't made sense. It makes perfect sense if you accept the fact that Patrick Johnson made a ton of money dealing drugs. He was getting married and didn't see a way out. If he didn't see a way out, why did he agree to get married in the first place? Well, maybe despite her dowdy looks, little Annie is superwoman in bed and wouldn't give it up anymore without a ring on her finger. So he pops the question and then has second thoughts. He feels trapped and decides the only way out is to bite the bullet. You're joking, right? You don't know a lot about women, do you? Meaning what exactly? meaning that being only a man's lust repository gets a little old after a while. Women want permanent relationships of the diamond variety. Men want conquests. Thanks for stereotyping the entire human race. It was very informative. Well, here's another theory for you. Johnson was dealing drugs, but with his marriage, he wanted to quit the business. It's not the sort of business you just walk away from. As a wedding gift, his associates gave him a bullet instead of a toaster. On the island where he had his first date, how would they have known? Maybe from Anne Jeffries, the lady who is now protesting so much that her sweetie was never involved in drugs. So she's lying to us. She's either incredibly stupid or else she knew about the drugs. So if she had no problem with it, why would he kill himself? Maybe he wanted to walk away from the business, but she didn't want him to. Alex shook his head. So now, in cahoots with the druggies, she kills her fiancé? It's as plausible as your theory. I don't think Anne Jeffries could tell the difference between a kilo of heroin and a box of sugar, even if we shoved them down her throat. Whatever. Simpson folded her arms across her chest. So where are we going? Remember the two guys we met at Roosevelt Island, Rinky and Peters? I called them. They finished the handwriting analysis, and I thought we could go learn those results, get our note back, and then snoop around. She exclaimed, "Snoop around? Did you know that when the president goes to NIC, the Secret Service isn't even allowed on certain floors with him because our security clearances aren't high enough?" "Yeah, I know. That still pisses me off," Alex said. "So what do you expect to find out there? As part of our investigation, we need to know what Johnson did at NIC. What happened to the man who didn't want to screw up his last 3 years?" Alex stopped the car at a red light and looked over at her. "If I'm afraid to screw up, then I should just turn in my badge right now. And since I'm not willing to do that, and this wonderfully patriotic epiphany just hit you? Actually, an old friend pointed it out to me last night." The light turned green, and they started off again. He glanced over at her, and that's when he suddenly noticed it, because she'd unbuttoned her jacket. "That's a SIG 357. She didn't look at him. My other gun was a little heavy. Alex also noted that she wasn't wearing her usual flashy breast pocket handkerchief. They were passing through western Fairfax County on Route 7 when Simpson finally spoke again. "I had dinner with my father last night." "And how is the good senator?" "Enlightened," she answered tersely. Alex wisely kept his mouth shut. When they pulled up to the main security entrance at NIC, Alex surveyed with awe the sprawling complex that lay ahead. "What the hell is NIC's budget?" "It's classified like ours," Simpson answered. It took them nearly an hour to clear security, and even then, despite their protests, they had to turn over their weapons. The two were escorted through the halls by a pair of armed guards and an inquisitive Doberman that kept sniffing at Alex's pant leg. "Let's not forget we're all on the same team, little fella," Alex said jokingly to the dog. The guards didn't even crack a smile. The two Secret Service agents were deposited in a small room and told to wait, and they waited and waited. "Is it my imagination, or did we cross into a foreign country back there?" Alex said sourly, as he balled up a piece of paper and missed a three-pointer aimed at the wastebasket. "You're the one who wanted to come here," his partner snapped. "I've got a full caseload back at WFO that I could be working on to build my career." Before Alex could answer, the door opened and in walked Tyler Rinke, followed closely by Warren Peters. "Long time no see," Alex said as he made a protracted show of checking his watch. "I'm glad you two could finally make it." "Sorry about the wait," Rinke said casually. He pulled out a piece of paper, and they all sat at the small table in the center of the room. "The handwriting on the note matches Johnson's," Rinke said. "No doubt about it." He passed across the analysis for the Secret Service agents to examine. "No surprise there," Alex said. "Where's the note?" "In the lab." "Okay. Alex waited, but neither of the men said anything. I'll need it back. Right, fine, Peter said. It might take a little time, Rinky added. I was hoping you'd say that because we wanted to look around Johnson's office and talk to some of his co-workers, get a feel for the stuff he was working on. The men looked at him blankly. I'm afraid that's not possible, Peter said. Guys, this is a homicide investigation. I need a little cooperation. As far as cooperation goes, we ran the handwriting analysis for you. Besides, it looks pretty clear that the man committed suicide. That's the Bureau's conclusion, too. Looks can be deceiving, Alex shot back, and investigating a person's workplace is standard for this sort of case. Patrick Johnson's work area is restricted to the highest security clearance levels. Rinky said firmly, No exceptions. Your clearances aren't good enough. I checked. Alex leaned forward and eyed Rinky. I guarded the President of the United States for 5 years. I worked on the Joint Anti-Terrorism Task Force while you were still banging cheerleaders in college. I've stood post at meetings of the Joint Chiefs where they talked about stuff this country is doing that would make both of you crap in your Brooks Brothers pants. Your security clearances aren't adequate, Rinky reiterated. Then we have a big problem, Alex said, because I've been assigned to investigate this case. Now we can do this the easy way or the hard way. Meaning what? Peters asked. Meaning I can get a warrant to search Johnson's workplace and talk to his colleagues, or you can just let me do it. Security clearance inadequacy notwithstanding. Rinky smiled and shook his head. There's not a court in this country that would issue a search warrant for these premises. What? You're playing the national security card? Alex said scornfully. Secret Service uses it all the time, Peters retorted. Not for something like this, and let me remind you that the Department of Homeland Security is my boss now, not wimp-ass Treasury. Right, and the Director of Homeland Security reports to Carter Gray. Bullshit, they're both cabinet secretaries. Simpson cut in. Are you guys finished seeing whose penis is bigger? Because this is getting pretty stupid. The door opened, and both Rinky and Peter shot to their feet. Carter Gray stood there gazing at them. Alex watched in stunned silence as Gray walked over and gave Simpson a hug and a peck on the cheek. You're looking lovely as always, Jackie. How are things? I've had better days, she answered, and then gave Alex a scowl before turning back to Gray. This is my partner, Alex Ford. Gray nodded. Good to meet you, Alex. Thank you, sir. Simpson said, I had dinner with Dad last night. The senator needs to go deer hunting again with me. The last time I bagged a 6-pointer. Haven't had a damn bit of luck since. I'll tell him. What can we do for you? She told him about wanting to look around Patrick Johnson's office. I told them they lacked the necessary security clearances, sir. Rinky interjected. I'm sure you did. Gray glanced at Simpson. Come on, Jackie. I'll walk you down there myself. He looked back at Rinky and Peters. That'll be all, he said tersely. The two men instantly fled the room. As Gray led them down the hall, Alex whispered into Simpson's ear. Jesus, you didn't tell me you knew Carter Gray. You never asked. So, how do you know him? He's my godfather. Chapter 29. While Alex and Simpson were trying to make some headway at NIC, Oliver Stone was playing chess in a park near the White House. His opponent, Thomas Jefferson Wyatt, known universally as TJ, was an old friend who had worked in the kitchen at the White House for almost 40 years. TJ was a member of the Congregation of United Methodist that owned Mount Zion Cemetery. It was TJ who helped Stone get the caretaker's job there. Weather permitting, Stone and Wyatt would often play chess on Wyatt's day off. In fact, it was through chess that the men became friends. Stone made a move without his usual deliberation, and the adverse result was swift as Wyatt captured his queen. You okay, Oliver? Wyatt asked. Not like you to make mistakes like that. Just some things on my mind, TJ. He sat back against the park bench and gazed keenly at his friend. "It looks like your current boss will be around for another 4 years." Wyatt shrugged. "From the kitchen, one president looks a lot like another, Republican or Democrat. They all eat. But don't get me wrong, he's doing an okay job. He treats us good, gives us respect, gives respect to the Secret Service, too. Not all of them do, you know. You'd think you'd treat people willing to take a bullet for you pretty good." Wyatt shook his head. "Things I've seen on that score make you sick." "Speaking of the Secret Service, I saw Agent Ford last night." Wyatt brightened. "Now that's a good man. I told you after Kitty died and I had pneumonia, he came to my house to check on me almost every day he was in town." "I remember." Stone moved one of his bishops forward and said, "I saw Carter Gray land at the White House yesterday. Secret Service don't like that one bit. Chopper coming in should only be Marine One with the man on it, and that's all. Carter Gray's status allows him to make his own rules." Wyatt grinned, hunched forward and lowered his voice. "Got some scuttlebutt on him you'll get a kick out of." Stone eased forward. Their chess matches sometimes included snatches of relatively innocuous gossip. White House domestic staff tended to have long tenures at the White House, and they were famous for both meticulous attention to their duties and, more important for the First Family, their discretion. It had taken Stone years to get Wyatt comfortable enough to discuss anything that happened at the White House, however trivial. "The president asked Gray to go up to New York with him on 9/11, you know, for his big speech at the memorial site." Wyatt paused and looked around at a passerby. "And?" asked Stone. "And Gray flat turned him down." "That's a little brazen, even for Gray." "Well, you know what happened to his wife and daughter, right?" "Yes." Stone had met Barbara Gray decades ago. She was an accomplished woman even back then, with a compassion that her husband had never possessed. Stone had instantly respected her, later faulting the lady only for her poor choice in husbands. Then the president asked Gray to go up with him to that town in Pennsylvania, the place that changed its name to Brennan. "And is he? You don't turn down the man twice, right?" "No, you don't," Stone agreed. Both men fell silent as Wyatt studied the board and then made his move, edging his rook toward Stone's knight. While Stone considered his options, he said, "I see that Gray has some problems of his own to deal with. This fellow Patrick Johnson, who was found dead on Roosevelt Island, he worked for NIC. Oh yeah, that's been making the rounds at the big house." "The president's concerned?" "He and Gray are real tight. So dirt hits Gray, it's bound to splash on the president. The man's no dummy. The president's loyal, but he's not stupid." TJ glanced around. "I'm not telling tales out of school. Everybody knows that." "I'm sure NIC and the White House have been working the media hard because there wasn't much in the morning news about it." "I know the president's been ordering a lot of late-night snacks and coffee. Man's going into the home stretch on the election, and he doesn't want nothing to upset the apple cart. And a dead body can upset a lot of things." After their chess match was finished and Wyatt had left, Stone sat and thought for a bit. So Gray was going to Brennan, Pennsylvania. That was interesting. Stone had thought it a little gutsy of the town to pull a stunt like that, but apparently it had paid off. He was about to leave when he saw Adelphia walking toward him, carrying 2 cups of coffee. She sat down and handed him one. "Now we have the café and we chat," she said firmly. "Unless you have meeting to go to," she added drolly. No, I don't, Adelphia, and thank you for the coffee." He paused and added, "How did you know I was here?" "Like that is big secret. Where do you come when you have the game of chess? It is here you come, always it is, with that black man who works at White House." "I didn't know I was that predictable in my movements," he said, his tone somewhat annoyed. Men are always predictable. Do you like your café?" "Very nice." He paused and then commented, "You know, these aren't cheap, Adelphia." It is not like I drink the café 100 times all of the days. But you have money? Adelphia eyed his new clothes. So? And you have the money. I have a job, and my friends, they help me. It is no one that helps me. I work for money, all of it. Stone was surprised that he'd never asked her this before. What do you do? I am seamstress for laundry place. I work when I want, they pay me good, and they give me good deal on room, she said. And then I can buy the café when I want. It must be very rewarding to have such a skill, Stone said absently. They stopped talking, and their gazes idly took in other people in the small park. Adelphia finally broke the silence. So your match of chess, you were victor? No, my defeat was based on equal parts lack of concentration and my opponent's considerable skill. My father, he was very excellent at the chess. He was, how you say... She hesitated, obviously searching for the right words in English. My father, he was, how you say, Vilkemeesters. A grand champion? No, you mean a grand master. That's very impressive. She glanced at him sharply. You speak Polish? Just a little. You have been to Poland? A very long time ago, he said, sipping his coffee and watching the breeze gently move the leaves on the trees overhead. I take it that's where you're from? He asked curiously. Adelphia had never spoken about her origins before. It was in Krakow that I was born, but then my family, they moved to Bialystok. I was just a child, so I go too. Stone had been to both those cities, but had no intention of telling her that. I really only know Warsaw, and, as I said, that was a long time ago, probably before you were born. That is a nice thing you say that, even if it is a lie. She put her coffee down on the bench and gazed at him. It is very much younger you look, Oliver. Thanks to you and your wizardry with scissors and a razor. And your friends, do they not think so too? My friends? He said, glancing at her. I have seen them. He looked at her again. Well, they've all come to visit me at Lafayette Park. No, I mean at your meetings I have seen them. He tried not to look concerned at her stunning words. So you followed me to my meetings? I hope they weren't too boring. What has she seen or heard? She looked coy, and as though she'd read his thoughts, said, It might have been things I hear, or it might not. When was that? He asked. So finally it is I have your attention. She edged closer to him and actually patted his hand. Do not worry, Oliver. I am not spy. I see things, but I do not hear. And the things I see, well, they stay with me always. Always they do. It's not like we have anything worth overhearing or seeing. It is truth you seek, Oliver, she said, smiling. Like your signs say, it is truth you want. I can tell. You are such a man who seeks this. I'm afraid as the years go by, my chances of actually finding it are fewer and fewer. Adelphia suddenly glanced over at a person who was staggering through the park. Anyone who had been on the streets of Washington over the last 10 years had probably seen this pitiable sight. He had short stubs of bone and skin where his arms should have been. His legs were so horribly twisted that it was a miracle he could even remain upright. He was usually half naked, even in winter. He had no shoes on. His feet were scarred and covered with sores, the toes oddly bent. His eyes were largely vacant, and a steady current of spittle slipped down his face and onto his chest. As far as anyone knew, he could not even speak. A small pouch hung from a string around his neck. Written across his tattered shirt in childlike scrawl was one word: help. Stone had given money to the man on numerous occasions and knew that he lived over a steam grate by the Treasury Department. He'd tried to help the man over the years, but his mind was simply too far gone. If any government agency had stepped in to help, Stone was unaware of it. My God, that man, that poor man, my heart, it bursts for his suffering, Adelphia said. She raced over to him, pulled out some dollars from her pocket, and placed them in his pouch. He babbled something at her and then staggered off to another group nearby, who also immediately opened their pocketbooks and wallets to him. As Adelphia was returning to her spot next to Stone, a large man stepped in front of her, blocking the way. He said gruffly, "I don't look as shitty as that guy, but I'm hungry and I need a drink bad." His hair was ratty and in his face, but he wasn't dressed that shabbily. However, the stench coming off his body in waves was overpowering. "It is no more I have," Adelphia answered in a frightened tone. "You're lying." He grabbed her arm and yanked Adelphia toward him. "Give me some damn money!" Before Adelphia could even cry out, Stone was beside her. "Let her go now," Stone demanded. The man was a good 25 years younger than Stone and far bigger. "Get out of here, old man. This doesn't concern you." "This woman is my friend." "I said get out of here!" He followed this with a vicious swing that caught Stone flush on the chin. He dropped to the ground, clutching his face. "Oliver!" Adelphia screamed. Other people in the park were yelling at the man now, and someone was running off, calling out for a policeman. As Stone struggled to get to his feet, a man pulled the switchblade out of his pocket and pointed it at Adelphia. "Give me the money, or I'll cut you bad, bitch." Stone made a sudden lunge. The man let go of Adelphia and staggered back, dropping his knife. He fell to his knees, every muscle in his body trembling, and then he collapsed onto his back on the grass, writhing in agony. Stone picked up the switchblade and then palmed the weapon in a very unusual way. He reached over and ripped open his assailant's collar, exposing the man's thick neck and throbbing arteries. For an instant, it seemed that Stone was going to slice that neck open from ear to ear, as the knife point edged very near a pulsing vein. There was a look in Oliver Stone's eyes that virtually no one who had known him over the last 30-odd years had ever seen. Yet Stone abruptly stopped and gazed up at Adelphia, who stood there staring at him, her chest heaving. At that moment, it was not clear which man she feared more. "Oliver?" she said quietly. "Oliver?" Stone dropped the knife on the ground, rose, and wiped off his pants. "My God, you are bleeding," Adelphia cried out. "Bleeding!" "I'm fine," he said shakily as he dabbed at his bloody mouth with his sleeve. That was a lie. The blow had hurt him very much. His head was bursting, and he felt sick to his stomach. He picked at something in his mouth and yanked out a tooth the man's punch had loosened. "You are no fine," Adelphia insisted as she watched him. A woman came running up to them. "The police are coming. Are you both okay?" Stone turned to see a patrol car, its lights flashing, pull to a stop at the curb. He quickly turned to Adelphia. "I'm sure you can explain everything to the police." This came out a little garbled because his lip was swelling. As he staggered off, she called out to him, but he didn't turn around. When the police came up and started asking her questions, all Adelphia could think about was what she had seen. Oliver Stone had dug his index finger into the man's side near the rib cage. This simple move had caused a very large, angry man to drop to the ground helpless. And the way Stone held the knife had struck her deeply, for a very personal reason. Adelphia had seen a man grip a knife that way only once before, many years ago in Poland. The man had been a member of the KGB, who had come to forcibly take her uncle away for speaking out against the Soviets. She had never seen her uncle alive again. His gutted body had been found in an unused well in a village 20 miles away. As Adelphia glanced around, she gasped. Oliver Stone had disappeared. Chapter 30. "This is where Patrick Johnson worked," Carter Gray said, sweeping his hand across the room. Alex slowly took it all in. The space was about half the size of a football field, with a large open area in the middle and cubicles along the perimeter. Computers with flat screens were on every desktop, and servers hummed in the background. Men and women dressed in business attire either sat at their desks, totally focused on their work, or else walked the halls speaking into phone headsets, using cryptic jargon that not even Alex, with all his federal time behind him, could understand. The sense of urgency here was palpable. As Gray led them over to a set of corner cubicles, Alex caught images of people's faces flashing across some of the computers, most of them Middle Eastern, with data, presumably about each person, flowing down one side of the screen. The thing he didn't see was a single scrap of paper. "We are paperless," Gray said. Alex was startled by this comment. Has the man added mind reading to his repertoire? At least the people working here are. I still like to feel the material in my hands. He stopped at one cubicle, larger than the rest, whose walls, instead of waist level, were 6 feet high. "This is Johnson's office." "I take it he was a supervisor of some sort?" Simpson commented. "Yes. His precise task was to oversee the work on our data files of all terrorist-related suspects. When we took over MTAC, we combined that staff and their files with ours. It was an ideal fit. However, we of course didn't want to strip the Secret Service of all involvement. That's why Johnson and others here were joint employees." Gray said this in a magnanimous tone. However, as Alex looked around the space, he thought to himself, nice but useless bone to throw our way, since we had no control over our joint employee. His gaze came to rest on the only personal item in the office. It was a small framed photo of Anne Jeffries sitting on Johnson's desk. Alex noted that when the woman was all made up, she looked very pretty. He wondered if Anne Jeffries was meeting with a lawyer right now. A moment later, another man joined them. Tom Hemingway flashed a smile as he put out his hand to Alex. "Well, I guess my cover's blown, Agent Ford." "I guess so," Alex said as he winced at the man's crushing grip. Gray raised an eyebrow. "You two know each other?" "Through Kate Adams, the DOJ lawyer I was working with, sir." Simpson stepped forward. "I'm Jackie Simpson, Secret Service." "Tom Hemingway." "Nice to meet you, Tom." She gazed appreciatively at the handsome Hemingway until she caught Alex scowling at her. "I was just showing them Patrick Johnson's office and explaining what he did for us," Gray said. "They're investigating his death on behalf of the service." "If you'd like, sir, I can take over from here. I know you have a meeting." "Tom knows much more about computers than I do," Gray said. That wasn't exactly true, but Gray had never been one to boast of his strengths, because that very hubris often turned them into weaknesses. "Don't forget to tell your father what I said, Jackie." Then Gray left them. "So what exactly are you looking for?" Hemingway asked. "Basically an understanding of what Johnson did here," Alex answered. "Secretary Gray said that he oversaw the data files and terrorist suspects." "That's right, among other things. I guess the best way to describe it is that he and the other data supervisors are like senior air traffic controllers, making sure all the pieces go together smoothly. The databases are constantly being updated with fresh intelligence, and we've streamlined things too. The FBI, DEA, Homeland Security, ATF, CIA, DIA, and others each had its own database. There was a lot of overlap and wrong information, and no way for one agency to thoroughly access another agency's files. That was one of the problems that led up to 9/11. Now, it's all maintained here, but the other agencies have 24/7 access." Alex spoke up. "Isn't that a little risky, putting everything in one place?" "We have a backup center, of course," Hemingway said. "Where is it?" Alex asked. "I'm afraid that's classified." "Well, I saw that one coming." "And keep in mind that our system didn't replace the Bureau's AFIS," said Hemingway, referring to the FBI's fingerprint identification system. "We're after terrorists, not pedophiles and bank robbers. We also bought several private firms that specialized in intelligence data mining and other areas of technological expertise." "NIC bought private companies?" Alex said. Hemingway nodded. Government doesn't have to reinvent the wheel any more than the private sector. The software literally digs into trillions of bytes of information in numerous databases and builds patterns, suspect signatures, and behavior and activity models that can be used in investigations. Our agents have handheld devices like Palm Pilots that allow them instant access to these databases. With a single query, they can access all relevant information about a subject. It's incredible stuff. How do you effectively oversee an operation this big with people constantly firing stuff at you? Alex asked. When all the other agencies' files came over, it created quite a backlog to work through. And between you and me, there were some glitches, and the system actually crashed a couple of times, but it's all running smoothly now. It was Johnson's task and others here to oversee that, and also to ensure the accuracy of the data input. It's very labor-intensive work. So not so speedy, Alex said. Speed is useless if the information is wrong, Hemingway countered. While we try to keep everything as up-to-date and accurate as possible, perfection, of course, is not attainable. Could you show us some file examples? Simpson asked. Sure. Hemingway sat down at Johnson's desk and put his hand in a biometric reader. Next, he hit some keys on the computer, and a face appeared on the screen, along with a fingerprint and other identifying data. Alex was suddenly staring at himself, along with seemingly everything he'd ever done since coming out of his mother's womb. Underage drinking conviction, Simpson said, reading one of the sections. That was supposed to have been expunged from my record, Alex snapped. I'm sure it was expunged from the official record, Hemingway said. How is your neck, by the way? Looks like a nasty injury you suffered. You got my medical records? What the hell happened to privacy? You must have neglected to read the fine print on the Patriot Act. Hemingway hit some more keys, and another search field came up. He said, You go to the Leap Bar a lot. He pointed at a list of credit card purchases from that pub. I'm sure the presence of the lovely Kate Adams is a factor. So every time I use my credit card, you know what I'm up to? That's why I always pay in cash, Hemingway said smugly. He typed in some more commands, and Jackie Simpson's photo, digitized fingerprint, and basic information sheet came up. She pointed at one line. That's wrong. I was born in Birmingham, not Atlanta. Hemingway smiled. See, not even NIC is infallible. I'll make sure it's corrected. Do you have any bad guys in there, or do you just spy on cops? Alex asked. Hemingway punched some more keys, and another face sprang up. His name was Adnan al-Remi. He was killed by another terrorist in Virginia. You can see that al-Remi has been confirmed as deceased. That's what the little skull and crossbones symbol in the upper right-hand corner signifies. A little corny, and I'm not sure who came up with that idea, but it's pretty clear as to a person's current status. Hemingway opened a drop-down window. You can see the fingerprint image here. We were able to positively ID al-Remi from his digital prints, which we had on file. Did Johnson have any information that would be valuable to someone? I think in broad terms, everyone who works at NIC would have information that could be valuable to an enemy of this country, Agent Ford. That's why we run background checks and perform a rigorous vetting process. Can't do any better than that, Jackie Simpson said. But didn't Patrick Johnson's sudden wealth raise red flags here? Alex asked. Hemingway looked chagrined. It should have. Heads will roll for it. But not yours, Alex remarked. No, that wasn't my responsibility, Hemingway answered. Lucky you. So if the drugs weren't Johnson's source of income, you're saying it's unlikely that he could have been selling secrets from here. Unlikely, but not impossible, but the drugs were found at his house. Do you mind if we talk to some of Johnson's co-workers? I can arrange that, but I'm afraid your discussions will have to be monitored. Wow, just like in prison, only we're the good guys, Alex said. We're the good guys, too, Hemingway shot back. An hour later, after they'd spoken to 3 of Johnson's colleagues, Alex and Simpson learned that none of them really knew Johnson on a personal level. After they'd collected their guns, Hemingway escorted them out. "Good luck," he said, before the automatic door shut behind them. "Right, sure. Thanks for all your help," Alex groused. They walked back to the car, while 2 Army grunts toting M16s followed. "Either one of you guys want to hold my hand in case I suddenly go berserk?" Alex asked, before turning back around and marching on in disgust. "Well, that was a complete waste of time," Simpson said. "So is 90% of investigative work. You should know that," Alex said heatedly. "What are you so pissed about? Are you telling me all that stuff in there didn't creep you out? Hell, I was half expecting a photo of when I lost my virginity to pop up. I've got nothing to hide. And why were you such an asshole with Tom?" "I was an asshole with Tom because I don't happen to like the son of a bitch." "Oh, well, I guess that explains your relationship with me." Alex didn't bother to answer, but he did lay down rubber on NIC's pristine asphalt, getting the hell out of Big Brother Town. Chapter 31. A few minutes after Alex and Simpson had left, Hemingway passed Rinke and Peters in the hallway at NIC and gave a short nod of his head. 15 minutes later, Hemingway drove out of NIC. 10 minutes after that, Rinke and Peters did the same. They met at Tyson's 2 Galleria, a large upscale shopping mall, purchased coffees, and walked along the concourses. They'd already used an anti-surveillance device to ensure that none of them had been bugged, and each had taken great pains to make sure they hadn't been followed. A major rule of being a spy was to make certain your own agency wasn't spying on you. "We tried to stop them from going through Johnson's office," Peters said, "but then Gray came in." "I know," Hemingway replied. "That's why I went down there. The last thing I want is Carter Gray turning his attention to this." "What about Ford and Simpson?" "If they get too close, there are ways to deal with them," Hemingway said. "We found a print on the suicide note and ran it." "Did you get a match?" Rinke asked. "Yes." "Who is it?" Peters asked. "It's in your jacket pocket." Hemingway finished his coffee and threw away the cup. Peters pulled out the piece of paper Hemingway had slipped there at some point. He read the name, Milton Farb. Hemingway explained, he worked at NIH years ago as a computer systems expert, but had some mental problems and popped up in some psych centers. He was in the phone book, so it wasn't hard tracking his address. I've emailed an encrypted version of his background file to you. Watch him, and he'll probably lead you to the others. But do nothing without checking with me first. If we can avoid killing them, we will. He walked off in one direction, while Rinke and Peters headed off in the other with renewed energy. Carter Gray returned to his office, made a few phone calls, including one to the White House, and then held a series of brief meetings. After that, Gray settled down for another task that would take him several hours. Whenever the president was traveling and Gray was unable to accompany or meet him on the road, they conducted a secure video conference call for the daily briefing. Gray typically spent a good deal of each day preparing for that call, but he knew that the salient points could be summed up very quickly. "Mr. President, the world as we know it is going straight to hell. Some of it due to our own actions, and there's little we can do about it. However, so long as we keep spending hundreds of billions of dollars on homeland security, I can reasonably guarantee that most Americans will be safe. However, all our expensive efforts can still be defeated by a small group of people with enough nerve, dumb luck, and plutonium. Then all bets are off, and we could all very well be dead. Any questions, sir?" Instead of preparing for the briefing with Brennan, though, Gray wanted to go for a drive. Unfortunately, he wasn't allowed to. As with the president, the Secretary of Intelligence was not allowed to drive himself. He was deemed too vital to the security of the nation to be behind the wheel of a car. However, what Gray really wanted to do was go fishing. Since he couldn't do that right now with a pole and bait, he decided to try another version of fishing. one at which he was also very skilled. He typed in a request for a name on his laptop. Within 5 minutes, he had the information he wanted. NIC personnel were nothing if not efficient. It had been one of his most brilliant moves, Gray thought, centralizing all terrorist databases under NIC's control. While it made the system far more accurate, it also gave NIC the heads-up on other intelligence agencies' operations. If the CIA, for example, needed information on something, they would have to access one of the NIC databases, and Gray would instantly know what they were looking at. It had worked beautifully, allowing him to spy on his intelligence brethren under cover of bureaucratic efficiency. He set up the images and data on split screens so he could view them all simultaneously. There were many men staring back at him. Almost all were Middle Eastern. They had all been duly recorded in the NIC database, complete with digital fingerprints, if available. And they were all dead, many at the hands of other terrorists. The skull and crossbones marker, resting in the upper right-hand corner of each man's picture, confirmed this fate. They included an engineer and chemist, who were also expert bomb makers. Another, Adnan al-Remi, was a courageous fighter with nerves that had never broken in the heat of battle. 6 others lost their lives when an explosive went off in the van they were in. Whether it was accidental or intentional had never been determined. The crime scene had been horrific, with body parts instead of bodies to collect. Other than Muhammad al-Zawahiri, none of these men were on the A list of terrorist suspects, but it was still fortunate for America that they were dead. Gray had no way of knowing that the photos of al-Remi and others had been altered subtly. They were not the pictures of the men who'd actually died either. They were a digitized combination of the real al-Remi, for example, and the dead man identified as al-Remi. This was done so that any earlier photos of the men still floating around would not look so different as to raise suspicion. It had taken time and considerable expertise. The result had been worth it, though. It was now virtually impossible to identify any of these Arabs from their photos in the NIC database. The other brilliant stroke had been leaving no faces behind on the dead men to identify. What had been substituted in their entirety, of course, were the men's fingerprints, the forensic signature by which they'd been positively identified. Fingerprints never lied. Of course, in the digital age, nothing was inviolate. And yet with all that, Carter Gray's gut was telling him something was not right. Gray clicked out of the file and decided to go for a walk around the NIC grounds. He was allowed to do that, he supposed. As Gray strolled outside, he looked at the sky, following the flight of a Lufthansa 747 as it made its way into Dulles Airport, and his mind wandered to the past. Early on in his career at the CIA, Gray had been assigned to the CIA's ultra-secret and now abandoned training facility near Washington, Virginia, a bit over 2 hours west of D.C. The building, extremely well hidden within the surrounding forest, was known in CIA parlance as Area 51A, demonstrating that the agency did indeed have a sense of humor. Unofficially, though, it had usually been referred to as Murder Mountain. Long since closed down, NIC had recently moved to have it reopened as an interrogation facility for terrorist suspects. However, the Justice Department had gotten wind of the scheme, and the process had slowed down considerably. Then, after the cumulative effects of Gitmo Bay in Cuba, the disgrace of Abu Ghraib prison in Iraq, and the Salt Pit prison fiasco in Afghanistan, the plans to reopen the facility were on the verge of being nixed. Gray was unconcerned, though. There were lots of other places outside the country that would serve the same purpose. Torture of prisoners was illegal under American and international laws. Gray had testified before many committees regarding compliance with this law by his intelligence community, lying to the Congress with virtually every word he spoke. However, did those great and pious legislators, who neither knew one word of Arabic, nor could even name the capitals of Oman or Turkmenistan without a staffer's help, really think that was how the world worked? Intelligence was a filthy business, where people lied and people died all the time. The fact that the U.S. president was right now contemplating the assassination of another country's elected officials was testament enough to how complicated the global politics were. Gray returned to his office. He wanted to take another look at all these dead men who might somehow figure prominently in his future. God help America if they did. Chapter 32. Alex emailed his updated report to Jerry Sykes as soon as he got back to WFO. Unlike his first filing, however, the response this time was very swift. The phone call didn't merely instruct him to go to Jerry Sykes' office, or even the Sacks. He was ordered to report immediately to Secret Service headquarters and meet with none other than the director of the Secret Service. Okay, Alex thought, this was probably not a good sign. It was close enough to WFO that Alex could walk, and he did. The time in the fresh air allowed him to ponder his future after the service, which might be coming faster than he had envisioned. In fact, about 3 years faster. He had met the current director face-to-face only a couple of times before. They'd been social occasions, and the few minutes of chit-chat had been quite pleasant. Alex's gut was telling him that this encounter wouldn't be nearly as chummy. A few minutes later, he walked into the director's spacious office. Jerry Sykes was there, apparently trying to disappear into the sofa he was perched on, and, much to Alex's surprise, Jackie Simpson was sitting next to Sykes. "You want to close the door, Ford?" Wayne Martin, the director of the Secret Service, said. Close the door. That was definitely not a good sign. Alex obeyed this instruction and then sat and waited for Martin to start speaking. He was a large man who favored striped shirts with big cufflinks. He'd worked his way up through the ranks and was one of the agents who tackled John Hinckley after his attempt to assassinate Reagan. Martin was studying a file in front of him. Shooting a quick glance at it, Alex thought it appeared to be his service history. Okay, this was really not looking good. Martin closed the file, sat on the edge of his desk, and said, "Agent Ford, I'll get right to it because, believe it or not, I've got a lot of things to do today." "Yes, sir," Alex said automatically. "I got a call from the president a little while ago. He was on Air Force One. The man was on his plane going to a string of campaign events, and he took the time to call me about you. That's why you're here today." It was as though all the blood were evaporating from Alex's body. "The president called about me, sir? Would you like to take a guess what about?" Alex shot a glance at Sykes, who was studying the floor. Simpson was looking at him, but she didn't appear to be in a helpful mood. "The Patrick Johnson case?" Alex could barely hear his own voice. "Bingo!" Martin boomed, slamming a fist down on his desk and causing everybody to jump. "Since you're batting 1,000, Ford, you care to take another guess as to what you did that prompted a call from the President of the United States?" Alex had no saliva left in his mouth, but the man obviously wanted an answer. "I've been investigating the death of Patrick Johnson. That's what I was ordered to do." Martin was shaking his head halfway through this answer. "The FBI is the lead investigative agency on the case. My understanding is that you were assigned to merely observe that investigation so as to protect the interests of this agency, and that our only connection to the deceased is that he was technically a joint employee of this agency and NIC. But in reality, he was fully under NIC's control and jurisdiction. Do you disagree with that assessment?" Alex didn't even bother to glance at Sykes. "No, sir." "Good. I'm glad that we've got that established. Now, the FBI found drugs at Mr. Johnson's residence and is following up along those lines, which would tend to indicate that he was selling said drugs and generating considerable income from that endeavor. And consequently, his employment at NIC was not being considered as possibly connected to his death. Are you aware of this?" "Yes, sir." "Good again." Martin stood and Alex braced for what was coming. He wasn't disappointed. Martin erupted. "Now, with all that said, would you care to tell me what in the living hell you were thinking when you went out to NIC and questioned none other than Carter Gray about this matter?" This was conveyed in what could only be described as one long drill sergeant scream. When Alex finally found his voice, he said, "I thought that, to cover all the angles, going out to NIC was proper. They had run an analysis on a note for us, and did you or did you not interrogate Carter Gray?" "I did not, sir. He showed up and offered to take us to Johnson's workspace. Until then, I was merely speaking with two junior subordinates who were not being particularly cooperative." "Did you threaten to seek a warrant to search the NIC premises?" Alex's heart seemed to skip a beat. That was just a routine jab at... Martin smacked his desktop again. "Did you?" Sweat now christened Alex's face. "Yes, sir." "Did you learn anything useful while you were there? Did you find a smoking gun? Did you find evidence to implicate Secretary Gray in some nefarious plot?" Even though he well knew these were rhetorical questions, Alex felt compelled to answer the man. "We learned nothing that was particularly helpful to the investigation. But again, it was on Secretary Gray's initiative that he showed us around, sir. And it was only for a couple of minutes." "Let me fill you in on the politics of our business, Ford. Secretary Gray didn't randomly run into you at NIC. He was alerted to your presence and purpose and came down to see you. He told the president that he felt compelled to do so because if word leaked out to the media that NIC was not being cooperative in a criminal investigation, it would reflect badly on him and his agency. As you know, Secretary Gray and the president are especially close, so things that reflect badly on NIC and Secretary Gray don't make the president happy. Are you following this?" "Yes, sir." "Are you also aware that under Secretary Gray's initiative, a full internal investigation is being conducted at NIC with regards to the Johnson matter, and that the FBI will be assisting in this?" "No, sir, I was not aware of that." Martin didn't appear to be listening now. He picked up a piece of paper from his desk. "According to your first report, you'd concluded that Mr. Johnson was probably a drug dealer and you were going to let the FBI track that lead down. That was it. You filed that report last night. Now, this morning, you showed up at NIC asking a bunch of questions that were in clear contradiction to your initial conclusions. My question to you is, what happened between the time you filed the report last night and you're going to NIC this morning that made you change your mind?" By the way Martin was looking at him, it suddenly struck Alex that the man already knew the answer. He shot a glance at Simpson, who was now looking nervously down at her thick-heeled pumps. That's why she was here. Oh, shit. He looked back at the director. "I'm waiting for your answer," Martin said. Alex cleared his throat, buying time. "Sir, they'd analyzed the handwriting on the note, and I wanted to get the results." Martin gave Alex a look so scathing, the agent could actually feel the swells of perspiration under his armpits. "Don't ever bullshit me, son," Martin said in a very low, steady voice that was somehow far more threatening than the man's prior tirade. The director looked over at Simpson. "Agent Simpson informed us that you told her an old friend had convinced you to get up a head of steam on this case and go for it." He paused and said, "Who was that friend?" Talk about a casual slip of the tongue coming back to crater your life. Alex's mind was racing from how he was going to afford his mortgage after he was fired from the service in disgrace to how he could kill Jackie Simpson and not get the death penalty. "I don't really recall that conversation with Agent Simpson, sir. It was this morning. I'm not sure the service needs agents with memories that poor, so you want to load up and try again? Keep in mind that there are two careers in question here, and one of them is just starting out. He again shot a glance at Simpson. The identity of the person isn't important, sir. I'd already concluded that I was going to keep investigating the case because certain things didn't add up, that's all. It's solely my responsibility. Agent Simpson had nothing to do with my decision to go to NIC. She was merely doing what I told her to, and reluctantly at that. I'm prepared to take the full consequences for my actions. So you won't answer my question? With all due respect, sir, if I thought it had the slightest bearing on this case, I would answer it. And you're not going to let me be the judge of that? For a lot of reasons, Alex was not going to tell the director of the Secret Service that a man calling himself Oliver Stone, who sometimes occupied a tent across from the White House and who'd been known to harbor a few conspiracy theories, was the old friend who had convinced him to keep investigating. It just didn't seem like a good idea right now. Alex nervously licked his lips. Again, with all due respect, it was said to me in confidence, and, unlike some people, I don't break confidences. He didn't look at Simpson when he said this, but then he didn't really have to. So you can just stop the buck right at me, sir. The director sat in his chair and leaned back. You've had a good, solid career at the service, Ford. I'd like to think so. Alex felt his breath quicken as he sensed the axe coming. But it's the end of the career that people remember. Alex almost started laughing, because this was exactly what Stone had told him, for an entirely different reason, of course. That's what I've heard, sir. He paused and said, I'm assuming I'm being transferred to another field office. When the service was ticked off at an agent, it usually sent that person to one of the least desirable field offices, although in this case, that might have been wishful thinking. Disobeying a command from the director would probably result in his immediate expulsion from the service. You just take the rest of the day off. Then starting tomorrow, you're officially transferred out of WFO and back to Presidential Protection Detail. Maybe standing post in some doorways will knock some sense into you. Quite frankly, I don't know what I'm going to do with you. Half of me wants to kick your ass right out of the service this minute. But you've put in a lot of good years. It'd be a shame to see that go right in the crapper. He held up a finger. And just so there's no miscommunication, you are not to go near the Patrick Johnson case in any way at all, even if your old friend tells you otherwise. Is that clear? Absolutely, sir. Now get the hell out of here. Chapter 33. Jamila gave the baby his bath while Lori Franklin played with the other two boys on the elaborate playset in the backyard. As she was dressing the little one afterward, Jamila watched the others from the nursery window. Lori Franklin didn't spend enough time with her children, at least in Jamila's estimation. Yet even the Iraqi woman had to admit that the time the mother did spend with her sons was real quality time. She read to them and drew with them and played games with them, spending patient hours with her three sons as they grew and changed every day. It was clear that Lori Franklin adored her boys. Now she was pushing the middle child on the swing while giving the oldest a piggyback ride. They all ended up chasing each other around the yard before collapsing in a pile. The peals of laughter reached all the way to Jamila, and after a few seconds of fighting the urge, Jamila found herself laughing too at this heartwarming spectacle. Sons. She wanted many sons who would grow up tall and strong and take care of their mother when she grew old. Jamila abruptly stopped laughing and turned away from the window. People should never take for granted what they had. Never. Especially Americans, who had everything. Later, while Jamila and Franklin were preparing lunch, the latter closed the refrigerator door with a puzzled look. Jamila, there's kosher food in here. Jamila wiped off her hands on a towel. Yes, miss, I buy some at store. I use my money. It is for my meals here. Jamila, I don't care about that. We'll pay for your food, but you must know that kosher is, well, it's Jewish food. Yes, miss, this I know. Franklin flashed a confused look. Am I missing something here? A Muslim eating Jewish food? Jews are people of the book, in the Quran, I mean, as are Christians too, miss. And Jesus, he is recognized as a very important prophet of Islam, but he is not a god. There is only one God, and only Muhammad communicated the true word of God to the people. But David and Ibrahim, who you call Abraham, are important prophets too for Islam. We respect them for what they did. It was Ibrahim and his son Ishmael who built the Kaaba and established the practice of Hajj, the pilgrimage to Mecca. Franklin looked impatient. Thanks for the theology lesson, but what does all that have to do with food? Muslims must eat food that is deemed lawful or halal and avoid what is haram or unlawful. These rules, they come from the Quran and fatwas and other Islamic rulings. We cannot consume alcohol or eat the meat of pigs, dogs, or monkeys, or other animals that haven't died by human hand. We can only eat the meat of animals that have the cloven hoof and chew the cud, and only fish that have the fin and scales, just like the Jews. The Jews, they prepare their food in ways acceptable to Muslims. As example, they drain all blood from the meat. Muslims, we cannot drink blood or have anything to do with blood in our food. And Jews do not kill the animal by boiling it or by electricity, although they do not declare 3 times Allahu Akbar, that means God is great, when they slaughter the animal. But we Muslims recognize God by saying his name before we eat the food. And God will not let his people starve if they can't find halal food. You say God's name over the food, it is halal. Not all Muslims will eat the food of Jews, but if I cannot find halal food, I will eat the kosher. Laurie Franklin was frowning at her nanny. Well, I'm afraid I don't understand that. I pick up a newspaper and pretty much can count on at least one story of Jews and Muslims killing each other somewhere. I know it's not all that simple, but you'd think if you eat their food and they're in your Bible, you could find some way to get along. Jamila stiffened. It is not about food that we differ. I could tell you much. Yes, well, I really don't want to get into it. I have to meet George after lunch. He forgot his plane tickets for his flight tonight. Honestly, George can't remember anything. You'd think an investment banker would have a better memory. After lunch was over and Laurie Franklin had left, Jamila put the children into her van and drove to the park. On the ride over, her thoughts turned to her recent past. She had known young men who trained with her in Pakistan that kept what they called journals of sacrifice, their sacrifice. The West, she knew, called them suicide diaries. She had read accounts in the papers of these diaries being found after the young men had died for Islam. Jamila had thought about what the last day of her life would look like. In her head, she ran through what she would be thinking when the time came, how she would react. She had many questions and some doubts that troubled her. Would she be brave? She had imagined herself being noble and stoic, but was that unrealistic? Would she instantly be transported to paradise? Would anyone mourn her? And yet this also made her feel guilty, for her love of God should be enough, as it was for all Muslims. Under normal circumstances, it would have been unheard of for women to be deployed in terrorist cells with men, since there were strict rules and tribal customs forbidding unrelated men and women from being around each other. However, it had become quickly evident that Muslim men were almost always placed under heavy scrutiny in America, whereas Muslim women were given much more leeway. Thus, Muslim women were being engaged in much greater numbers now. Jamila had grown close to one man she'd trained with. Ahmed was an Iranian, which instantly made her suspicious because there had never been harmony between Iran and her country. Yet he described a world in Tehran that was different from what she'd been told in Iraq. People want to be happy, he told her, but they cannot be happy if they are not free. You can love and worship God without other people telling you how to live every part of life. Then he went on to tell her that Iranian women could drive, vote, and even hold seats in the parliament. They were not forced to cover their entire face, just their hair and body, and they had started to wear cosmetics. He also told her that satellite dishes were being smuggled into the country in large numbers, and that, even more astonishing, men and women sat in cars while music played on the radio. If you knew where to go and the right things to say, you could get around the rules and the mullahs. You could have a chance to live life, if only for a little time, he had said. Jamila listened very intensely whenever he spoke of this. He had also told Jamila that her name, which meant beautiful in Arabic, was most fitting to her. Most fitting, he'd said, with respect and admiration, his gaze averted from hers. This comment had made her very happy. It had given her possibilities for a future that she had not thought realistic. However, he also spoke often of his coming death, even writing down in his diary the very day and hour that he planned on dying for God. But he would never show her the date he had chosen. Jamila didn't know if he'd fulfilled that wish or not. She didn't know where he'd been sent. She would read the newspapers looking for his name or his picture telling of his death, but she'd never seen it. Jamila wondered if he ever read the newspapers looking for her picture and the account of her death. He'd been a fledgling poet who had modest dreams of seeing his verses in print for other Arabs to read. His poems were filled with tragedy that Jamila knew came from years of violence and suffering in Iran. One of the last things he told her was, "When one has lost everything except one's life, it doesn't make that life more valuable. It only makes the sacrifice of that life more potent. To die for God, life could have no greater purpose." She would never forget those words. They gave her strength and her life meaning. The Quran said that any man or woman who has led a righteous life while believing in God enters paradise without the slightest injustice. But Jamila had learned that the only way for a Muslim to be guaranteed passage into paradise was to die as a martyr during an Islamic holy war. If that was so, and Jamila prayed every day that it was true, then she would willingly make that sacrifice. The life after must be better. God would not let it be otherwise. She was certain of this. Over the past 2 years, Stone had checked every headstone and local records to recreate an accurate list. He'd also steeped himself in the history of Mount Zion Cemetery and acted as an informal tour guide, narrating this history to groups that came by. As he finished with the visitors and returned to work, he felt his face burn. And it wasn't from his recent injuries, but rather from embarrassment. It had been so stupid of him to do that, particularly in front of Adelphia. He could still feel the weight of the knife in his hand. So stupid. Later, he decided to take the metro to Milton's house. If his friend had been able to trace the car tag, Stone wanted to know. Plus, he wanted to make sure Milton was all right. The people they were dealing with could also run down a fingerprint as easily as Milton could. He was walking down the street toward the Foggy Bottom subway station when he heard a horn sound behind him. He turned. It was Agent Ford. He pulled his Crown Vic to the curb and rolled down the window. "Want a ride?" Alex suddenly noted his friend's injuries. "What the hell happened to you?" "I fell." "You okay?" "My ego was bruised more than my face." Stone climbed into the car and Alex sped off. Waiting for what he hoped was an acceptable period of time, Stone finally said, "I was thinking about our conversation last night. How's your investigation going?" "It's going so well, I've been busted back to protection detail." "Agent Ford. You know, Oliver, after all these years, you can probably call me Alex. I hope that my advice didn't get you in trouble, Alex. I'm a big boy, and you happen to be right. Only I didn't have all the facts straight, and now I'm paying the price." "What facts?" "Afraid I can't say." "Where are you heading, by the way?" Stone told him. "I'm visiting some friends," he added. "I hope they're the ones in high places. You can never have too many of those." "I'm afraid I don't have any of those." "Neither do I. But hell, it turns out my rookie partner, and I use the term partner very loosely, it turns out she has some of those kinds of friends. In fact, she informed me today that her godfather is none other than Carter Gray." Stone looked at him. "Who's your partner?" "Jackie Simpson." Stone stiffened. "Roger Simpson's daughter? How'd you know that?" "You mentioned friends in high places, and they don't come much higher than Roger Simpson. He worked at the CIA, but that was decades ago." "I didn't know about that, but I guess it explains his interest in intelligence." Stone was staring out the window. "How old is the woman?" "What, Jackie?" "Mid-30s. "And she's just starting out at the Secret Service?" "She was a cop in Alabama before joining the service." "What's she like?" "Well, she's pretty high on my shit list right now. The lady basically sold me down the river this morning." "I mean, what does she look like?" "Why do you want to know?" "Just curious," Stone said. "She's petite, black hair, blue eyes, and has a big-time drawl when she's real pissed. She doesn't back down and says what's on her mind. No shrinking violet." "I see. Attractive?" "Why, you thinking about asking her out?" Alex said, grinning. "Old men are always curious about young women," Stone replied with a smile. Ford shrugged. "She's pretty, if you get past the attitude." Mid-30s, thought Stone. Black hair, blue eyes, and an attitude. "Have you ever met Carter Gray?" Stone asked. "I did today," Alex said. "What was your opinion?" "Pretty damn impressive." "So is that why you got in trouble? You ran into Gray?" "Let's just say I thought I'd be real smart and let the 2 NIC agents on the case run some analysis on the suicide note we found. That would give me an excuse to go there and poke around. Turns out I got sandbagged. I should have seen it coming." Stone hadn't been listening to the last part. His attention had been captured by the part about NIC having the suicide note. Were Milton's fingerprints on it? Were the 2 agents at NIC helpful?" "Not particularly. You know, I hate spooks, I really do. I don't give a crap if you call them the National Intelligence Center, the Central Intelligence Agency, or the Defense Intelligence Agency. They wouldn't tell you the truth if their mother's life depended on it." "No, they wouldn't," Stone said under his breath. Halfway to his destination, Stone instructed Alex to let him off up ahead. "I can take you all the way to where you're going, Oliver," he said. "The director gave me the rest of the day off to think about my sins. I really need to walk." "Well, you should get that jaw checked out." "I will." As soon as Alex drove off, Stone pulled out his cell phone and called Milton. In one way, it was disheartening to learn that the Secret Service agent was off the case, but at least he wouldn't be in danger. Stone couldn't say the same about the rest of them. Milton's voice interrupted these musings. "Hello?" "Milton, where are you?" "I'm at Chastity's." "How long have you been there?" "Since this morning. Why?" When you left your house, did you notice anyone around? No? Don't go back home. I want you to meet me somewhere else. Stone thought quickly. Union Station. Can you be there in the next half hour or so? I think so. I'll be standing by the bookstore. Were you able to run the car tag down? That was no problem. I have his name and address. It's tell me in person. And Milton, I want you to listen very carefully. You need to make sure that no one is following you. What did you find out? Milton asked nervously. I'll tell you when I see you. Oh, one more thing. Could you see what you can find out on a Jackie Simpson, Senator Simpson's daughter? She's a Secret Service agent. Stone clicked off and then called both Reuben and Caleb and updated them. After that, he set off for the nearest metro station and a little while later stood at the entrance to the B. Dalton bookstore that occupied a large chunk of massive Union Station. While browsing through some books, Stone periodically checked the subway exit, where he assumed Milton would be coming out. When Milton arrived from a different part of the train station, Stone looked at him questioningly. Chastity drove me, he explained. What happened to your face? It's not important. Is Chastity here? No, I told her to go back home. Milton, are you absolutely certain you weren't followed? Not with the way Chastity drives. Stone led him over to a bagel shop located across from the bookstore. They bought coffees and then settled down at a table in the far corner. Milton took out his cell phone and hit a button. Who are you calling? Stone asked. No one. My cell phone has a recorder built in. I just remembered that I have to call Chastity later about something, and I'm leaving myself a reminder. The phone I gave you has the same capability, and it's also a camera. Milton spoke into the recorder and then put his phone away. What's the man's name? Stone asked. Tyler Rinke. He lives out near Purcellville. I have the street address. I know the area. Did you find out where he works? I checked everywhere I could get into, and I can get into quite a few places, but I didn't find anything on him. That might mean he does work at NIC. I don't think even you could hack them. It's possible. Did you find anything on Jackie Simpson? Quite a bit. I printed it out for you. He slid a folder over to Stone. He opened it and gazed at a laser printer picture of the woman. Alex had been right, thought Stone. The attitude was evident on her features. Her home address was in the file, too. It was close to WFO. Stone wondered if she walked to work. He closed the file, put it away in his knapsack, and told Milton about NIC having the suicide note and the possibility of his prints being on it. Milton let out a deep breath. I knew I shouldn't have touched that paper. Would you still be on the NIH database? Probably. And the Secret Service printed me when I sent that stupid letter to Ronald Reagan. I was just so upset with all his budget cuts on mental health. Stone hunched forward. I wanted to have a meeting tonight at Caleb's condo to go over things, but now I'm not sure if that's safe. So where do we meet then? Just then, Stone's cell phone rang. It was Reuben, and he was excited. He said, I met an old buddy of mine for a beer. We fought together in Nam, and we joined Defense Intelligence at the same time. I heard he'd just retired from DIA, so I thought I'd have a drink with him and see if he'd open up a little about things. Well, he told me NIC had pissed everybody off by demanding that all terrorist files be turned over to NIC. Even the CIA's files were purged. Gray knew that if he controlled the flow of information, then he controlled everything else, too. So all other intelligence agencies have to go to NIC for that information? Yep. And that way, NIC knows what everyone else is working on. But by law, NIC oversees all that anyway, Reuben. Hell, who cares what the law says? Do you really think the CIA is going to be absolutely truthful about what it's doing, Oliver? No, Stone admitted. Telling the truth would be counterintuitive for it, as well as having no historical basis. Spies always lie. Is the meeting tonight still at Caleb's? Reuben asked. I'm not sure that Caleb's... Stone's voice trailed off. Caleb, he said slowly. Oliver, Reuben said. Are you still there? Oliver, are you all right? Milton asked in a worried tone. Stone spoke quickly. Reuben, where are you? At the disgusting shack I call my castle. Why? Can you pick me up at Union Station and take me to my storage place? Sure, but you didn't answer me. Is the meeting still at Caleb's? No, I think instead... Stone looked around. We'll meet here at Union Station. Union Station, Reuben repeated. That's not exactly private, Oliver. I didn't say we were holding our meeting here. You're not making much sense, Reuben said grumpily. I'll explain it all later. Just get here as quickly as you can. I'll be waiting out front. Stone clicked off and looked at Milton. Milton said, What are you going to your other place for? There's something I need from there. Something that might finally make sense out of all this. Chapter 35. No one seems to be home, Tyler Rinke said, as he watched the front of Milton's home from the car outside. He glanced at a file on Milton Farb. Threatening to poison President Reagan's jelly beans sort of tanks your career opportunities, Rinke added wryly. That may be why they didn't come forward, because of his record. Peter said, What I want to know is, what was he doing on Roosevelt Island in the middle of the night? I say we wait until later and then go exploring. If he's in hiding, chances are he left something behind at his house to show us where he is. In the meantime, I think we should take another trip to Georgetown. Somebody might have seen something that night that could be helpful, Peter said. And it might not hurt to take another look at the boat while we're there, Rinke added. Captain Jack adjusted his hat and rubbed a finger against the yellow rose sticking out of his lapel as he surveyed the inside of his new property. The garage was large with 3 expansive work bays. However, the place was empty now, except for one vehicle that was receiving the complete attention of his mechanics. Ahmed the Iranian wiped his brow as he came up out of the oil pit cut into the floor of the garage. How's it coming? Captain Jack asked. We're on schedule. Have you talked to the woman? That piece is in place and ready, Captain Jack said. And don't ask again, Ahmed, he added, looking stonily at the man. The Iranian nodded curtly and swung himself back down into the pit. Soon the sounds of power wrenches filled the space, and Captain Jack stepped out into the sunshine. Ahmed waited a few more minutes, and then he reemerged from the pit, walked quickly to the work table, and slid out a long-bladed knife from an oily cloth that he'd hidden under some tools. He placed the knife under a piece of carpeting in the back of the vehicle and then popped the carpet back into place. Outside, Captain Jack climbed into his Audi and drove to the apartment across from Mercy Hospital. One of the Afghans let him in. Are the weapons here? Captain Jack asked. Carried them up piece by piece in paper grocery bags like you said to. Show me. The man led him over to the large-screen TV set up in one corner of the room. Together they moved the TV out of the way, and the Afghan used a screwdriver to pry up the carpet, exposing the padding and subfloor. Here the subfloor had been cut away and replaced with plywood. Under the plywood, Captain Jack could see that short lengths of rope had been attached to the floor joists in 6-inch intervals. Lying on top of the ropes were 2 assembled sniper rifles with high-powered scopes. I've heard of the M50s, but I've never used one, Captain Jack said. It's got digital optics, so no visible signature. It chambers the 21mm cartridge with environmental sensors built in, together with multi-thermal detection. The Afghan knelt down and pointed to one part of the rifle. It's also got a neural feedback system that cancels muscle twitch. I never needed that to do the job, Captain Jack said matter-of-factly. And it's coated with advanced Camoflex, so it blends in with its surroundings with the push of this button. Its barrel is nanotechnology refined and can place a round at less than 1/1,000,000th minute of angle at 1,000 meters. Overkill for this job, but so what? We've also got a couple of MP5s with about 2,000 rounds. Early in his career, Captain Jack had made the inexcusable error of inputting the barometric pressure after the adjustment for altitude had been made, the number typically given by weather forecasters. However, shooters needed the actual barometric pressure without regard to altitude adjustment. It had been a huge mistake because cold air was denser than warm, and the speed of sound was also lower in cold air, which was critical when one was chambering supersonic ammo. That mistake had caused his bullet to wound instead of kill, not an acceptable result when one was attempting to assassinate a head of state. "Where have you hidden the ordnance?" he asked. The Afghan went around to the back of the big screen TV and unscrewed the rear panel. Neatly stacked inside were dozens of fully loaded MP5 mags and boxes of M50 rounds. "As you can see, we don't watch much TV," the Afghan said unnecessarily. "How about the other 2 rifles and ordnance you'll be using? They're the most important of all." "They're under the other floorboards. They're ready to go. We've practiced over 50 hours with them. Don't worry, we won't miss. The weather looks good for game day, but it can change quickly around here." The Afghan shrugged. "It's not that difficult a shot at this distance. I've easily hit the target at 3 times this range at night with people shooting back." Captain Jack knew this was not mere bravado on his part, which was one of the reasons the man was here in the first place. "But you've never done it quite this way before," he said. "The range and flight path are a little different." "Believe me, I know." Captain Jack went into the bathroom and looked at his disguise in the mirror. He took off the hat and examined his thick hair shot through with gray and a mustache and short beard of the same coloring. He took off his tinted glasses, and blue eyes looked back at him. A small scar rested on the side of his nose, which was long and thick. In reality, the beard and hair were fake. He was actually bald and clean-shaven, with brown eyes and no scar, although his nose was long, but thin. He put the hat and glasses back on. He'd disappeared many times in his life, sometimes while in the employ of others, including the government of the United States. Other times he'd been on his own, his shooting skill and nerve purchased by the highest bidder. But as he'd told Hemingway, his next disappearing act would be his last. He drove out of town to the ceremonial grounds, barely 10 minutes from downtown, and yet a lot could happen in 10 minutes. Captain Jack didn't stop at the grounds, but instead drove past them slowly, eyeing certain landmarks he'd long since committed to memory. The ceremonial grounds were framed by white rail farm fencing, with only one vehicle entry point and numerous pedestrian entrances. 6-foot-high brick columns framed the car entrance, and the motorcade would have to pass through there going in and out. The beast would find it a tight squeeze. He eyeballed the surrounding tree lines, guessing at the placement of the American counter-snipers that would be posted along this perimeter. How many would there be? A dozen? 2 dozen? It was hard to tell these days, even with the best intelligence. They would be wrapped in their camouflage suits, blending in with their surroundings so perfectly you would step on them before you ever saw them. Yes, his men would most certainly die on these hallowed grounds. At least it would be quick and painless. Supersonic long-range ordnance, particularly to the head, killed you faster than your brain could react. The Fedayeen's death, however, would not be nearly as painless. Captain Jack envisioned the motorcade coming in and the president exiting the beast. He would wave, shake hands, pat some backs, give some hugs, and then be escorted to the bullet and bomb-proof podium as Hail to the Chief was played. The reason the song was used when a U.S. president entered a room originated with President James Polk's wife, who was furious that her diminutive, homely husband was often totally ignored when making an entrance. Thus, Sarah Polk ordered that the song be played whenever her husband came into a room. All presidents since had followed this imperious woman's lead. However, the origin of the song itself was even more amusing, at least to Captain Jack's thinking. Set to the words of Sir Walter Scott's epic poem, The Lady of the Lake, it described the demise of a Scottish chieftain who was betrayed and then put to death by his arch-enemy, King James V. Ironically enough, the song that was used to herald the coming of the President of the United States actually chronicled the assassination of a head of state. In the last part of Canto 5, the poem summed up, in Captain Jack's opinion, a query that all would-be politicians should give serious thought to. Oh, who would wish to be thy king? Not me, he muttered to himself. Not me. The ex-National Guardsman settled himself in the chair and looked at his new hand while the two men watched him carefully. Now that we've added the pouch, let's begin practicing the movements, the engineer said. The American moved his hand and wrist as he had been shown, but nothing happened. It takes practice. Soon you will be an expert. 2 hours later, they had made considerable progress. Taking a break, the men sat and talked. So you are a truck driver? The chemist asked. The former soldier nodded, holding up his hook and fake hand. Not an occupation you can really do with these, because I also had to help unload the cargo. How long were you in Iraq before it happened? 18 months. I only had 4 more months to pull, at least I thought. Then we got orders extending our tour another 22 months. 4 years. Before all this happened, I was married with a wife and family and holding my own in Detroit. The next thing I know, I'm scrambling to get the money to buy my own body armor and GPS because Uncle Sam didn't have the cash. Then a landmine outside of Mosul takes both my hands and a chunk of my chest. 4 months in Walter Reed Hospital, and I get back home to find my wife's divorcing me, my job's long gone, and I'm basically homeless. He paused and shook his head. I did my tour during Persian Gulf War and sucked in all the shit Saddam was chucking at us. After my discharge from the Army, I joined the National Guard so I could at least have some income until I got back on my feet. I did my guard duty, and then resigned and started driving trucks. Then, after all those years, the Army knocks on my door and tells me my guard resignation was never officially accepted. I told them, not so politely, to go to hell. But they literally hauled me kicking and screaming away. Then, a 1.5 years later, boom, there go my hands and my life. My own country did that to me. Now it's your turn to repay them, the engineer said. Yes, it is. The very ex-National Guardsman agreed as he flexed his hand. Adnan al-Remi strode through the hallways of Mercy Hospital, his observant gaze methodically taking in all details of his surroundings. A minute later, he returned to the hospital's front entrance, just as an elderly patient was wheeled in, a portable IV hooked to her arm. Adnan stepped outside and breathed in the warm air. To the left of the hospital's front steps was a ramp for gurneys and wheelchair-bound patients. Al-Remi walked down the steps to the sidewalk that ran in front of the hospital. There were 14 steps. He turned and walked back up them, silently counting time as he did so. 7 seconds at a normal pace, perhaps half that if someone was running. He went back inside the hospital, his hand sliding down to his sidearm. It was an old .38 revolver, a piece of American crap as far as he was concerned. Yet that was the only weapon the security firm he worked for had to offer. It didn't really matter, he knew, but still, weapons were of paramount importance to Adnan. He had required them virtually his whole life simply to survive. He walked back down to the nurse's station and stopped at the 4th tile over from the exact center of the station. Then he turned around and walked back toward the front entrance. Anyone watching him would just assume he was making his rounds. He counted off his paces in his head, nodding to a pair of nurses who walked by as he did so. Near the front entrance, he turned right, counted his steps down this hallway, turned, pushed open the door to the exit stairs, counted his steps down 2 flights, and found himself in the basement corridor on the west side of the hospital building. This corridor ran into another that carried him north and then emptied out into the rear exit area. A wide asphalt drive was located here that sloped upward to the main road running behind the hospital. Because of the grade and poor drainage, it often flooded here after even a moderate rain, which was another reason why everyone preferred entering through the front. As he stood there, Adnan visualized several times a particular maneuver in his head. Finished, he went over to a pair of double doors, unlocked them and stepped inside, closing the doors behind him. He was now in the hospital's power room, which also housed the backup generator. He'd been coached on the basics of this room by the security firm, in case there was an emergency. He'd supplemented that coaching by reading the manuals for every piece of equipment in the room. There was only one that he was really interested in. It sat on a wall across from the generator. He opened the box with another key on his chain and studied the controls inside. It wouldn't be difficult to rig it, he decided. He locked up the power room and went back inside the hospital to continue his rounds. He would do this every day until the day came. A little while later, Adnan's shift ended, and he changed out of his uniform in the hospital's locker room and rode his bicycle to his apartment about 2 miles away. He prepared a meal of flatbread, dates, fava beans, olives, and a piece of halal meat that he cooked on the stovetop in his tiny kitchen. Adnan's family had raised livestock and grown dates in Saudi Arabia, no small feat in a country with only 1% of its land arable, but they had suffered great hardship. After his father's death, the Al-Remis fled to Iraq, where they grew wheat and raised goats. Adnan, as the eldest son, became the family's patriarch. He began butchering meat in accordance with Islamic law, so it was halal, and the additional monies that this endeavor provided had been very welcome. Adnan sat in his apartment staring out the window and cradling a cup of tea, his mind drifting back to that time. Goats, lambs, chickens, and cattle had met their end at the point of his very sharp knife. These animals had to be slaughtered from their necks while Adnan spoke God's name. Adnan never struck the spinal cord while doing his butchering for 2 reasons. It was less painful to the animal, and it allowed convulsive motions to remain, which hastened the drainage of blood as required by Islamic law. Under that law, no animal could witness the death of another, and the animals had to be well fed and rested. It was a far cry from the mass killings of the stun and stick method used by American slaughterhouses. Yes, the Americans were the best at killing lots of things quickly, Adnan thought. As he sipped his tea, Adnan reflected still more on his past. He fought in the decade-long Iran-Iraq War, where Muslim slaughtered Muslim by the thousands in some of the fiercest hand-to-hand fighting history had ever seen. After that conflict was over, Adnan's life returned to normal. He married, raised a family, and did his best to avoid giving the megalomaniac Saddam Hussein or his minions cause to harm him or his family. Then 9/11 happened. Afghanistan was invaded, and the Taliban quickly fell. Personally, Adnan had no problem with any of that. America had been attacked, and it had struck back. Adnan, like most Iraqis, did not support the Taliban. Life went on in Iraq. And even with the international embargo on his country, Adnan was able to earn a modest living. And then the U.S. declared war on Iraq. Like all his countrymen, Adnan waited with dread for the bombs and missiles to start falling. He sent his family away to safety, but he remained behind because it was his adopted country and was about to be attacked by another nation. When the American planes came, Adnan watched in silent horror as Baghdad became one continuous fireball. The Americans called it collateral damage, but to Adnan, these were men, women, and children blown apart in their homes. And then the American tanks and troops came. There had never been any doubt in Adnan's mind as to the outcome. The Americans were simply too powerful. They could kill you from 1,000 miles away with their weapons. All Adnan had ever had to fight with was his gun, his knife, and his bare hands. And it was said that the U.S. had missiles that could take off from America and vaporize the entire Middle East minutes later. This terrified Adnan. There was no way to beat such a devil. Still, after Hussein had been toppled, there was hope. Yet that hope quickly turned to despair as violence and death took hold and civil society simply disappeared. And when the American presence truly became an occupation, Adnan felt his duty was clear. So he fought against them, killing his fellow citizens in the process, an act that sickened him, but one that he somehow rationalized away. He had killed Iranians during the war between the two countries. He had killed Arabs and Americans in Iraq. He had slaughtered animals using his knife. It seemed to Adnan that his whole life had been consumed with taking the lives of others. And now his own life was the only one left. His wife and children were dead. His parents, brothers, and sisters were all gone too. It was only Adnan still here on earth, while his family resided in paradise. And here he was in the United States in the palm of his enemy. This would be his last stand, his final act of a life spent attacking and being attacked. Adnan was tired. He'd lived 80 years in only half that time. His body and mind could not endure much more. He finished his tea but continued to look out the window as a group of children ran around the playground of the apartment complex. There were black children and white children and brown children playing together. At that age, differences in color and culture meant nothing to them. Yet unfortunately, that would change when they became adults, Adnan knew. It always did. Chapter 36. "You wanted to see me, sir?" Tom Hemingway asked as he walked into Carter Gray's office. This space was rumored to be the only square inch of the NIC facility that was not under electronic surveillance. Sitting behind his desk, Gray motioned Hemingway in. "Shut the door, Tom." For a half an hour, the two men discussed various geopolitical events coming up, the state of several world crises, and Hemingway's take on some key developments in ongoing intelligence operations in the Middle and Far East. Then the conversation turned to other matters. "The Secret Service agents who are out here today," Gray said. "I fully cooperated with them, sir. At least NIC's version of full cooperation. I hope I did the right thing extricating you like that." "You did. The agents they were meeting with initially that I spoke with?" "Warren Peters and Tyler Rinke, both good men. They were assigned to represent NIC's interests during the investigation. I believe they were processing some evidence found at the scene for the Secret Service. I spoke to the president about Ford and Simpson. I don't think they'll be back." "I understand that Simpson is your goddaughter." "Yes, Jackie is Roger Simpson's only child. I was honored when he asked me to be Jackie's godfather, although I'm not sure if I've been a good one. She looks like she's done all right for herself. I love her like a daughter." Gray looked a bit embarrassed by his words and quickly cleared his throat. "An internal audit is being conducted over Patrick Johnson's death. The FBI will be involved." Hemingway nodded. "I think it's a good move. I can't believe there's anything to it, but we have to cover the bases." Gray eyed him closely. "And why don't you think there's anything to it, Tom? A house and cars he couldn't afford, drugs found in the house, seems straightforward. It's not the first time it's happened." "It's the first time it's happened here," Gray said. "Did you know Johnson well?" "As well as I knew any of the data supervisors. By all accounts, he was excellent at his job." "How did he strike you?" Hemingway thought about this. "From my limited contact, he was a man whose ambitions outstripped his opportunities. A keen insight for someone you admittedly didn't know all that well. That assessment could apply to half the people here. Quite frankly, they want to be you, but they never will, and it bothers them. Gray sat back in his chair. I've taken a good look at Johnson's file. There was nothing in there to indicate that he would be turned. Do you agree? Hemingway nodded. But then again, the same could be said of virtually all the people who have been turned against this country. It has more to do with psychology than bank accounts. There are others here who knew Johnson better than I did. I've spoken with them, Gray said. I've also spoken with his fiancée. She believes the drug business is absolute garbage. Well, it's not surprising that she'd defend him. Tom, I recall that the centralization of all intelligence databases was completed 4 months ago. Is that correct? Yes, with the proviso that we only recently completed integration of the Transportation Safety Administration's files from their Screening, Coordination, and Operations Office. That was due to some legal hang-ups with Homeland Security, among others. Any more significant glitches in the system? No. And, as I'm sure you also recall, the TSA piece was fairly substantial. It had the secure flight, registered traveler, and the U.S. visit programs, among others. The U.S. visit program was particularly sensitive for us because it contained detailed backgrounds, digital fingerprints, and photos of foreign travelers. However, the ACLU had a field day with that one, screaming profiling and Big Brother to every court that would entertain them. But it belonged here, and we eventually got it. Before, this data was scattered over a dozen departments with no workable integration, incredible overlap and duplication, with the result that much of it was worthless. Well, that failure was one of the chief reasons 9/11 happened, Gray said. Speaking of, I understand the president asked you to attend the memorial event in New York tomorrow? The office grapevine. It's better than any spy network devised. Yes, he did, and yes, I declined. As always, I prefer to hold a very private ceremony honoring those who lost their lives that day. I also heard that you're going up to Brennan, Pennsylvania. Gray nodded, opened his desk drawer, and pulled out a book. How well up are you on your Bible, Tom? Hemingway was accustomed to swift changes in direction with Gray. I've read the King James Version, along with the Quran, the Talmud, and the Book of Mormon. Good. What's the one similarity you find in all of them? Violence, he answered promptly. People talk about the Quran inciting violence. They have nothing on the Christians. If I recall correctly, Deuteronomy was particularly full of fire and brimstone. Thou shalt smite this and that dead. At least it's consistent. And yet the Quran instructs its followers not to take their own lives, which does not reconcile with the concept of a suicide bomber. Indeed, it doesn't promise paradise, but rather warns of condemnation in hell for taking one's own life. The Quran says this when the death is outside the cause of Allah. It doesn't apply to those who die for the cause. And there are enough references to killing the unbelievers in the Quran, and also in writings and local laws and customs subsequent to the Quran, that it's possible to justify that killing oneself and unbelievers at the same time is authorized. And for those who die in the cause, it says they don't really die, nor should their loved ones grieve for them. That's a distinction between Islam and Christianity. Correct. But there's also another great similarity between the two religions. What's that, sir? Gray put away his Bible. The resurrection of the dead. Chapter 37. The spacious house that Captain Jack had rented in the suburbs of Brennan was set far off the main road, with no other residences nearby. It also had a large home theater, a facility he was taking advantage of right now. Captain Jack placed the DVD that Hemingway had given him in the player, but did not turn it on yet, as the men who'd come here today took their seats. None of them were eating popcorn. No refreshments at all had been passed around. It was not that sort of movie night. Captain Jack took a minute to survey his crew. They were good, capable men. They had been hardened by a life that had not included many moments of happiness or things that others took for granted, such as food, clean water, a bed, and a life free from constant persecution and threat of violent death. Assembled here were his bomb makers and engineers, his shooters, his snipers, his fedayeen, his mechanics, his inside people, and his wheelmen. Jamila was not here, however. Her mission was completely separate, and quite frankly, Captain Jack didn't know how the males would react to a woman being such a critical part of the operation. Only a few of his company knew of her involvement, and the American knew it was best to keep it that way. The men's appearances had all changed. Haircut or grown longer, beard shaved off, weight gained or lost. They all wore Western-style clothes. Some sported glasses. Others had dyed their hair. While none of their real images remained on the NIC database, the operation was too important to become slack with the small but important details. Altered NIC photos notwithstanding, they might still be recognized by American intelligence operatives who'd seen them in the flesh years ago. He walked to the front of the room and addressed them all by name as a sign of respect and camaraderie. He asked for progress reports, and each man reported back succinctly and knowledgeably. Captain Jack, Tom Hemingway, and a third person had handpicked these men from a pool provided to them by this third party, a man they both trusted. They had not chosen the most violent and zealous Muslims among the group. Ironically, restraint was the quality they'd required above all. The 9/11 hijackers had come from varied backgrounds. 14 of the 15 hijackers who accompanied the 4 pilots on the jets were from Saudi Arabia. They were from middle-class families that were not particularly active either politically or in the Muslim faith. And yet these young men left their good homes and families, trained with Al-Qaeda, became steeped in the practice of radical Islam and jihad, and carried out their orders with military precision, no doubt with the hope of riding that flight path to paradise. The 9/11 hijackers had not had to make any decisions for themselves. All had been planned out. The situation developing in Brennan was far different. Each man would have a great deal of input in what would happen. Thus, Hemingway and Captain Jack had sought out older, reasonably educated men who had once led normal lives. These men had not trained with Al-Qaeda. They had not given their lives over to jihad for reasons typically associated with that mind frame. And while several had had run-ins with American and European law enforcement, and their fingerprints and photos had been taken, necessitating the cover-up at NIC, none were at the level where their photos were plastered in newspapers everywhere. The youngest of them was 30, the oldest 52, and the average age was 41. These men, while they had experience with killing, were not eager in taking someone's life. Every one of them had lost at least 3 immediate family members in wars and other conflicts over the years. Indeed, a half-dozen had lost their entire families to such violence. They had volunteered for this mission for reasons other than those typically assumed to be at the core of the Middle Eastern terrorist mind. Indeed, all of these men considered themselves soldiers, not terrorists. That was the composition of the holy warrior Tom Hemingway had insisted on. "Remember this," Captain Jack told his men. "While we sit here planning this operation, in another room somewhere, there will be far more people planning how to stop us. They are excellent at what they do, so we have to be better than excellent. We have to be perfect." He paused, making eye contact with each of them. "One mistake along the chain brings the whole thing crashing down. This is understood?" All the men nodded in silent agreement. Captain Jack went over the ceremony details again. The Army of Secret Service and local police would have voluminous notebooks containing all the prep work for the president's visit. Captain Jack and his team could afford no such luxury. One page lost could have catastrophic results. Thus, all details had to be memorized. To be absolutely clear, Captain Jack changed from Arabic to English and back again, depending on the subtlety of what he was trying to communicate. Before the President ever sets foot here, a Secret Service advance team will arrive in Brennan to begin their planning for the event, along with the most elaborate and secure motorcade in the world. Typically, the motorcade consists of 27 vehicles, including local police escorts, a Roadrunner communications van, a press vehicle, VIP van, an ambulance, a SWAT vehicle carrying a counter-assault team inside, and 2 beasts. One will carry the President, and in the other, Secret Service agents. All roads leading from the airport to the dedication grounds in Brennan will be thoroughly checked, and on the day of the visit, sealed off. At the dedication grounds, the President will enter from the right of the stage and exit in the same direction. When he's speaking, he will be behind a bulletproof and bomb-proof glass podium known as the Blue Goose. Counter-snipers will be positioned all along the perimeter tree line. When the President moves, he will be surrounded at all times by a wall of agents, hip and flank. Wherever the man is known as the kill zone, and the Secret Service takes that concept very, very seriously. The crowd will be very large, thus magnetometers will be set up at all pedestrian entrance points to the dedication grounds. We have the exact same magnetometers that will be used by the Secret Service and have tested them on the highest detection level. He paused and added, "Shooters, you can pass through these points without fear." You must keep in mind that the service will key on personal demeanors, namely, persons not fitting in, not participating in the ceremony, and those not relating to others in the crowd. Because you are Middle Eastern, they will give you extra scrutiny. They have an entire database on assassins that takes profiling down to the most insignificant detail. As you know, your photos are no longer on file with the Americans, and your appearances have been greatly altered, so risk of identification is very low. But that is no reason to be careless. Thus, your dress and behavior at the ceremony will be dictated to you, and you will adhere to every single detail without exception. When you enter those grounds, you will look like doctors, lawyers, teachers, tradesmen, shopkeepers, respectable citizens in your adopted country. Captain Jack paused and eyed each man. The video I'm about to show you will illustrate quite vividly how seriously the Secret Service takes its mission. He hit a button on the remote he was holding, and the screen jumped to life. Tom Hemingway had provided his colleague with a publicly available video on the Secret Service and the general protection techniques, rare footage of assassination attempts, and rarer still, a video of Secret Service agents training at their Beltsville, Maryland facility. Beltsville was where agents learned to do J-turns with their cars, nail targets with their guns, and also practiced protection techniques over and over until fragile thought was taken out of the process and resolute muscle memory took its place. The men watched mesmerized as footage was shown of attempts on the lives of Gerald Ford and Ronald Reagan. The assassination of John Kennedy was not included on the DVD. Presidents no longer rode around in open cars, and every mistake that had been made in Dallas that day by the Secret Service and overzealous politicians had been long since corrected. "You see," Captain Jack commented, "that the agent's actions are the same in each instance. The President is completely shielded and almost bodily carried away from the scene with the utmost speed. In Reagan's case, he's shoved into the presidential limo and is gone within seconds. On 9/11, when it seemed a plane was heading for the White House, the Secret Service evacuated the vice president from his office there. It is said his feet never touched the ground until he was safely away. Speed. Keep that in mind. It is built into their training and thus their psyches. Acting in practiced routines without wasting time thinking. Nothing can override that impulse. And the most important impulse they have is to save the president's life. They will sacrifice anything for that, including their own lives. We can count on that with certainty. We cannot possibly match them in firepower, manpower, training, or technology, but we can understand the psychology of who and what they are and use it to our full advantage. Indeed, other than the element of surprise, that is the only advantage we have. And it will be enough if we are perfect on that day. He went through this part of the video again, breaking it down like game film, frame by frame, as his men committed all of this to memory. Questions were numerous, which the American always took as a good sign. Next up on the screen was a diagram of the ceremonial grounds. Captain Jack, using a laser pointer, went grid by grid, pointing out general strategic items, entry and exit points, and the positions of the Beast and other pertinent vehicles in the motorcade. Note that the presidential limo is always parked at a spot with a completely unobstructed exit point. That is critical to our plans. He then assigned numbers to each of his men who would be on the ceremonial grounds that day and pointed out corresponding numbers on the screen that indicated each man's position there. Next, he pointed out the ambulance. Above all, this vehicle must be disabled. All you men who are responsible for this, you must ensure that it is done. The next frame showed a slender, white-haired man wearing glasses. Captain Jack said, "The President travels with his personal physician, this man here, Dr. Edward Bellamy. He will be on the podium with the President. He must be taken out first. He must be, without fail." The next frame showed a simulation of the rope line. Captain Jack put his finger on the screen, using it to trace the rope very slowly and carefully, as though he were a surgeon making a precise incision into flesh. This is the Secret Service's worst nightmare. If it were up to them, they would never allow it, but it's the lifeblood of a politician to shake hands and kiss babies. Captain Jack explained. It's here, on the rope line, where he is most vulnerable. Yet, it's also a double-edged sword, because it is precisely here where the bodyguards are at their absolute highest alert. The next image on the screen was that of the National Guardsman who had been given a new hand by Captain Jack's men. He was in full dress uniform. It was a slightly older photo, and thus showed him with two hooks where his hands should have been. Captain Jack said, "We will have no electronic communications capability at the dedication grounds, because the service will crisscross the area with jammers and interceptors. Thus everything will be done the old-fashioned way, through eyes and ears." He pointed to the man on the screen. "This is the person who you will key off. He will be wearing this exact uniform, but there will be others there with uniforms on, so you must not make a mistake. Each of you will receive a copy of this DVD and a portable DVD player. You must study it for 4 hours each day so that you can memorize his every feature and every other detail I am showing you tonight. However, this man you must spot early and never lose sight of where he is. The organizers of the event have arranged that all disabled American soldiers will be up front on the rope line as a way to honor them. It's very good of the town fathers to do this, and it certainly aids our plan." He looked at the engineer and chemist in the group, who'd supplied the ex-National Guardsman with his new hand. "It has been confirmed that the desired effect will take less than 2 minutes." The men nodded, and Captain Jack continued. "When that happens, the pattern becomes immediately this." He snapped his fingers as he talked. "Shooter sequence 1. Then Fedayeen A and B, then shooter sequence 2, followed by Fedayeen C and D, then shooter sequence 3, then the final Fedaya, and then shooter sequence 4. As you know, each sequence has precise targets. If one target is not hit during its sequence, the next sequence must add that to its responsibilities. Every target must be struck, no exceptions. All agents will be wearing the latest generation body armor, as will most of the police, so place your shots accordingly. Is this understood?" He stopped and scrutinized each of them again, something he planned to do constantly tonight. One by one they nodded at him. He repeated the attack sequence again and again, and then had each man repeat it to him exactly, also confirming what sequence they were in. Because of the limited range of your weapons, you'll see on the position grid that each shooter is located no more than 2 rows back from the rope line, and in most cases, only 1 row back. You will arrive at the event in assigned shifts, and early enough to make your way to those spots. Captain Jack stopped talking and looked at his men for a long minute. What he was about to say next was, in many ways, the heart of the matter. Each of you must realize that as soon as you fire your weapon, you almost certainly will be killed by the counter-snipers. The proximity of the crowd will afford you some protection, but probably not enough. Our information is that the counter-snipers will be using the standard Remington 700 series bolt-action sniper rifle with .308 rounds. The American sharpshooters you will be facing can place a shot within a 10-inch circle at over 1,000 yards. There was a murmur of appreciation around the room at the skill of their opponents. It was an interesting reaction in the face of what he was telling them. He couldn't allow them to choose between life and death when the time came. Captain Jack simply wanted them to act, just as the Secret Service trained their people. And each man had to understand that the forfeit of his life was the price to be expected for being a part of this historic day for Islam. As you know, the bullets that hit you will instantly carry you to paradise. You will have more than earned such a reward. He said this part to them in Arabic. Captain Jack now looked at each of the Fedayeen. He had given them that title as one of honor. The Arabic term was Fedai, and originally meant adventurer. Now it usually referred to Arab guerrilla fighters or to men of sacrifice. It was likely that all of Captain Jack's men on the ceremonial grounds would perish, and thus they should have all been called by that title. However, some of Captain Jack's men would unquestionably die, and thus their colleagues had not begrudged them being referred to as the Fedayeen during the course of this mission. After the briefing, Captain Jack led them downstairs to a room that had been soundproofed by its former owner and used as a recording studio. That was another reason Captain Jack had leased the house, although the weapons they would be using wouldn't be making that much noise. Here a firing range had been set up, and the men were given their guns and ordnance. For the next 2 hours, they practiced on their targets, with Captain Jack throwing in unexpected disruptions via sound and video equipment, because it would be complete chaos when the real firing started. Although Adnan al-Remi would not be at the dedication grounds, he'd attended this meeting because he was a man who insisted on knowing everything that had to do with the mission. He had fought side by side with Captain Jack in the Middle East, and the American trusted Adnan as well as he trusted anyone. Adnan was standing behind the Iranian named Ahmed, who lived in the apartment with the 2 Afghans across from Mercy Hospital and was working on the vehicle at the garage. Ahmed wouldn't be at the dedication grounds either, but, like Adnan, he had insisted on attending the meeting tonight. Ahmed kept muttering to himself. Something he said caught Adnan's attention, but the Iraqi didn't show surprise. He spoke to Adnan in Arabic. "My language is Farsi," Ahmed answered. "If you wish to speak to me, do it in Farsi, Adnan." Adnan didn't answer him. He didn't like the young man commanding him to speak his language. Iranians, Adnan had long ago concluded, were a very different breed of Muslims. He moved away from the younger man. However, his gaze continually returned to him, and his ear to the Iranian's angry words. A half hour after the last of his men had left, Captain Jack drove to downtown Pittsburgh. The man he was meeting was waiting for him in the lobby of the city's priciest hotel. The gentleman looked a little jet-lagged after the long flight. They rode the elevator to a suite overlooking the city skyline. Though the man was fluent in English, he opened the conversation in his native Korean. Captain Jack answered him in Korean. As Captain Jack chatted with his North Korean colleague, he thought of a quote from a man he much admired. "Know your enemy and know yourself. In 100 battles, you will never be in peril." The Chinese general Sun Tzu had written those words in a book titled The Art of War. Though centuries old, The advice still held true today.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.